touch my soul, and I'm forever yours, and I will dream 1,000 years to have that walk with you. Never saw your name in lights till I read in the paper. Opening night was on and the camera flash was lighting up your eyes. When I waved across the street just to get your attention, I could have swore you saw me, but you looked that day the other way. I guess I'll wait upon the sand, and I guess I'll see you when I fall, and I finally land. dream I kept alive, the dream I kept survive. Crazy from the cries we'll have tonight. Maybe we'll get it right. Just stay tonight. by yourself alone, you'll come through. Is it not what you have mistaken? What for? Try to put it back together once more. Searching endlessly for words too hard to find, and looking far too long can sometimes leave you blind. Different accusations will offer no protection. They only show us a reflection of your actions. You left me for no one else but they. You left me for no one else. You left me for no one else but they. You left me for no one else. How have you grown here inside of you? Planted by yourself alone, you've come through. Is it not what you have mistaken? Once more, you try to put it back together. What for? You left me for no one else but me. You left me for no one else. You left me for no one else but me. You left me for no one else.
Chin doasim, chinesh pewasiwim, dua tu dajishin, with the mumatanetin, ninna nigadenden, we put wash the thing, chwan chbai the ten, chino menuin, chwanish perni burn, chichimush the nigaden man, bamen renden with them wing. Chigwani mamen ni gwin, ninna Mr. Section, chinuchi unitan, numan bangaden den, nutsenden ni kahutayan, besi shetain, nutsenden ni kahukimitan, the one man Mr. Mitadman, ikaw utwabdan. Emendo chin, chin doasin, the gunche guani agui. Shin, na swin nicht benige bunche guan. Chichite biscate chete, chamta weto chemendo, washten manu chigamine. Schmischte puguta, gesto chiguan ne tut men. When the shit why the dam, chlo es chmeshknam. Ik kan taiden da, men ma de gwin. Schmischte shen me go. And then you go down. This is a day. And then you go give me down. The one man is the met that man. The guy who twab down. Him and Dojin. Chinwasin. The one chigwani agui green. The one chigwanchi bushka green. Chinny coming while the G-Shin. Ik ga zoek is met een G-Shin. Naast vind is met die gebunche wan. Chite beschat dit je teen. Chanta wedo chemendo. Was den man moet je gemine. Je moest de pugudan. Dus moet je wan met op men. En wanneer je het wa ieder taan. Je nooit je best gedaan. Ik kan tijden daar. Maar we kunnen waarde wien. Je moest de schijn in de goal. It's an ending out there. This is it day. It's an ending out in me down. The one man is the that man. The guy who twab down. Him and Dojin. Red blues, red blues, red blues, baby, red blues. Every kind of people got every kind of blues, but a red man's got red blues. Go to work every day for that minimum wage. There's a guy, blonde hair, blue eyes, just about your age. Hasn't worked and does half as long as you. He makes twice as much money as you do. Red blues, red blues, red blues, they red blues. Every kind of people got every kind of blues, but a red man's got red blues. After work, I go home, make myself a drink, grab a glass, a few ice cubes, walk on over to the sink. My old lady says that I ought not to. You'll get sick if you drink that water. Red blues, red blues, red blues, baby, red blues. Every kind of people got every kind of blues, but a red man's got red blues. All right. job, my woman left. She took her out of my step.
Good morning, Quinganiwaloma. Good to see all of you this morning. Massive crowd that we have here today. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes or so, so just bear with us. We're getting ready, and we'll see you very shortly. Good morning, everyone. You hear the sound of the bell? It means we have to start. Yesterday, when we started talking about a little bit of the history of how the Truth and Reconciliation Commission came about. And yesterday, I talked a little bit about Oka and Oka being a catalyst for a lot of the things that happened after 1989-90 and the armed standoff that took place there. And while Oka was going on, we had a commitment from the federal government that they were going to sit down and they were going to talk to our side of the table about being able to make some massive changes and major changes to policy direction. That didn't happen. They made a unilateral statement on some things on what they called the 4 pillars, and when that was completed, we continued to go after them. And what we got out of them was the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People. And the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People sought to be able to talk to all of our people across the country, to find out about what they wanted to do with the treaties, to find out what they wanted to do with our inherent rights, what was happening with our families, how were we creating change in our communities. And so the Royal Commission was about us and what we saw as the solutions that were trying to be generated. It's unfortunate that when the report was released, it was never accepted by Canada. The Minister of Indian Affairs at the time stood up and he waved the report at a press conference, and he said, "This report just cost us $59 million, I think." He said, "Think of all the houses we could have built." And they just shelved it, and it was gone. So one of the good things that happened out of that process and what we utilized while RCAP was going on, we met with George Rasmus and Rennie Dussault, that were the co-chairs of the forum, and we asked them to do a report on residential schools. So what was going on at the time was called Mount Cashel. And I don't know if people remember Mount Cashel or not, but it was a boys' orphanage on the East Coast that had come to prominence because of all of the physical and sexual abuse that had taken place in that institution. And that was a driving force for us to be able to get back on the agenda again with residential schools, because we had a hard time getting residential schools on the agenda anywhere. So the RCAP people agreed. They commissioned a book, and it was called Breaking the Silence. It got released, and it became our first major discussion about residential schools. There were some attempts to be able to try to create some solutions, but at the end of the day, there were a number of groups who unilaterally took action to sue the federal government. Those all culminated into an agreement, and out of that came a number of things. In the meantime, while that was going on, Ipperwash took place. There was a young man that was shot. They called it an extra. It's an international term, assassination. Anyway, they considered that to be a murder. The police officer was charged, and he ended up getting, I think he got a 3-year suspended sentence from that. But what happened was that they did an inquiry on that, and it became about how to get land back. What's happening with the land, and how come our communities don't have that opportunity to get their land back? So that was the second major inquiry that takes place. And then these court cases are evolving, and it's the actual former students who set up the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And when they set that commission up, the first person that took on the responsibility was a judge by the name of Harry Laforme. And what happened to him is that he had a dispute with Canada, because Canada has always wanted to control the drafting of all documents that come out of all these commissions. And so he resigned. A couple of years later, Murray Sinclair takes over. In the meantime, Council Fire does their own process, and they process all of their own former students to maintain a record of what happened, because people were already at that stage where they were getting old and some people were dying. So the Truth and Reconciliation Commission comes out and makes all these recommendations across the board on a whole bunch of change that takes place. I think to date, this is almost 9 years later, almost 10 years later, I think only 2 of the 90-some recommendations that were made by the commission have actually been implemented. So it's not gained any traction either, nor did IPRWASH. So the last major undertaking that was done came out of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And in their report, what they released was a statement about the killing of Indigenous women and children, and girls rather. And to that point, the term cultural genocide had been used a number of times. But in this report that was released, they called the process of what was happening to Indigenous people, including the missing and murdered women, they called it genocide. And genocide is an international term. Genocide is the taking of children. It applies to residential school. It applies to the loss of land, the stealing of land. It applies to all those things that have gone on. And so every one of those commissions and inquiries that have taken place have sought to address that very notion of that genocide that has taken place. Unfortunately, none of those have succeeded in being able to do and gain much traction to be able to make anything happen. And so yesterday we said our responsibilities, and we start talking about what we have to do, because it's important for us to take back our responsibilities, not just talk about what happens to the government, but to take back what's ours. We have to strengthen our families. We have to strengthen those relationships that we have. We have a lot of things that we have in our world, and we have to stop this notion of dealing only with status as an identity marker. We never dealt with status. That's a colonial process that the government's imposed upon us to be able to identify ourselves under a status regime. Our citizenship flows through our families, through our grandmothers, through our mothers. It comes, and when we have a clan, that's how our process of citizenship works. Status is just something else totally different. And actually what happens with status is that Canada uses it to be able to fund. That's who they're legally responsible to be able to try to fund programs for. So it does nothing to do with our citizenship. And so for us to rebuild, we have to start taking back these notions that of what belongs to us. And we have to start to implement them as we go forward, and to be able to help us to be able to strengthen our own processes again. We've been out of the governing process for a long, long time. We do a lot of ceremonies, we do a lot of powwows, we do a lot of things that are culturally based, but we're not strong in the governance area. And it just takes a little bit of work and a little bit of time for us to get back there. The Indian Act process has been completely administrative. There's nothing governing about the Indian Act process. It's totally administrative. And so for us, getting back to making those decisions about how we help our families and the communities, and part of that is getting back to the role of women. And that's a huge step, getting back to that place where men can support women taking up those responsibilities again. Because at one point in our time, women controlled the economy in our community. And they made sure that there was no families that were hungry, that food distribution, all those things that they needed to be able to do that were done. They solved problems. They never sent men in to solve the problems. They sent women in to solve the problems, the grandmothers and the mothers. And so all of those things that we've got to get back to about taking back those roles. And for me, I think it starts with our acceptance of the fact that we have to be able to restore women to their proper place. And it's not just in our world this happens. It happens everywhere, throughout the entire world. Jimmy Carter called it the most abusive process on earth, the abuse of women. And so it is something that we should all aspire to. We do ceremonies, and we always talk about the role of women, and we always talk about women doing the work that they should do, and leading the ceremonies, and the water, and the strawberries, and all those. But we never talk about men. And we never talk about what are men supposed to be doing then. How are we supposed to help the men to be better at what they are supposed to do in their lives? To be protecting women, to be protecting children, protecting our families. How do we get back to that stage of being able to do that? And so those are all the things that we would like to be able to have discussions about, and we continue to be able to have those. And it's all part of this process of the restoration of identity. It's all part of the Spirit Garden process that's gone on. It's all of those things that Council Fire has undertaken to be able to try to help people to be able to get back to a place where they can feel good about themselves and be happy with themselves. You're happy with yourself, you're going to be happy with other people. And that's how you build relationships. So that's it for this morning. I wanted to be able to get some of this out this morning because I think that yesterday we started off and we got off on a good note yesterday. We did a lot of work yesterday. But the reminder, that's why we're here. And that's what it's about. It's about creating our own change. And so we look forward to being able to have those discussions with people wherever we are and to remind ourselves that we have a lot of abilities and capabilities amongst ourselves. We just have to harness that energy. So, good one.
Yeah, well, Gord. Sego, yo hajin yangats, kanyange hagi hoduna shone. Yohaji is my traditional name. That means along the path, and I'm also known as Ava Hill. And I'm from Six Nations of the Grand River, Haudenosaunee. And Gord Peters is Lenape from Moravian Town, or what we all affectionately call Bucktown. And we're going to be your co-MCs for the next 3 days. We were here yesterday. And we just want to make some opening remarks before we start today's session. For those that have been here for the first time, this legacy gatherings for residential school survivors have been happening for over 7 years. We've missed a year or two, I think, because of COVID, but during that time, we've also been raising money to develop and construct the Spirit Garden, which is located behind us. And we're going to have a special day on Monday, which is Orange Shirt Day, or Truth and Reconciliation Day, to have the grand opening of the Spirit Garden. And so you're all invited back to Monday, and make sure you wear your orange shirts. And these gatherings were started to honor the residential school survivors. And as I've said at previous meetings and wherever I go, I always want to raise my hands to the survivors, and their families, because they had the courage and the determination to go to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that Gord talked about, that traveled across the country for many months and heard from many survivors. And those survivors had that, as I said, the courage and determination to tell people what happened to them in those schools for so many years. And it's because of them and their strength to tell their stories that we now have had a final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that had 94 calls to action. And after that, there's supposed to be reconciliation, 94 calls of action to reconciliation. But we've also, because of their strength and courage, have witnessed more attention being made to the struggles of the Indigenous people in this country. We see Orange Shirt Day events are going to be happening all across the country from coast to coast to coast. If you go on social media, it's just going to be orange. We see a lot more coverage in the media. We see a lot more businesses paying attention. And a lot more people in the arts. And it's much different. And I remember one year when I first left my community, I moved to Toronto in 1969. And I was sitting out here with my friend, and we were watching a man. First time the man stepped on the moon. And back in 1969, I never ever dreamed I would be standing up here on a podium and see 20 teepees and a Spirit Garden behind me here at Nathan Phillips Square. So that's a good indication of how far we are coming, but we're not done yet. We're still keep going, and those of us that are, getting on and have started that path are just laying that path for the younger people that are going to continue. And will continue to follow in our footsteps until we can receive justice for the First Peoples of this land. So as I said, the truth was told, and there's still a long way to go. The TRC document, out of the 94, there's very little of them that have been accomplished. One of them we will be addressing on Monday when we open the Spirit Garden, and there's some that have been done, but there's still a lot to do. And now that the truth has been told, people are always talking about reconciliation. And they say, well, what can they do in the name of reconciliation? And in answering that, I always say you need to educate yourself. You need to make yourself more aware of our struggles as Indigenous people, of our history, of our rich culture, and of the pride that we still carry as the First Peoples. And this gathering is one of the finest testaments to that history and that culture. And we welcome and encourage you to come and learn. We're going to have an education learning center behind us. All of these teepees are places where you can go and learn. And we encourage you as well, when you leave, to go and tell your friends and go and tell your family members and go and tell whoever to come down to Nathan Phillips Square over the next couple of days to learn. But when people ask also about reconciliation, I like to always refer to some of the words that were included in the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. And I'm just going to read some of those. It says, for any type of reconciliation to happen, there must be an awareness of the past, there must be an acknowledgement of the harm that has been inflicted, there must be atonement for the causes, and there must be action to change behaviors and attitudes. And to build for the future, we must all learn from the past. So let's learn from the past and let's look to the future with a positive outlook. Everybody refers to the residential school era as the dark part of our history. Well, that's history. Let's go forward with a positive outlook and let's give hope to all Indigenous peoples, especially the youth who are just finding their ways and their identities. And let's teach each other. You know, we as the First Peoples here have welcomed immigrants and newcomers for many years, and we continue to do so as they move here. And we ask that they share our land and they look after our resources with the same care and love that we do as the Indigenous people. So let's teach each other and let's learn about each other's cultures as well. Because together we must all do more than just talk about reconciliation. We must learn how to practice reconciliation in our everyday lives, within ourselves and our families, in our communities, our governments, our places of worship, our schools, and our workplaces. And reconciliation must inspire Indigenous and non-Indigenous people to transform society so that our children and our grandchildren can live together in dignity, peace, and prosperity on these lands that we now share. So those are some of the words that are included in the Truth and Reconciliation final report. And I encourage everybody, if you get a chance, to look it up on the internet and read the calls to action, the 94 calls to action, and see what you can do, and see what you can also do to bring pressure onto the churches, onto the governments, provincial, territorial, federal governments who are being called upon to enact these calls to action. So our gathering is about that. As I said, it's an extra special year this year. We started our program yesterday. We usually only run it for 2 days. This year it will be 4 days, with the last day being the opening of the Spirit Garden. And I just want to quickly review some of the stuff that we did yesterday. We were happy to start with welcoming remarks yesterday from Mayor Chow. We also had Minister Gary Ananda Sangari, who is the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and the MP for Scarborough was here to provide words, along with the newly elected Ontario Regional Chief Abram Benedict. He was here as well to provide words, and Sean Batiste, who is an Indigenous guy from Matachewan and is now the Deputy Minister of Northern Development and Mines. And so we kicked off yesterday with welcoming from them, and I just, on their behalf, extend a welcome to you if you weren't here yesterday. We're going to, we have a program. If you see anybody walking with these, or if there's some back here, I think you can get it. It outlines all the activities for the next 3-4 days. It's not completely up to date, but it gives you a good idea of what's going on. It gives you a layout of the land, what's in each TP and where things are at. And vendors are back there, so if you can get one of these, it'll help you, and you can take a couple. I think there's a whole bunch of them, and pass them on to your friends We also are going to, after I'm done speaking, we're going to be showing a video. And then at 10 o'clock, we're going to have some of the architects here who worked on the Spirit Garden project, and they're going to talk about that. And they were here as well yesterday. And yesterday, we also heard from Grandma Renee Thomas Hill from Six Nations, who talked about, everybody loving each other and caring for each other and the medicines. And we did some drumming and dancing, and we also had a couple of the artists. And when you see the Spirit Garden, there are a number of areas. There's a turtle. We had Solomon King, who was the sculptor for the turtle, here speaking. We had John Kishig Meyawasigi, who was doing the teaching lodge. There's a Turo Gaswenta in there. And so we're going to have some of the artists again, or we had them here yesterday, and they're going to be speaking again on Monday. We also had a presentation on the Dish with One Spoon, and we had a Dakota elder from Saskatchewan, Wahpeton, talking about the Dakota Nation and their ways and their teachings. And he was here joined by his daughter, who was also developing a revitalization of the Dakota language in their own community, and her daughter. And he is going to be back again tomorrow to talk about the Dakota ways. And we had teachings as well about sacred fire. And we had Samantha Dockstader, who was here talking about the Star World teachings. She's going to be here again today at 6, and it's very interesting what she's talking about as teachings from the Star World. And then she's going to be holding sessions in the foyer of City Hall at the end of the day. And there's a young man named Anthony Gladue who was up here, and he's a fantastic storyteller, singer, flute player. So we had all those guys yesterday, and I just today we ended off the day with Samaya Smith, who is a young uprising singer from Six Nations, and she's going to be back here as well tomorrow. So today is, as I said, we're going to do after we're done, we're showing a video. Then we're going to do the Spirit Garden. And at 11 o'clock, Gord and I are going to wander around on the square, and we're going to ask people, we're going to talk to some of the people in the teepees, and we're going to talk to some of you and ask you, like, are you having fun here? What prompted you to come here? What does Orange Shirt Day mean to you? Whatever you want to say. And you'll be reflected on the big screen. So don't be shy to come up and tell us what you want to say. Or if you have something to say, or we're going to do that a couple of times over the next couple of days. And after lunch, we're going to take a lunch break. Then we're going to have Aztec dancers in the square. So call your friends, and they always put on a fantastic show. They're going to be right in the square so people can see them and interact with them. And then we're going to have the Red Bear Singers, which are a group of women from the Toronto Native Cultural Centre who are going to be here. And they're going to be up here singing. We're going to have an Inuit singer after, and then some young people called the Black Wolf Heart Anishinaabe will be up here. And Anthony, you guys are in for luck, because Anthony Gladue is going to come back again later today and tell his story. And he's really a fantastic storyteller. And then we're going to have some dancers from Native Culture, Toronto Native Cultural Centre, called the First Fire Dance Troupe, who are going to be here later this afternoon. And our last two performances will be AJ Quandabins, who's been here, for several years, and they're going to be here doing a jingle dress dance presentation, and that's going to be from 5 to 6. And then, of course, Samantha will be here at 6. And we're going to close off after Samantha's presentation, because tonight at the Toronto Argonauts football game, they're going to be celebrating Indigenous Cultural Night at halftime. And it's going to be you can watch it on TV, and it's going to feature the Red Bear Singers, who you'll see here this afternoon. It's going to feature the All Nations Drum from the Native Cultural Centre, EJ Quandabens, and some of his jingle dress dancers and powwow dancers are also going to be down at BMO Field with the Toronto Argonauts tonight. So we're going to close off at 7 so we can all watch that. I also learned that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are doing something very similar in Regina tonight at their football game. It's also Indigenous Cultural Day out there, and they're going to be having a show at their halftime as well. So I just wanted to, the other thing on the Argonauts, they're having an auction for an Indigenous jersey, and they're also selling their 50-50 tickets, and all the proceeds are going to be turned over to the Toronto Native Cultural Centre so that they continue the fine work they're doing. So there's lots going on. Just wanted to give you a little bit of taste of it. I was also asked to put it in a plug. There's a photo booth in the far right corner over that way. It's called and you can go get your picture taken, and you'll get little pictures like this, and there's no charge. They'll give you 3 little pictures, and you can then take them home and put them on your fridge. They're always fun to do. So go over there, and some of them have different things you can put on, like hats and glasses and whatnot. So go check that out. And she's over in the corner over there. And the TPs, as I said, they're all they're educational, they're interactive, so you can go there. What else? We have a special over here. We're going to have workshops. These first 3 tents are different workshops. The first one, it's not open yet, is Solomon. He's holding workshops on making the ceramic turtles. The second one, I'm not sure what the second one is. And that's teachings with John Kishik. And the third one is the language workshop where the orange shirts are. So once they get started, there's workshops being held throughout the day, and we can let you know when those are happening. And again, there's the marketplace. The vendors are all over at the back. They're in information booths. So that's pretty much it for today, for the program for today. And, we have some of them coming back tomorrow. But on Monday is going to be a special commemorative walk for the survivors when we walk into the Spirit Garden and have our grand opening over there. We're going to have honor the residential survivors, and we'll have some visiting dignitaries as well. And it is a confined space, so not everybody's going to be able to get in there for that. And if you can't get in, you can come out here and watch all the happenings on the big screen. So it will be showing up here as well. And the Spirit Garden will be open for the public to visit after 1 p.m. on Monday. And then we'll be back here on the stage with a lot of entertainment again to close the gathering off for this year. So Gord and I, as I said, we've been doing this for a while, and I want to thank Gord for being a good MC. We've been doing it so long, we're very good friends. We've known each other for a long time, so I guess we make a good team, and I hope we're doing a good job for you guys. Well, somebody's clapping. Oh, Andrea. Okay, so as I said, get ready. We're coming out at 11 with our mics for anybody that wants to say anything. I see a couple of police officers over here. Maybe we'll come over and talk to you guys. So find out what you're doing here. Oh. Oh, your ambulance. Oh, okay. We'll still come and talk to you. We'll find the police. I think they're over there somewhere. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, I just want a couple of shout outs to the sponsors, because we couldn't do this stuff on our own. We have Canada, the city of Toronto has been a huge partner in this. The Canadian government, Ontario government, and APAVA, we called it, which is the Association of Native Development and Performing and Visual Arts. The Friendship Centers, Ontario Federation of Indian Friendship Centers, and TASC, which is the Toronto Aboriginal Support Services. So shout out to them, and I also want to give a shout out to Toronto Council Fire, who has been under the fierce leadership of Andrea Christian, who is the board designate, because none of this would have happened without her vision and without the care that they've been, and the hard work that they've given to this. And there's some of the staff that have been here since day one when we first have this, and so, they give their heart and soul to make sure that this event is on and that you can have a good time. So I just wanted to acknowledge them and thank them, and to thank all of the volunteers that are here. I also want to acknowledge Elder Alan Jameson, who's also Haudenosaunee from Six Nations, who's been doing the Ganohoyo for us every morning and giving thanks at the sunrise ceremony. And we'll be here again tomorrow and on Monday. So nyawa to you, Alan, and thank you so much. So what we're going to do, we did have any visiting dignitaries this morning. That's why Gord and I are talking so much, to fill up the space. But we're going to show you a video. There was a feast in the City Hall the other night between the partners of City Hall and Cultural Council Fire to just, come together and celebrate that the day has finally arrived and they can open the Spirit Garden. And they showed a video there about some of the fine work that's been happening at Council Fire, and we're going to show that to you now. And then after that, we're going to start talking about the Spirit Garden and have some of the architects here. So I'll get the sound guys if they want to cue up the video. It's about a 20-minute video, but it's very good. So, if you want to just enjoy that, and then we'll be back at the mic at 10. Yawa.
To our elders who teach us of our creation and our past, so we may preserve Mother Earth for ancestors yet to come, we are the land.
This is dedicated to our relatives before us thousands of years ago, and to the 150 million who were exterminated across the Western Hemisphere in the first 400 years' time, starting in 1492.
To those who have kept their homelands, and to the nations extinct due to mass slaughter, slavery, deportation, and disease unknown to them, and to the ones who are subjected to the same treatment today. To the ones who survived the relocations, and the ones who died along the way. To those who carried on traditions and lived strong among their people. To those who left their communities by force or by choice, and through generations no longer know who they are.
To those who search and never find, to those that turn away the so-called non-accepted, to those that bring us together, and to those living outside keeping touch, the voice for many.
To those that make it back to live and fight the struggles of their people, to those that give up and those who do not care, to those who abuse themselves and others, and those who revive again, to those who are physically, mentally, or spiritually incapable by accident or by birth. To those who seek strength in our spirituality and ways of life, and those who exploit it, even our own. To those who fall for the lies and join the dividing lines that keep us fighting amongst each other.
To the outsiders who step in, good or bad, and those of us who don't know better. To the leaders and prisoners of war, politics, crime, race, and religion, innocent or guilty.
To the young, the old, the living, and the dead, to our brothers and sisters and all living things across Mother Earth, and her beauty we've destroyed, and denied the honor that the Creator has given each individual.
The truth that lies in our hearts, all my relations.
The year 2016 marked 140 years since the first Indian residential schools were implemented, 1876 to 1996, under the Indian Act, allowing the federal government to establish residential schools, incorporating religious-based industrial schools for the purpose of assimilation of Indigenous youth through education and religious institutions under official policy. Children as young as 3 years old were removed from their home community, isolated far from parental influence, separated from their siblings. Schools were segregated according to gender, forbidden to speak their first language, and their culture prohibited. Our children were institutionalized in order to integrate them into Canadian society, disrupting their growth, lives, and communities and causing long-term impacts. Many children experienced excessive punishment, physical, mental, emotional, and sexual abuse through this process of cultural genocide. The project recognizes the commitment to work towards truth and reconciliation through the creation of an IRSS legacy structure entitled The Restoration of Identity. The structure recreates the turtle, universally recognized and symbolic of Mother Earth, acknowledges former IRS students, their nations and clans, and roots them back to their rightful place with creation. The turtle, climbing over a boulder structure listing residential schools in Ontario, is intended to remind all of the struggles experienced by residential school survivors and to demonstrate their continued recovery. Council Fire has engaged the services of 2 experienced project leads who will work collaboratively to plan, design, develop, engage, and roll out the Restoration of Identity project to ensure it is fully realized. The first lead will focus on the design elements, including project construction, concept presentations, communications, promotions, and marketing. Assisted by a strategy planner, he will focus on building stakeholder relations, project planning and strategizing, providing support in building partnerships with public and private groups, as well as academic, social justice, and non-governmental organizations. Finally, the second lead, assisted by IRSS outreach workers, will focus on engagements throughout the project, involving residential school survivors provincially, including established IRSS groups. Additionally, she will negotiate with federal departments to build on financial supports for gatherings through planned and established events, to work with church and support groups, educational institutes, and municipalities to promote this project. A scale model of the turtle has been prepared in clay and plaster by the project artist Solomon King. The 13 tiles on the back of the turtle shell represent the 13 moons in the Indigenous lunar calendar. They also correspond to the 11 nations specific to Ontario, which represent 133 First Nations in the province, along with the Inuit and the Métis. The 28 tiles surrounding the shell represent the days of the lunar month. Lost identities were a consequence of the residential school system and the Gradual Civilization Act 1857. The process of colonization continued with the 60s scoop and persists today with the adoption of Crown wards. The Gradual Civilization Act 1857. The act required male Indians and Métis over the age of 21 to read, write, and speak either English or French, and to choose an approved surname by which they would be legally recognized. By the application of the act, Indians and Métis males would lose all their legal rights, as well as any land claims, and would become British subjects, though with far fewer rights. It was called enfranchisement and was one of the many policies that would be used to aggressively assimilate Aboriginal populations. Restoration of identity. It is our vision to repair what was damaged, reclaim what has been displaced, and to work towards restitution for future generations. This work has already begun at Toronto Council Fire, as demonstrated by the following 2 intergenerational speakers. Firstly, there is Tashunka Pajuta Sugar, Lakota Cree from Pine Ridge, then Carolina Johnson, Oneida Lenape, both single parents who will speak to the legacy left for their generation and their children.
I want us to be a part of everyday society, because I feel like we aren't. I feel like we were cut out from society and pushed away. You know, you can be really angry and you can let it make you really angry, and you can sit there and you could think every single day, why did they do this to us? Why did they put us through that? How come my grandparents had to go through that, to make my mom go through that, to make me go through this? Once I realized that there's so much more, there's so much happiness out there, there's so much love, I really embraced it. And and now I'm ready to live happy and to live my life full of love, and I do that every day by waking up beside my son and hearing him say good morning to me. That's changing it right there. I feel like that's stopping this cycle right there every single morning.
We are Indigenous. Tajunka Pajuta Sugar and his son Ohidika. Tajunka lives in Toronto and works as a youth wellness navigator.
When you grow up in a society where people have been told, when you've been told, when our parents, my dad went for a brief period to the Mush Hole, which is the Mohawk Institute. It was not very long, but from what I understand, I wouldn't want to leave my child there for 30 seconds, you know? And what was broken there was spirit, you know? They're trying to break people's spirit and to really hate everything about themselves and where they come from. And how are you going to function in society when you can't look at yourself and love yourself? So what we see at Council Fire are people that are coming in that are finding that pride again, who want to know who they are and where they come from. So for us, that's a big challenge, is trying to help these people, trying to help everyone, trying to help ourselves to understand it and to believe in ourselves that we can do it. You know, that's what it is. But we've been internalizing this. We've been told by, the only time you ever hear Native people mentioned in media is usually when it's something negative. You know, we have a lot of success stories in our communities, a lot of success stories. We don't hear those. You know, and I feel that one of my biggest responsibilities as a parent of a little 6-year-old is to try and infuse that passion and that pride in him, right? To try and get him engaged, right? But it requires a little something from all of us, and I think someone else mentioned that here today, that it's all about accountability, that we're all accountable for that.
We are Indigenous. Carolina Johnson and her son Kiowa. Carolina worked with the Education Youth Wellness Navigation Program at Council Fire. She is currently on work leave. Introducing the legacy artist Solomon King.
As an artist, I take the traditions, the teachings, and the ideas of all these stories that have been handed down generation to generation from our grandparents, our great-grandparents. And what I do as an artist and an individual, I bring them into myself and I take them apart and I create my own style from that, whether it's, you know, in sculpture, I'll break it down into planes, or as a drawing or painting, I'll break it down into colors. But what I'm doing is I'm reinterpreting it for my generation. And as a visual language, it becomes new again. It becomes new for the generation that I'm in and possibly for the next generation. But as artists, we are constantly reinterpreting what we see and how we actually share it with the world. For me, as an Ojibwe artist, that is what it's all about for me. It's about sharing and reinterpreting our stories so that the next generation or the generation that's with me can see it from a different point and maybe take that in and then be interested in it and say, hey, oh, I get what they're saying here. And we can see it as something we can learn from or that it can teach us.
Our First Mother, Understanding Turtle Island.
Update received. Roger, update. We're coming up on staging.
Where we are, get me there, dominates me much away, no. Yeah, down there at all gate, I'm opening.
One of the most widely held spiritual beliefs found throughout the world is the concept of the world traveling through the cosmos on the back of a turtle. Billions of people from diverse civilizations and cultures have long held this belief. For the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere, the concept is embedded in their creation stories. Throughout Northeast North America, there is a shared belief of a woman, some call her Sky Woman or First Woman, descending from the sky world to begin life on this blue orb. As she approaches her new home, a snapping turtle surfaces from the endless waters and gives her permission to land on its back. Thus begins the great transformation, culminating in the creation of North America, Turtle Island. When she arrives here, she is pregnant and soon gives birth to her daughter. When her water breaks, the new earth is infused with fresh water that sets into motion and the second transformation, the growth of the green life. Nathan Phillips Square, southwest corner, south of the Japanese Peace Garden, between the walkway and the Upper Canada Law Society. Imagine revitalizing a great institutional space transformed to reflect the Indigenous community through colorful design. In closing, we will hear from Andrew Wesley, Mishkegawak Cree from James Bay, community elder and survivor.
Hi, Jim. Good afternoon. As you know, many of the survivors that went to residential school were affected in a number of ways. Many of them lost their language. Many of them lost their culture. Many of them lost their community relationship. And also, the important thing is that most of them lost their contact with their grandparents. And once you lost your language, it's part of you that's missing when you lose your language. And when you lose your culture, then again, it doubles the what you lost in order to gain back. So with this project, it brings you back to start the search to find out who you are as an Aboriginal person. For me, one of the things that I lost when I went to residential school is the storytelling, the legends. I really miss those because we didn't have anything like that in residential school. And that's one of the things that I miss, because the stories comes with language, and the stories tells you history, the area you come from. The other thing I want to mention is about the project itself, the representation of the turtle, because a turtle carries stories, it carries history. And I think that's great about this project, that it symbolizes our strength. I also believe this project is going to help the non-Aboriginal people to in a way, educate the educated people in order to really understand what happened in residential school. This project will bring that issue to them. They'll be able to understand and to be able to maybe help them call into action, to come up with something how they can do their own way of helping out and bringing healing to our nation, and also the relationship that we need to create in order to work together and become partners. My own feelings about this issue is I'm very happy to be part of it. I'm happy to be asked to be part of this project, and also to encourage all of you to be a good person in your own way, to help the healing that we need. And ask them, miigwech.
Four seasons in one day, lying in the depths of your imagination, worlds above and worlds below. The sun shines on the black clouds hanging over the domain. Even when you're feeling warm, the temperature could drop away. Like four seasons in one day, smiling as the shit comes down. You can tell a man from what he has to say. Everything gets turned around, and I will risk my neck again. You can take me where you will, up the creek and through the mill, like all the things you can't explain. Four seasons in one day, blood dries up like rain, fills my cup. Like four seasons in one day.
Did you enjoy the video? Yes. All right, yes. It's interesting to see the amount of work that's gone into all of these things that are happening. And Council Fire, in that note up there, they say they started in 2009. So that's a lot of years that have passed already in the work that's gone on. And you know what? We acknowledged that yesterday, that the amount of work that has been done, not only with the survivors, but all of the work that gets done to be able to host a legacy like this, and in particular this legacy, because it's 4 days, and so there's a lot of activity and a lot of work that's gone into it. But we also have to acknowledge that there's a lot of work that goes on by a lot of different people in our communities. And a lot of people don't get acknowledged for the work that they do. And so today we would like to be able to acknowledge everybody for their work and their contributions and everything that they do in their communities and their families in order to be able to make everything a better place for all of us. And so I acknowledge all of your families and your communities and the work that you do. And so I thank you very much. So unheralded sometimes, but the work has to get done, and so people continue to move forward. I'm going to turn it over to Ava now, and we have some guest speakers this morning as we start to begin to talk about the Spirit Garden. And once we're finished with the Spirit Garden, we're going to come around and we're going to start interviewing people and talk to people. So I'm coming to talk to these ladies right in the front, so don't run away on me, okay?
Thanks, Gord. Okay, we've got the architects here that are going to talk to you a bit about the Spirit Garden and the work that they've done. We've got Philip Hastings, who's with Gow Hastings, and Brian Porter, who's with Two Row, is going to be speaking to you via video right after Philip. But let me introduce Philip to you. Philip is the co-founder of Gow Hastings Architect with his partner Valerie Gow. And his work has received numerous local, international, business, and sustainability awards, including the prestigious World Architecture Festival shortlist, several awards of Designs of Excellence, and the Toronto Urban Design Awards. Philip actively supports the architecture and local business community, and he does regular critical reviews at schools of architecture, participates in the Ontario Association of Architects Mentorship Program, and co-chairs the Casa Loma Business Improvement Association. And we're so happy that we were able to get him involved in this project. And he's here today to say a few words to you.
Hello and good morning. Normally in the last few years when I've come up on the stage, I've brought drawings and perspectives to show you what the Spirit Garden was going to look like. But today, I'm happy to say I didn't bring any drawings with me. I don't think, nope, there's nothing on the screen, because the Spirit Garden is finished, and you can see it for yourself, just over there. Oops. One second. The results of what you'll see over there collectively honor the survivors and families of those impacted by the residential school systems established by the Canadian government and administered by the churches from the 1880s all the way to the 1990s. I can't tell you how privileged I feel to be given this opportunity to use our skills as architects to facilitate, assemble, and realize the creative teachings and voices of the many artists, knowledge keepers, and leaders within the Indigenous community. This project will serve as a place for teaching, healing, and moving the dialogue forward between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people through its spaces designed for reflection, ceremony, gathering, performance, and community events. As a team of architects dedicated to designing inclusive learning environments, we pride ourselves on complex programming and diverse stakeholders, translating these ideas into clear and impactful buildings and public spaces using light, materiality, form, and respect for the earth. The Spirit Garden embodies our commitment to listening, to learning, and co-creating with our clients. Throughout the process of creating the Spirit Garden, we've always tried to be careful listeners, acting as facilitators to help bring the community's vision to life. I can tell you that working on the Spirit Garden has been a humbling journey, deepening our understanding of Indigenous cultures and the significance of creating respectful and meaningful spaces. Standing on this ground today, I can share that everybody who worked on this project in our office was completely transformed from working on the extraordinary nature of this project. We want to tell now that story of our personal and professional journeys with other architects and designers, encouraging the design and the construction profession to develop further collaboration with Indigenous communities. We've got so much to learn from each other. We believe the tradition of building is passed down from generation to generation, and in celebrating the opening of the Spirit Garden, our greatest wish is to witness the transformation of the site's many elements into a place that continues to teach current and future generations, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous people alike, how to live, how to talk and respect each other through spaces that bring us together and do not set us apart. The success of this project is a very large collaborative achievement. We work closely with the City of Toronto, Toronto Council Fire Native Cultural Centre, Knowledge Keeper John Kishik, and the many artists whose work you will see around the site. And with our co-collaborator, Indigenous architect Brian Porter from Turo Architects. It's the knowledge and guidance of this team that was instrumental in shaping the project's vision and execution. And we thank our collaborators for their trust and their partnership. With the project now complete, we look forward to seeing how the community will embrace the garden and to the meaningful discussions and dialogues that will take place in this space. Thank you.
Okay, another architect who's a Haudenosaunee and a principal architect of Two-Row Architect Brian Porter. And Two-Row Architects was established in 1992. And the name Two-Row Architect was chosen to reflect the unique nature of the firm. Two-Row Architect is 100% Native-owned business, operating from the Six Nations of the Grand River First Nation and Toronto. For over 30 years, their team has promoted an architectural approach that realizes the meshing of local traditional knowledge with current building technology. And I'm so proud that Brian was involved in this project, and he's becoming a very well-known artist amongst the Indigenous community across the country and is doing a lot of work. He's done a lot of work at Six Nations, and he's also doing a lot of work at other Indigenous communities now across the country. Brian couldn't be here in person today, but we do have a video of him, and he will be here on Monday when we have the opening of the Spirit Garden. So you can watch Brian on video right now.
So Brian, you couldn't be at the Spirit Garden today. What do you want to say to all the folks gathered there this morning?
Yeah, I wish I could have made it. I know it's going to be an excellent event. You know, I hope the weather cooperates. I was really surprised when I got to see the site a couple of days ago, how much progress has made over the last few months, and it's really, really exciting, and I think everyone's going to have a great time there today.
Are there any members of the project team that you'd like to call out today?
Well, when I think of this project, it really all starts with the excellent work that's done at Council Fire. You know, Andrea Christian, Theo Nazari, David Sherry, and everybody there does such excellent work that I'd really be remiss if I didn't start with them. The other part of the team that I want to make special mention to are the folks at Gow Hastings, Phil Hastings and Valerie Gow. We've worked with them on a number of projects, and you know we get along like family. Really, they've got a great staff, and to be able to work in partnership with this thing in ways, you know, we have a very transparent kind of working relationship. There's a lot of camaraderie. There's a lot of innovation. So I would like to mention them. I also want to thank ButtCon for the great job that they've done constructing the place. Some of the details are pretty tricky. Some of the materials that we've chosen, the way they come together, it's not a simple project to build, and they've done a great job of execution. So that's important. I also want to thank Iqbal Briani from the city, who was our project manager and represented the city from the beginning to the end. You know, he was so patient with us. He was so had so much empathy. He showed so much support. You know, I don't think we could have done the job without him.
In a recent quote, you stated that the Spirit Garden is both a seed and a portal. What did you mean by seed?
Well, I think if you want something to grow or a relationship to flourish, you first kind of have to plant that seed And I think the project is kind of like that. It's like an important start to really build a strong relationship between the Indigenous community, the Indigenous service providers, and the city. And if you want that seed to grow and the relationship to flourish, it's something that you have to care for every year, year after year, through all of the seasons, through all of the 13 months of the calendar year. You need to work together. You need to nourish the place. You need to bring appropriate programming to it. So it'll be interesting to see how this seed takes roots and how it spreads and how it can foster other projects, how it can improve the relationship. And that's really kind of what reconciliation is about, I think.
What did you mean by portal?
Well, I think I understand that about 80% of all of the international visitors to Toronto, they've stated that they want to have an Indigenous experience. And to be able to have this place right on the front porch of the city of Toronto, I think is very, very important. Through this installation, they'll be able to get a glimpse into the rich traditional history that Indigenous people have. They'll learn about the relationship to the land. They'll learn about some of our customs, some of our traditions, some of our beliefs. And I think by getting that glimpse, hopefully it'll make them thirsty to experience more, and it'll act as a bit of a catalyst to get them out to visit some of the remote communities, to have those experiences, to get on the land, to get on the water. So I really see it can be kind of a portal for to promote those kinds of experiences, and that's good for Indigenous people. I think it's good for economic development. It makes a lot of sense for all of us to really kind of provide that service.
What are your hopes for the immediate future of the Spirit Garden?
Well, now that the place is constructed and ready for use, I would like to see cultural programming brought to the site that's meaningful, that's appropriate, and programming that's delivered by Council Fire and all of the excellent service providers, those Indigenous service providers in the city, Native Child and Family Services, Native Canadian Centre of Toronto. All of those organizations can take the opportunity to use this site. I'd also like to see the mayor and the city councillors use the space when they need a secluded space to contemplate some of the decisions that they have to make. I mean, the atmosphere is going to be a lot more intimate than what they have in the current council chambers. So maybe they can take advantage of it too. I'd also like to see busloads of Indigenous students visit the site, to understand that they have an important place in society. They have a contribution to make, and they can really understand the equity that they have in the social fabric of Toronto and Ontario.
What can other major cities across Canada learn from this project?
I think that it's possible to truly partner with the Indigenous community, its membership, its service providers, its artists, to deliver these types of projects. I think they need to learn that starting is important. I think they need to learn that there are no more excuses to not get these things started. They need to learn to celebrate their rich cultural heritage and their natural history. So that there's much to learn from this project, and I really hope that it becomes a catalyst for projects in places like Ottawa and Montreal and Halifax and Winnipeg and Calgary and Edmonton and Vancouver. The time is now for those centers to all take the reins and get moving towards celebrating this important Indigenous history.
Thank you for staying. We're going to have one more speaker from the construction industry, and I want to introduce Asif Khan, who is a senior project manager with Butcon, and he has been there since July of 2018, and they've also been a major player in the construction of the Spirit Garden. And he has an extensive history working in the construction industry. Asif?
Sago Shagoli Wache Anen. Good morning. As noted, my name is Asif Khan. I'm the Senior Project Manager on the Spirit Garden with Butcon Limited. We're the general contractor working with the Toronto Council Fire in the City of Toronto to build the Spirit Garden on the southwest corner of Nathan Phillips Square. Before all else, I'd like to take a moment and honor the residential school survivors, their families, their children that were lost to their communities, and the lasting impacts which continue to be felt intergenerationally. It's important that we not only recognize these ongoing effects, but also ensure that Indigenous voices are heard and prioritized as we move forward. It is with respect to bring light to these truths that we are here and the Spirit Garden was constructed. Butcon's role was to ensure we constructed this Indigenous cultural space to the best of our abilities and in the most respectful way. A part of reconciliation is to continue to learn and understand the history of Indigenous people in Canada and the current and past hindrance and challenges that Indigenous people and communities face. Specifically, as a construction company, we have the responsibility to know the land that we construct on and understand the history of that land. Throughout this project, we have been learning and understanding more of what we can do to support the Indigenous peoples. Butcon committed to completing the work as part of the Spirit Garden project to ensure that the area represents many diverse Indigenous people, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. The members of the project team partnered with Indigenous artists and groups as it is critical to ensure Indigenous knowledge is incorporated and woven into every aspect of the project. Throughout the construction process, we had the opportunity to collaborate with Council Fire and grow the partnership between us. To Butcon, a partnership means growing our relationships and moving forward together through the good and challenging times. Working with this talented group of people, we want to continue to help one another thrive in this constantly changing world, supporting one another through this project and in the future. We're extremely grateful to Council Fire for providing us this opportunity to talk to all of you about the project and how significant it is. Significant not only to the Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Toronto, but to the entire nation. I want to thank everyone who contributed to the preparation of the Legacy Gathering. We are grateful to have been part of this important process and look forward to the use of the Spirit Garden for this incredible community. We have a couple booths down there if you want to come see us and say hi and learn more about it. And as I sign off, we actually have a quick 2-minute video, time-lapse video of the project, some key parts of the project for you guys to take a look at. Thank you. Miigwech.
That was an amazing video. That's the first time I've seen that one. We are going to show one more video, and then it's going to be the fly-through that we would play last year, saying this is what it's going to look like when it's all done. So we're going to play the fly-through, and then we're going to take a stage break and get ready to come out on the square and with the big mics. And so get ready if you want to talk to us. So one more video, and then we'll be back.
Way, ah, way, ah, yo.
all of these great visions that people have had for what the Spirit Garden is going to look like have come to fruition. And on Monday, the unveiling of the Spirit Garden back here, you're going to see the culmination of all that work that's gone on by so many different people and bringing their minds together to create something very beautiful. In our world, we never call this a commemoration or a monument. We don't call them those things. I guess the best thing I could call it would be a landmark, something that's there to help people to be able to learn from, something that's there to ensure that there's a proper way of being able to educate and for people to be able to take back something that belongs to them and to be able to use. And so different cultures are there, different ways of being able to see things. But at the end of the day, it's all about peace and harmony. And it's about the Spirit Garden and that space that's there, that sacred space that's going to be there. So it's going to be great. We're going to take a couple of minutes break, about 5 minutes, and we're going to hit the floor. We are going to come around and we're going to talk to people about what they've experienced to date, yesterday, today, anything they'd like to be able to say. And you will be transported up here to the big screen. So we did this last year. We went around to all the booths last year. People talked to us. We had a lot of good conversations. We asked people why they came to this event. You know, we asked a lot of different questions. And so we're going to do that again today. It'll help us. We should be started by about 10:30. We'll do about an hour and change, and we'll come back just before lunch. But it's your opportunity to be able to be on the big stage. And it's your opportunity to give your opinion on this kind of work that takes place, because it takes place everywhere, not just here. It should be taking place in every one of our communities. It should be taking place in the cities, the towns, everywhere, because that's what was prescribed by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to be able to say, this is what we've got to do to make things better. And so it should be happening everywhere. So we're going to find out from you what you think, and we'll be there in about 5 minutes or so. But you'll enjoy yourself on the big screen.
To live in the city with the coffee shops and little bars and the sirens and the busy cars. That's all I thought I'd need. I never was somebody's girl, so forgive me if I'm a little scared to give this thing a whirl. But honey, you know that you're making it easy. Still I'm confused. I've lost myself. Changing into something new. I don't recognize myself in the mirror, and there's nothing you could do for me that would make this any clearer. No. Still I'm confused. I've lost myself.
I'd make all of my ladies wear high heels. I would be the leader in every dance there is, and every stubborn dancing queen would follow me. If I were a man, I could do anything that I desire. I'd be the man in mankind and the universal he. I'd never go out on a limb because I'd be the tree. If I were a man, I'd be in the boys' club. I would be so masculine. I'd conquer all the ladies with force or gallantry. I'd hold you in my arms just so that you could hold me if I were a man.
Good morning. Hey, are we live up there on the screen? We're going live on the screen, so if you'd like to be able to give me your name.
Yeah, Eric Walkinson Wakagijig. I work at Council Fire, and today for the event I'm doing the media coverage, so talking to all the local news stations around the city and helping them get around and talk to a lot of our amazing vendors and performers today.
Great. Can you tell us why media is so important to cover an event like this, and how far-reaching do you think the media should be?
Yeah, absolutely. This is my fourth time doing this event, second time working directly in the media. It's been so cool to see just how many local and like CNN, all the way up to CNN, all the way down to the local level with City TV and things like that coming out. Everybody always wants to come out and get their cameras on us and listen to us and talk to us. And we always direct them to our vendors and people like that so that they can not only just talk about the event, but talk about themselves and the amazing things that they're doing in the community with their art and things like that. Because I think that the most important thing, in my opinion, when it comes to the media, is talking directly to those type of people, the vendors and the performers, and hearing just their stories.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Continue with the good work.
Thank you, Gordon.
All right. So we're going this way to meet with Ava Hill, who is going to do an interview over here.
Been cut deep. Each scar tells a story. Lost in the serenade.
Hi, everybody. I'm over here at one of the workshop tents. Not too close, I guess. One of the workshop tents on language. And I've got here Patty Chris John and Chastity Jenner Kishik. And they're going to tell us a little bit about what's going on here in their tent. If you look in the back, you can see a big sign that says Identity Through Language. And you know, we've been talking with the research, with the recognition of the residential school survivors about how they weren't allowed to speak our own language when they were taken to those schools. And there's a big movement now for everybody to learn the language. And I'm going to pass it to Patty so you can tell us a little bit about your program and Chastity.
Okay. Yamako. So for the next 3 days, we have our tent, and we're promoting 3 languages. Onyadaaga, which in English is called Oneida, also Anishinaabe, and Cree. So we have 3 programs every day. We have a little circle where people can join in and learn. We have a schedule here, and we just want to help promote our languages to non-Indigenous people, to let them know how diverse we are and how many different languages there are, and why it's so important to promote our language and see how it is connected to the land. And it's just very important for our young ones, because we did Many generations lost the language, not everyone. We have enough to gain it back, and we're working on that. So please drop by.
Ani bonjour, ni gani kwe indigo chastity gender kisha indigenous cause and wapjashi and dodem. Ojibwe Anishinaabe Oneida and Scottish and Dow Neashiming Donjaba Mede Queen Dow Miigwitchki Bijak Nongwa Gaje Manado Gimijang Anishinaabe Mwin Jagana Shimin Jana. My name is Chastity. I'm traditional medicine practitioner, and I've been a language teacher for a long time, 35 years. So, thank you, Miigwet. Thank you. So, I'm representing Ojibwe and Anishinaabe. So there's many dialects in Ojibwe from our different communities, and many of them are unique. You know, some of us say things longer or put something on the beginning. There's different structure. But I'm representing Neashknaming, Chippewas and Alewish First Nations. And I have resources, and I'm also going to have between 3 and 5. I'm gonna teach a song in an Ojibwe, and my husband's gonna do some storytelling. And we're here to help. So I have lots of resources, and I have a list of them. If you're just learning your language, we have lots of resources, all of us. Oh, and we're selling T-shirts with our different languages. So there's Oneida, Ojibwe, and Cree, and they all say something almost the same, a little bit different. But every child matters. Yeah, so miigwech.
Nyawa, Patty and Chastity. They've got a lot of resources. Maybe we can take a quick scan of the camera on it. When I was looking at this too, I know that some communities they're playing, I know in our community they play the bingo, radio bingo in the language. I'm from Six Nations and they do it in Mohawk. And come on in. Susie wants us to come on in. You want to talk, Susie? Ashtem means come in. Okay, we're going to teach. We're going to have a little lesson here.
Good morning, Menugashe Bayao. This is how we say hello, wache, or so long, it's the same word. And of course, we say nichi for friend. Astam nichi, come here, friend. And this display is about language as well. It tells you on a map what is spoken along the coast of James Bay and in the Hudson's Bay. We have 2 dialects, the N dialect and the L dialect. Of course, my friend here, Niji, Clara speaks the L dialect and I speak the N. And we understand each other when we speak. And all the animals that are found in the area are here. Of course, the Wawate is beautiful. My nephew Sam took the picture. So, this is the residential school that we both attended in Fort Albany. And I was in the student council, and I'm in the middle there in one of the pictures. And Clara and her brothers went to Fort George as well. This is a picture of my dad. And he used to be a guide, and he was also a trapper. So everything is quite diverse, and we have 6 seasons instead of 4 seasons up north, and it represents all the life cycle of everything up there. And these are our handouts, and we also have syllabics, and that's a style that we use for writing. 1 symbol per syllable. And it was, I'm told it was invented by Reverend Evan I don't quite remember his name now, but it was in the 1800s, and he tweaked some of the symbols that we already had in existence. So we have the Eastern and the Western style of writing. Yeah. I'm not going to go into detail, but I'm glad you came by.
Miigwech, Susie, or Nyawa. And these are some of the residential survivors, and when they went to those residential schools, they weren't allowed to speak their language, so I'm so glad that you're now here in the language tent and teaching it to other people. So, Miigwech, ladies. Come on, visit the language tent. There's lots of good stuff going on here. Okay, on to the next. Where's Gord?
Did you get your fill of your thrills? Better put down the pill.
Good morning. I'm here with Jordan's principal from Toronto Council Fire with these young ladies, and I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Serenity Timmons, and I am a Jordan's Principal Navigator with Toronto Council Fire.
Hi, my name is Marwa Hano. I am also a Jordan's Principal Navigator at Toronto Council Fire.
Can you explain to everybody what Jordan's Principle is and how it works?
For sure. Jordan's Principle is a legal order with the Government of Canada. It is an initiative to uphold and meet the needs of Indigenous children. So that could be educational, health, cultural, and social needs, but it's basically individual and a case-by-case basis.
So how do people go ahead and do applications, or how do they apply for this? How do they get to this program?
They would usually go through us as navigators, but unfortunately right now we are at full capacity, so we're not accepting applications. But what we're doing in this booth right now is we're teaching people how to self-navigate so they could complete the application on their own.
Okay, so where does Jordan's Principle come from, and what's its roots, and how does it get to be?
Thank you so much for asking that question. I think the true meaning of Jordan's Principle was it's a namesake after this young boy, Jordan River Anderson. He was a First Nation boy from Norway House. First Nation. And unfortunately, he died in the care at hospital because he couldn't return to his home community. So that was because there was disputes between the provincial and federal government. So the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society wanted to put an end to this dispute. So that's where Jordan's Principle came to be, so no other Indigenous children have to suffer in between and fall between the cracks.
So what was this dispute that you're talking about between the federal and provincial government?
So as many of you know, First Nations people are federal beings and entities, but with receiving care, it often falls between being provincial versus federal. So there's like that dispute between government, whether it's provincial care or federal.
Yes, funding, and that's been a long time problem, and we're thankful that Jordan's Principle has come to this place where families can get support. Can you tell us about the families that come to your forum, and what have you done to be able to help support them?
Marva, you know.
Okay. No, you actually got this.
So what do you want to know about the...
I want to know about the families who come to you, what supports have they been provided,
okay.
What makes an impact on their lives through this process.
Okay, so the families that come by Council Fire are urban Indigenous. They come from the GTA and they partake in the services this year. And a lot of the common applications that we submit for is like tutoring, food security, housing security, and it's basically anything that could help meet the needs of their children.
Do you think that Jordan's principle has helped change the lives of families in the urban area?
I would say yes, absolutely. I do think it's very beneficial. It does help a lot of people. Of course, everything does have its issues, but yes.
Okay. Any last thoughts about Jordan's principle? Any last thoughts about the work that you do?
Okay.
That you'd like the communities to know?
I would like to tell any family members out there not to be fearful to submit a request, that there are supports, whether it's not at Council Fire, but it could also be your First Nation or your political territory organization. There's always somewhere out there that could help you with an application, and there should also be no costs associated with receiving a support. So, miigwech and yawa.
Thank you very much. And this is Jordan's principle, and these are the navigators from Toronto Council Fire. And we thank you very much for your time.
We them bougie natives, got that custom made bling. We them bougie natives, new city, new sweet grass, new sage. We them bougie natives, pour my knowledge in my brain. We them bougie natives, new city, new sweet grass, new sage. We them bougie natives, you can holler at my name.
Okay, I'm over here with Natalie. Natalie works at the Toronto Council Fire, and this is the workshop for the teaching lodge. So for the TP. Sorry, TP teachings. TP teachings. So I'm going to ask Natalie, what's going on here? What are you teaching?
So over the 4 days, this way, sorry guys. We are going to be making teepee crafts. So Layla Rose actually designed one. Layla, if you want to show it.
These girls are a little shy.
Yeah. There's her teepee, isn't it beautiful? So we're designing teepees with the youth. Adults are obviously able to come in as well. But basically we're just using the cardstock. They're making their designs and then putting in some little teepee poles. And then they can take them home. They're also doing a medicine workshop in this tent throughout the day with Ruth and Raven. She's actually also within the marketplace selling a lot of holistic items. And then any youth that come by the tent are also receiving this beautiful orange t-shirt for free.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff here. Any kids? There's a little kid right there. Come and get a free t-shirt. Come here. You want a shirt? An orange shirt? Here's another one. What's your name?
Senan.
Senan? What's your name?
Kai.
Kai. Do you want a shirt? You got to wear it on Monday for Orange Shirt Day. You want to make some teepees? These girls will show you how to make some teepees. All right, so any other kids out there? They're giving free t-shirts over here, orange shirts if you don't have one. This is to the right of the stage, and it's at the TP Teaching Workshop. And there'll be workshops ongoing all day, or are there just set times? Kids can just come and go?
It's set times, so it is on the programs that we also have throughout the square. And then the medicine workshop will always be set times as well.
Okay, good. Thanks so much, Natalie.
Know that I wanted her until I came home by myself. And I didn't know that I needed her until I woke up and I fell for once lonesome for once lonesome for once lonesome.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm here with the Indigenous Diabetes Health Circle. And I'm interviewing these young ladies this morning because diabetes is pretty rampant in our world. And these young ladies here are trying to help people to be able to get to a place where they know more about what's happening to themselves and how to be able to look after themselves. So could you introduce yourselves for us, please?
I'm Kathleen Laforme, the Traditional Wellness Coordinator at IDHC.
Anin Degwagi Indigenous cause, Wishkikamong and Jobo and Donjaba. Now I know there at sunrise ceremony this morning, there was a lady that was talking into the microphone. She said, "Wow, I sound really slow." And now I know what she feels like. So, Anin, my name is Autumn. I'm from Kerr Lake First Nation, and I am here with our team at the Indigenous Diabetes Health Circle. And we provide a lot of great resources from traditional wellness program that Kathleen supports, as well as foot health. So we provide ongoing clinics to Indigenous community members, as well as supporting subsidy sites. And we're really proactively involved in lower limb preservation. In addition, what we have today here in the teepee is a really innovative technology. So we partnered with Vision Loss Rehabilitation Canada to offer diabetic retinopathy screening in Indigenous communities. So individuals who may or may not be living with diabetes have an opportunity to come in and have their eyes scanned. It's a portable fundus camera, and we take 4 images of an individual's eye, and then we run it through AI technology. And so within a matter of minutes, depending on internet connectivity, an individual will screen either positive or negative for diabetic retinopathy. So should an individual screen positive, then our partner at Vision Loss Rehabilitation connects them with an ophthalmologist close to their home to take care of their treatments. So that's a little bit about of our organization, and he's like, enough. He's trying to take the mic away.
Get it back. Can you tell me how long you've been doing this work, and do you travel all over, or how do you communicate the work that you're doing?
So Indigenous Diabetes Health Circle has been around since 1997, formerly known as SODI, the Southern Ontario Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative. And so yes, we travel all over to different places. We have a lot of virtual programming now because of COVID, but we cover all of Ontario now. Right. So, and I've been with the organization for 23 years now. So.
Excellent. Do you have a lot of people that stop by here, and do you have people come in? They take your information, and so maybe you can tell us what information that you have to be able to help people.
Yeah, we have had lots of people stop by the booth, and actually we ran out of resources yesterday. So we had some team members that were coming up, and we had them bring some extra resources with them today. So, but in addition to what's on the table, other than the eye care screening that's taking place, is that we have our annual report. I'd really encourage everybody to visit www.idhc.life. All of our resources are free, and they're downloadable, and you can register to programs. So the traditional wellness program that Kathleen shared earlier, you set up virtual one-on-ones to be able to connect to your wellness.
Thank you very much. And to anyone who wants to be able to learn more about the Indigenous Diabetes Health Circle, they should come over and visit. They have a lot of goodies to give away, but they have a lot of information as well. We just had a little chat about metformin, and for people who are on metformin, there are opportunities to get off that metformin in many different ways, so it's not a lifetime prescription that you have to deal with. And so I've already learned this from these young ladies right here. And so you get a chance, stop by. They're very hospitable, and you might even be able to get a chance to do the screening. Thank you.
Still in love. How I love
Hi, everybody. I'm over here at the teepees to the left of the stage, just starting at the left, and I'm here with Rachel. She's with the Thunder Woman Healing Lodge Society. So, woo! Yeah, you got fans. You guys got fans. She's got a beautiful lady sitting here behind her that are helping. They got some nice crafts here they're selling and some material. So, Rachel, tell us, what's the Thunder Woman Healing Lodge Society all about?
Well, it was the dream of our founder, Patty Pettigrew, and it is a way for the world to support Indigenous women who are in conflict with the law. And we have our healing lodge, we have outreach, we also help with housing, we do food support programs, we have our aftercare program, Daughters of the Earth. We do everything to support Indigenous women and the incarceration of Indigenous women.
Well, that is a big problem. We all know that there's far too many Indigenous women that are incarcerated. And, and it's because of the history and what's happened to our people. And it's something that I'm so glad that you are doing work to help them once they get back into society and helping them get reestablished. That's wonderful work. Now, I understand you guys I was at a groundbreaking ceremony a couple of years ago on Kingston Road. What did you build up at Kingston Road?
Yes, we're building another healing lodge on Kingston Road in Scarborough. We're still working on it. We don't have a definitive date, but we have another property that we acquired, which is really exciting. It belonged to the second Indigenous physician in Ontario, and we purchased the house and now we're renovating it, and that's going to be a part of our flag. It's going to be a flagship probably for the program. It's really exciting.
And I think that was, everybody calls him Dr. O. I talked to Patty, but he was also known as Dr. Peter Martin, who is from my community at Six Nations. Oh, that's exciting. Yeah, so whereabouts is that located?
It's on Carlton.
On Carlton Street, right downtown. Very good. Is any girl introduce?
Does anybody want to say hello?
Anybody else? Yeah? Oh, hi. She's just going to say hi. Well, welcome, girls. Keep up the good work. Come and visit the Thunder Woman Healing Lodge TP over here. Thank you so much, Rachel, and give my regards to Patty.
I will.
All right. Nyawa.
Big square we know, hey, Namoya, hey,
Hi, good morning. I'm here with Toronto, New York Regional Métis Council, and I'd like this young lady to introduce herself for us.
Hello, I'm Amy Tarian.
Why don't you tell us about what you have here, because obviously you have a display, and you have a teepee, you have all these things that are here. A lot of your colleagues are here, so can you give us a description of what's here?
Absolutely. So we are here in front of a teepee, but want to make sure that it's clear that that's not a traditional Métis dwelling. That was gifted to us by Council Fire, and it's our station here at the Indigenous Legacy Gathering. And we've got a number of sashes here on the table, and that would have been a traditional thing that our ancestors had. So you'll see some of us are wearing them around our waists, which is what our Voyageur ancestors would have done. They would have been used as a belt, maybe used as a backpack, used as a tow line or a rope. Maybe you'd use it as a sewing kit if you needed some thread. And we've also got some examples of beadwork. So the Métis are known as the flower beadwork people. Another more modern interpretation of that is dot art. So we've got some examples of that. That's a style of art that mimics beadwork. And also for folks who are interested, there are sashes of different colors here on the table. And the one that I'm wearing, the one here, is our Toronto York Region Métis Council sash. And so the colors all represent different things for our people. One of my favorites is the gray, and that represents the concrete and the urban environment here in Toronto, which maybe isn't a historic part of our Métis people, but it's part of the modern Métis people who live all across Ontario and Canada.
That's great. Can you tell me what the Toronto and York Regional Métis Council, what activities they undertake?
I can. Thank you for asking. So we're here to support the Métis citizens in the Toronto and York region area. And we do all sorts of things to help connect the community, help connect them to each other, help connect them to their culture. So we have beadwork courses, we do finger weaving, so traditionally the sashes would have been woven by hand. We have community celebrations. We've also done Voyager canoe paddles, so to bring people together out on the land and on the water and experience what maybe their ancestors would have done years ago. And we're a connection to the Métis Nation of Ontario and our entire nation across the province.
Thank you. You seem pretty busy in all the work that you do and all the beautiful sashes and maybe you could tell us about your instrument too.
Absolutely. So fiddling and jigging is a large part of Métis culture, and we've got a fiddle here on the table, and it's not just going to be there on the table. Over by the entrance to City Hall, we have a bunch of fiddles, and they are just waiting for your hands to come and make some music. So we invite everybody to come over and visit us and learn to play a tune or two on the fiddle.
So you're giving lessons? Good, good. So anybody wants to come and learn how to fiddle, there's lessons being provided. Anything else you want to tell us about the work that you do, your colleagues, anything else that you have that you think is important for people to know?
How much time do we have? I think... Oh, here, I thought it was original. Well, just to say we've got a great community of folks here, as you can see. We're happy to chat with you more about Métis people and culture, and have a marvelous day.
Great, thank you. This is the Toronto and York Regional Métis Council.
Okay, everybody, I'm over here in front of the teepees, but while I was wandering around, I ran into an old friend of mine. Richard Jock, who I lovingly call Dick, is from Akwesasne, and he's here today. He's worked at Akwesasne. He's worked at the AFN, didn't you? You worked in the government. He's always worked in the health field, and now he's living and working in British Columbia. And I said, well, what are you doing here? So maybe you can tell me a little bit more about some of the work you've done, Dick, and then what brings you to Toronto and to the Nathan Phillips Square today.
Thanks. I was on an overall trip, and I found the opportunity to come to this event. I think I've been here about 3 times in the course of its history, and I just make every effort to be here because it's such an important and well-organized event. I would say part of my interest comes from some of the work that you talked about with Indian residential schools at the Assembly of First Nations. The focus for many, many years, the achievement of the recognition and settlement agreements, but I would say more importantly, providing support to residential school survivors. And I really see that a strong focus here, and I just love to be part of anything that advances that. But I also think that this is probably one of the best events across Canada, so it's always a pleasure to be here.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Say that to Council Fire for the fine work they do. And are you sticking around for the opening of the Spirit Garden?
Yes, and I just peeked over the fence at it. It's really stunning, and I think that it's important for the City of Toronto to have this recognized in such a prominent way. And I think it's important for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit to feel that and to have a safe spot here in the city.
Well, that's going to be Orange Shirt Day, and I know that there's events going on all across the country, coast to coast to coast, going to paint this country orange. So do you have a message for people about what Orange Shirt Day means for people and what it means to you?
Well, one of the things that I think is really important with Orange Shirt Day is all of our allies that you see coming to these events. And I think they are dropping their guard and willing to learn and to intermingle and to experience. And I think that all takes us towards that vision of the Orange Shirt Day, which is to accept people where they are fully, and we have much work to get there.
Well, that's good, and that's what I think part of reconciliation about is people educating themselves and making themselves more aware of our history and our culture and the pride that we all carry, especially when we're at lacrosse games, eh? We got to mention lacrosse, but I'm talking to another Haudenosaunee. Okay.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Richard. Thanks so much for taking some time to talk to us.
Good morning. I'm here at the fire this morning that's been burning since the beginning of this legacy gathering, and I'm here with these two gentlemen, and I'm going to ask them to be able to first identify themselves, give us their names, and then I'm going to ask them about the fire, and I'm going to ask them about the responsibilities that they take on here. So, if you could introduce yourselves for the record.
Bonjour, Wachik, and I'm keeping it seen Ben and in the Shinakas, Mahikan do them. My Indian name is Thunderbird Man. I come from a wolf clan, and I'm originally from Attawabascut First Nation, north of James Bay area. And yeah.
Honey, everybody, I'm Kevin Myron. I'm a Dakota from Burthill, Manitoba. I work at Toronto Council Fire as a community uncle and cultural support.
So maybe you can tell everybody here why this fire has to run for the 4 days of this event that's going on.
Well, what we have that's this sacred fire, we started it yesterday morning, and we did an offering of the prayers and the ceremony of the pipe and also the drumming. And it represents that it should be going on for 4 days for the spirits and the helpers and our ancestors to be here with us and to guide us and give us strength and guidance. And so.
Thank you. Maybe you could tell me, how does this fire get started and how do you maintain it for this 4 days?
Well, the first thing we have to do is we make sure we got to have enough men for firekeepers, because that's part of their role. Is to keep that fire, right? And when we started that fire, there was tobacco offered, right? So before we even lit it, and this fire itself, this particular fire, it wasn't started with a match, and it wasn't started with a lighter. We didn't use paper, right? We had Darren McGregor come in, right? And he used flintstone, right? And he used moss, right? And we did that fire the old way. We're trying to keep that the way we do things. Trying to keep that going, right? So he lit it in a good way, and he said a prayer for everybody that's going to come to this event, that they have an opportunity to visit the fire. There's a lot of stories that get told here, right? And some of them, it can bring up a lot of emotions, right? So we have cedar at the fire here, we have tobacco, and that's what that's for. So our elders and our community members will come grab that cedar, right? And they'll put those thoughts, those things they're sad about, those emotions, those memories, and they'll put it in that cedar and they'll offer to the fire, right? So that those memories are acknowledged, right? And that's what that fire is for. It's not just for keeping you warm, right? In the morning when we do our sunrise ceremonies, this fire has to be here. And they come in and they offer the strawberries to the fire. They offer that food. They offer that tobacco, right? And then our fire keepers here, they have to be the best of warriors. They got to be the kind men, right? Because they got to be able to know how to handle people's emotions when they come. They got to be able to give someone a hug if they need it. They got to be able to offer that smudge if they need it. So when you see this fire, you're welcome to come to the fire. You're welcome to offer your tobacco. Even if you're a non-native, you can offer that tobacco for us. You can offer that tobacco for what we're going through. You can offer that tobacco for you taking the time to learn about who we are and what we're going through as a nation.
Thank you. Have you been a firekeeper for a long time? And if you are, the other thing you can tell me is how many men are required, or how many people, I should say, are required to keep this fire going 24 hours a day?
Well, I've been a firekeeper about maybe, I'm going to say about 3 years or so, and it's a big responsibility. You have to keep it going, make sure that you put your wood there, and then just to watch over it, right, and just to keep that the prayers going and the healing going, and like what my brother said here, Kevin, it's a big responsibility, and we need about at least 2 or 3 people sometimes, right? Some of them will have to take a break, or or even 2 people too, right? So it all varies, right? And so you have to, for example, like yesterday, we had to do shifts, right? There's 3 shifts that people have to do, right? When we started in the morning from 7 all the way till 1, and from 1 to 8, and from 8 till 1, and go forth, right? So we have to keep these rotation going in that, and so yeah, because great, you guys, and don't forget to come over here and offer your prayers for your loved ones or for yourselves, and you're more than welcome to do that, right? And so I also work at the Council Fire. I work as a food bank coordinator over there, and it's a beautiful, beautiful place, organization, and there's it's always good. So Minguech.
Thank you, gentlemen, and just a reminder to everybody that's on the grounds here that this is open to anybody that wants to come here, and they have that opportunity. And so you see over here the medicines that are available to you. You can come at any time. You can talk to anybody here. You can do anything yet you want in this place, because this is available to everybody to be able to help ourselves and to be able to help our families. So thank you, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Okay, I'm over here at another TP, the Anishinaabe Homes TP, and I've got Karen with me here. She's going to tell us a little bit about what Anishinaabe Abbey Homes is all about.
Hi, good morning. Anishinaabe Homes is a organization that helps deal with homelessness and just the underhoused. They have several locations across the city. We have a brochure over here that lists all the addresses for the homes that they have. And you can go down and meet with a coordinator, and they can help you fill out the application and apply to get a home. They have furnished rooms as well as 1 and 2 bedrooms and bachelor apartments.
And is Wigwam and Home part of the Anishinaabe Homes too? Is that or is that separate?
It's separate.
It's separate? Yeah, I know that's a apartment building beside the Native Canadian Center, eh? Yes. Well, I think it's great that you're doing because there are so many Indigenous people here in the city. And do you help the homeless people too?
Yes, they can come and make an application.
Okay, and where's your office located?
On Church Street.
Okay, and what going on at some crafts?
Some things if somebody would like to come by and take.
We've got a little one here right now says making something.
And it's a bracelet making.
She's making a bracelet. What's your name?
Siana.
Siana? Are you having fun today?
Yeah.
Yeah? Where's your orange shirt?
It's in my hometown.
You're going to wear it on Monday, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And Frances is the president. Is she the president of Anishinaabe Abbey Homes? Yes. She loves to talk on the mic, I know, because she's an old friend of mine. So maybe we'll come back. Is she going to be around later?
Not today, but hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I think you guys are doing wonderful work, and you're also a part of TASK?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, maybe just a little word about what TASK is.
TASK is a collaboration of all the organizations. I guess they head a lot of the organizations.
Yeah, in Toronto, because it says TASK is Toronto. I'm reading your shirt. Toronto Aboriginal Support Services Council, and they bring together, I think, on all of the services and the organizations within the city that work for help our Indigenous people.
Yes, yes, that's right. That's it.
Thank you so much, Karen, for taking the time.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Hi, good morning. I'm here with a couple of guests that have come to the Indigenous Legacy Gathering, and maybe you could introduce yourselves for us.
I'm Shirley Green. Valerie Gow.
I'll ask you, why did you come to this event, to this Legacy Gathering today?
My daughter told me about it, and because we didn't see anything on TV or anything, and she said, you would love to go to this, Mom. So I'm here because of that and because of the connection I've had for quite a few years through my husband and his family.
Okay.
Yes, and yeah, my nephews are Indigenous, and Mom's husband was Indigenous, and so just wanted to see how. I hadn't heard of this before. Is this the first?
7 years.
7 years. Yeah.
So what have you got out of this so far? You've been here for a while. What have you learned? I want to share with people.
I am just so happy how far you've come so far. This is wonderful. If my oldest daughter was still alive, she would be so happy to know how far you have come. Since the 80s, even.
Oh, yes.
Since the 80s, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what have you learned from this, or what have you taken out of this so far?
I think you've done an amazing job of creating this space, and I was actually really coming for the garden, but I know it's not opening till Monday, but just beautiful job.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies. I hope you're going to stay around for the rest of the day, and if you have the opportunity, come back on Monday for the launch of the Spirit Garden. You'll love the Spirit Garden.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah, yeah.
Did you see all the videos this morning of the Spirit Garden?
Yes.
Yes. 70 years in the making.
70. Well, that's a good number.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm here now with Jennifer from the Native Canadian Centre of Toronto. I know where it's located because when I first moved here as a late teenager, I hung out at the Native Canadian Centre. I used to play basketball there, and then I'd go down to the Silver Dollar. But tell us, what are some of the programs you have now? What activities are going on at the center? I think it's one of the oldest centers in the city.
Absolutely, yeah, it is one of the oldest centers. They've been operating in Toronto now for 60 years. Their first location was located on Beverly Street, and they just started on Spadina now, Spadina and Bloor. So we cater to community for all ages, from early ons to our seniors department, and everywhere in between. We have adult case management. We have our healing our communities, which is my department, and I work with in the harm reduction and health navigating, as well as our seniors, and we take care of our elders next door in the terrace.
You also have a nice gift shop there, I think, don't you?
We do, yeah. The gift shop is actually in their original location again. What else do we have? Oh, our lunch program. Every day, Monday to Friday, hot meal for everybody.
I remember the first center actually on Beverly Street, and I remember the first time I went to New York City was on a bus trip that Pat Turner was one of the ones that organized that. So, you've been helping people in the city for many, many years, and it's really great. Don't you also have? I remember they used to have a great big Christmas party.
We still do our Christmas party every December, where it's open to the families. They take registration in November. I believe that's when they open. And also Thursday evenings, we have our weekly drum social.
So do you still have basketball on the weekends?
No, we don't have basketball, but you know what? I might look into that.
I remember playing basketball there on the weekends and really spraining my ankle very bad one time. So you got some stuff here. You got some swag bags. Maybe you can tell we can encourage people to come over so you don't have to pack them up and take them all back.
Right? Yeah, please help yourself. Free swag bags has info about the center, the programs. There's a water bottle inside. And yeah, that's about it.
All right. Thanks so much, Jennifer. Nice talking to you. Okay. Keep up the good work. Nyawa. You're going to see yourselves up here on the screen. You're over there. Now turn around and come back and look at me. Okay, first of all, I'm going to ask this young lady here to tell us why they're here and who she is and what's happening.
My name is Emile Sasili. I'm here with OPSU Childcare. We have a conference this weekend. So these are the children that we take care of for the weekend. But some of them are from Toronto and some of them from out of Toronto. And I thought it would be a great opportunity for them to come and learn about residential school and why it's important for us to celebrate reconciliation. So I'm going to give you back the mic and you may ask them some questions. Thank you.
Okay, who could tell me anything about residential schools?
I do. Brina?
Hold on to the mic.
Oh, sorry. The residential schools used to hurt the Indigenous children. So, yeah. I'm from Thunder Bay, by
Okay. And your name?
Adonis. Residential schools used to hurt children and take their orange shirts away from their grandmothers. That's all I know.
Yes, one lady lost her orange shirt. That's how Orange Shirt Day started.
My name is Danon. Residential schools used to take kids away from their families and force them to learn a different language and take away their birthright.
Yes.
Residential schools, kids were
taken from their homes and they were put into these schools all over Canada, and they were abused and they were forced to learn another language. And yeah.
Yes, taken from their homes by force, moved to different places, not allowed to speak their languages, not allowed to follow their customs, and separated from men and between the boys and the girls.
The woman who started the Orange Shirt Day was named Phyllis Webstad, and her grandmother had just bought her a new orange shirt just for it to be taken away and destroyed in front of her.
Absolutely, that's an absolute story. Thank you very much. So let me get a big shout out from you, say. Because this has got to be really good stuff. A really happy day. What do you want to say that's really happy? Just say, yeah.
Every child matters!
Woo! All right. Thank you very much.
A pleasure. Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a good knowledge. Thank you. Take care, eh? Good one. Good.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. Nice to meet you as well. And you down there.
Politician man, don político. Politician man, don político.
I've been quiet, I know. I've been underground, coming up out of nowhere. I came from a ghost town. Started super low, started super slow. A 2% chance of me making it out, like the milk that I drink, like a rhythmic flow. Hey, look, as I grow, I put on a show. Give me that dough. So I hopped on a train to Toronto. Put my heart out in the studio. On the microphone to a radio. Now, give me that beat though. Every day trying to get some more pays. So you better pay attention. The boy from Nunavut, about to make an entrance. The boy from Nunavut, hey, the boy from a small town, from the Hudson Strait, making it all the way through every big city to shut it all down. No matter what I see, no matter where I am, hey, I'll always be the boy from Nunavut, hey, the boy from Nunavut, the boy from Nunavut. I'll always be the boy from Nunavut, the boy from Nunavut, from the Hudson Strait. I'll always be the boy from Nunavut. Came from a place where I was always myself. Now that I've left, just keep being myself. Never want to change, never want to doubt the choices I made without being left out. My views go from north to south. Had to change a lot with a different speaking mouth. Always kept my word on, making it sound. About to break it down in every major town. The boy from Nunavut, hey, the boy from a small town, from the Hudson Strait, making it all the way through every big city to shut it all down. No matter what I see, no matter where I am, hey, I'll always be the boy from Nunavut, hey, the boy from Nunavut, the boy from Nunavut. I'll always be the boy from Nunavut, the boy from Nunavut, from the Hudson Strait. I'll always be the boy from Nunavut.
Hey, namli maatu sauza aftugu. Uvaguli maatu sauza aftugu. Binu gata. Tachuminga sapalit jangitu. Kapyane hangkama. Okay? Alright, okay.
The boy from Nunavut. The boy from Nunavut. I'll always be the boy from Nunavut. The boy from Nunavut. From the Hudson Strait, I'll always be the boy from Nunavut, the boy from Nunavut, the boy from Nunavut, the boy from Nunavut.
I wanna live, I wanna give. I've been a miner for a heart of gold. It's these expressions I never give that keep me searching for a heart of gold. And I'm getting old.
First of all, this morning, let me extend my thanks and acknowledgments to everybody who took place in the on-camera interviews and discussion that we had this morning. It was very well undertaken. A lot of information that's provided by the booths that are here. We interviewed people that were just simply here to be able to learn. And our last little group that we had of the children, I was amazed that that young little girl was able to tell us the story of the orange shirt. And so it tells us really clearly that our young people all know a little bit about what happened with residential school, but they're here to learn more. And I think that's what we are all trying to do here as we move forward, is to learn more, to get more information out there to the general public. I'm sure that most of our communities and our people know what's the story is with residential schools, but the public education process is an important one that we have. So this morning, as we said, we did an hour of interviews. It helps us. We remind people that we keep those interviews on record, so they're there, and at some point we might be able to utilize those for some of the promo stuff that gets done. So it's there, and it's important work, and it's important contribution that people make. And as a reminder, again, from the interview with the fire this morning with the fire keepers, that space is open to everybody. And anybody that wants to go into the fireplace may do so. There are medicines there. There's tobacco, sage, cedar. Everything is available to you. If you want to go in, if you want to burn that, if you just want to talk to people, if you want to do something for your families, it's available to you. It's there for you. So this morning, we're about at that time. We're going to take an early break. It's about 11:35. We'll be back at 12:30. As you notice, we're continuing to push all these clouds by, and so by the time we come back, the sun is going to be shining. Everybody's going to be happy, and we've got a lot of activity this afternoon from a lot of groups that are coming for dancers and entertainment, and we will see you at 12:30.
He left me round, tore up, back in Detroit City, singing them low-down, Motown, Motor City blues. He blew my mind in Tulsa, blew me off in Georgia, left me in a storm in Santa Cruz. When it comes to love, you just can't give up. You just hold on, hold out, and do what you gotta do. When it comes to love, you just can't give up. You just hold on, hold out, and do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. I done some time in Memphis, on my knees and helpless, drowning a beaten and broken heart in the Delta blues. He took my love in Austin, turned his back in Boston, left me in the rain in Baton Rouge.
Ayashka keep emoteje. Garbage na metawa kesa. Ota aski kawapaten oma. Tande buko etapiin. Kayas we know anos nesta igiwapataman o maski kasakitayan.
so much to be marveled. In this day and age, every road has been followed, every mistake's been made. But there's a lot to be desired, and I'll find myself inside memories still alive just behind my eyes. Seems the more I go, leaving home, looking for what I need's been buried in my soul. 'Cause I never heard a song sung quite like Elvis. Not much beats the sound of the pouring rain, and there's something in your kiss leaves me so helpless. You leave me breathless. You leave me breathless. So there's this voice inside, terrified, plagued with pride, resonating, sounding like my own. Then piece by piece, so suddenly, no subtleties, your beauty, it can bring me to my knees. 'Cause I never heard a song sung quite like Elvis. Now much beats the sound of the pouring rain, and there's something in your kiss leaves me so helpless. You leave me breathless. You leave me breathless. I'm always wishing on the times we had, wishing I could get you back. I'm always wishing on the times we had, wishing I could get you back. 'Cause I never heard a song sung quite like Elvis. Now much beats the sound of the pouring rain, and there's something in your kiss leaves me so helpless, and I can't help but see you again. And I can never see the sunrise too many times. Fall asleep with you under the northern lights, and there's something in your touch leaves me so helpless. You leave me breathless.
Just a reminder for everyone. Earlier, yesterday, we had Samantha Dockstader do a presentation, and she held her show in the planetarium. That's happening today as well. So today at 12 o'clock, she will be inside City Hall in the Rotunda. She's going to do the same thing about the planets and the star world that she did for us yesterday. So every hour, on the hour, from 12, 1, 2, 3, and 4, she's going to be in there. There is no charge. There's no fee to go in. It lasts for less than about 40 minutes. I think she said 45 minutes. It's something that you'll really get to see and really appreciate. So if you have the opportunity, drop in there. Start one at 12, one at 1, one at 2, and one at 3 o'clock. It's worth seeing. Okay? Thank you.
It was a Friday night, the buses start shaking, the feathers start waving, colors so amazing, the jingles start moving, moccasins moving, shook, rock the beach, yeah. It was a Friday night, the buses start shaking, the feathers start waving, colors so amazing, the jingles start moving, moccasins moving, shook, rock the beach, yeah. Shake your bustle leg. 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 It was a Friday night, the buses start shaking, the feathers start waving, colors so amazing, the jingles start moving, moccasins grooving, shook, rock the beach, yeah. It was a Friday night, the buses start shaking, the feathers start waving, colors so amazing, the jingles start moving, moccasins grooving, shook, rock the beach, yeah. Shake, 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 shake your bustle leg. Shake, 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 shake your bustle leg. Shake, 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 shake your bustle leg. Shake, 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 shake your bustle leg.
Eat your morals. 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 Eat your thoughts. Eat your thoughts. Eat your thoughts. Eat your thoughts. Your sinew. Your sinew. Your sinew. Your sinew. Your pith. Your My brain. Your meat. Your meat. I'm meat. Your meat.
I found myself just looking for you. Found myself just looking for you. Found myself just looking for the stars. I'm trying to find it, it's getting hard to clear the clouds. I lived in silence, but I don't wanna live in doubt. I'm seeing everyone, but most of y'all have let me down. I'm floating higher, but God is trying to test me now. So tell me, baby, am I the one to wear the crown? Found myself just looking for the stars. I know that it's painful, I know that it's dangerous. Ooh, something that I always want true. Found myself just looking for the stars. Self-doubt on my own now. Single mother paying bills, how? Built her own house. Looks like friends have went their own route. I guess this is the life that I am in. Dropping out, being honest, I know one day I'll be safe. Took a risk, can't be modest when they box you in a cage. Found myself just looking for the stars. Where it all falls, when there's no stars, I can never sleep. Darkness always creeps, for it might call. Where it all falls, this is the day that I'll feed my soul. When there's no stars, this is the day when the light must grow. I can never fall from the ground, so my eyes been closed. Burns all the bridges, I can't take it no more. This is the day that I'll feed my soul. This is the day when the light must grow. Far from the ground, but my eyes being closed. Burns all the bridges, I can't take it no more. It all falls when there's no stars. Found myself just looking for the stars. I can never sleep. Darkness always creeps, for it might come. Found myself just looking for the stars. When there's no stars. Found myself just looking for the stars. I can never sleep. Darkness always creeps, for it might come. Found myself just looking for the stars.
I ain't got no place to go. No way to sneak around this far from home. Home is lost, please hit my phone. I'll wait till morning. back to your place, you said it's alright. Is it alright? Take me back to your place, you said it's alright. Is it alright? All night. Take me back to your place, you said it's alright. Is it alright? All night. Take me back to your place, you said it's alright. Is it alright? Is it alright? So hit me with my sense. Is it alright? Treat me like the dead soil.
Granny speak high slot kalababa, high slot go rock you out. And my boo is dead, he died and be I'm a little hey yo guy. March the street like Mardi Gras. Say la vie comme c'est comme ça. Warrior baby, Yaksuya. Long hair don't care, come rock with us.
Longer than Danny DeVito. Having so rich with the stilo. Buck with swell boy like Steve-O. I'll take my chances, baby, casino. Tell him I'm rolling them sevens. And I've been rolling 11s. Barbecue fish when life done with me lemons. Don't at me, my niche, you can finish your breakfast. Woo! That ain't my cup of tea, you sipping. Don't mind me, I'm minding my business. In the belly of the beast, still kicking. I'm something else, cause your boy built different. Liberated what I'm burning. Yeah, now you can love it or hate it. Yeah, but I come from that greatness. Way before I sold your boy, stunning them haters, baby. I'm on Indian time. I know I'm a stuff, right? I'm a shine. No keen in my veins. My cousin talk game and told me to read in between all the lines. Woo! Something's gotta give. It's a curse and a gift. It is what it is. Boy, you can tell from my everyday feeds. We the best kids. Come on. Ay, cause I'm something else, yeah. Know yourself in the big house, yeah. We stand and rock the bells, yeah. Rebel in my regalia. Cause I'm something else, man. Free smoke in the smokehouse. Damn, mama, there go that man. Land back, I will, I am. Goddamn. I'm something else, man. I'm something else, damn. I'm something else, man. I'm something else,
No sing-alongs, no church bells. Best believe that I'm something else. Oral tradition I could barely spell. I think you know, man, I'm something else. Laying back, it ain't for sale. You man, bro, well, I'm something else. You for me, oh well, I don't need you. I got myself. I'm unsigned and you tongue-tied. Never signed my life on the dotted line. I'm a bad and a fun guy. Got killers all in my bloodline. Out with friends in the crunch time and I'm trends on my timeline. But I'll tell you something I can get behind. These bad on the front line, like off the rails. Rags boy with painted nails. I know me, I know nothing else. And the ones that don't call us something else. We rock the boat, who rock with us? Take a look around, who with us? Your eyes will tell a little something else. Look at the way that they look at us. Goddamn.
Cause I'm something else, yeah. Know yourself in the big house, yeah. We stand and rock the bells, yeah. Rebel in my regalia. Cause I'm something else, man. Free smoke in the smokehouse. Damn, mama, there go that man. Land back, I will, I am. Goddamn. I'm something else, man. I'm something else, damn. I'm something else, man.
Look at the way that they look at us. Goddamn. Look at the way that they look at us. Goddamn.
You don't know, baby, when you hold me and kiss me slowly, it's the sweetest thing. And it don't change. If I had it my way, you would know that you are. You're the coffee that I need in the morning. You're the sunshine in the rain when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Leave it all. Oh, I just wanna see. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I follow. No matter how far. If life is a movie, oh, you're
is the sunrise and those brown eyes. You're the one that I desire. When we wake up and then we make love, it makes me feel so nice. You're my water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the Tylenol I take when my head hurts. You're the sunshine of my life.
I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie, oh, you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, if you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you?
She's not quite an Indian girl. She's not quite a white girl either. Got her hands out to both worlds. What we gonna do about her? She's not quite an Indian girl. She's not quite a white girl either. Got her hands out to both worlds. What we gonna do about her? Put a bullet or a blanket out for her.
drummer, you can feel the beat of a distant drummer so strong with pride. Side by side, we shared a social changing time. Got you run as one now. It's begun. Feel the beat. Different drum and close our ranks and give our thanks to the spirit up above. It's our children's children I'm thinking of. They've got to know they can rise above 100 years of quiet fear and press for the mind. Got you run as one now. It's begun. Feel the beat of a different drum and close our ranks and give our thanks to the spirit up above. Brought us one down, it's begun. Feel the beat of a different drum and close our ranks and give our thanks to the spirit up above.
They taking a shot at my set, ayy, come at me, follow me. Bulletproof vest on my chest, yeah, come at me, follow me. Choke a chain tight in my neck, ayy, come at me, follow me. I run it till I'm out of breath, yeah, come at me, follow me. Fake
chasers, don't get it confused. Twitter fingers till their fingers bruise. Just let them talk. Schmooze. Sell you out for 1,000,000 views. I win, you lose. Cause I've been me and you still you. All of my friends are savages. Fashion me links, we fabulous. Red carpets under these activists. We ain't make it here by accident. Credit put me here to make a difference. And they thought that they could just cancel us. But I do this for my ancestors. The blood in my veins, no pressure. We poppin', they know this. No stopping me, this is my moment. All eyes on me, I know this. I got the vision, I'm focused. Tight circle, feel around me. Bad vibes don't stand around me. Real ones only know funnies. Cameras down, no photos.
Please, no photos.
They taking a shot at my set, ayy, come at me, follow me. Bulletproof vest on my chest, yeah, come at me, follow me. Choker chain tight on my neck, ayy, come at me, follow me. I run it till I'm out of breath, yeah, come at me, follow me.
Walking with my halo. Shit too thick for halos. 777. Till I'm big like yeah, yo. Fuck it up. Double up. Ride or die, never sucks. Him and they we trust. Yeah. All I know is to go hard. How you think I got the scars, boy? I'm from the land of a fall like where the wild things are, boy. It's the way I no last call, boy, I'm raising the bar. Just shot in the dark. If you pray that I fall, see the flash for the pick for a shot with a star. Follow me. I don't got time for no frenemies. Follow me. I do not fuck with your energy. Follow me. The rest is forever a part of me. It's fuck you and have a nice day, okay, don't bother me.
They taking a shot at my set, ayy, come at me, follow me. Bulletproof vest on my chest, yeah, come at me, follow me. Choker chain tight on my neck, ayy, come at me, follow me. I run it till I'm out of breath, yeah, come at me, follow me.
Taking a shot at my set, ayy, come at me, follow me. Bulletproof vest on my chest, yeah, come at me, follow me. Choker chain tight on my neck,
Good afternoon and welcome back to our afternoon activities on the main stage. I wanted to be able to again reiterate this morning that we had such good cooperation from everyone who took the time to be part of our main stage interviews. And again, tomorrow we'll be doing the same thing. We'll be going around talking to people. So I thank you for that. As we get ready to start our agenda this afternoon, I'm going to start this process this afternoon with the Aztec Dance Group. They've been part of Council Fire's event for a number of years. They bring an amazing amount of energy, and so you're going to feel that energy. And the beat and the rhythm that they provide is really contagious. And so if you find yourself getting the urge to dance, I think you should just go ahead and dance. So they'll be with us. This afternoon, they want to do something special as they begin. And as you know, one of the elders here in the community passed away recently. Her name is Pauline Shirt. And this afternoon, the Aztec dancers are dedicating their performance this afternoon to the son of Pauline Shirt. And so it makes it really special because they want to be able to do that, and honoring our people is always a good way of being able to continue to be able to move forward and bind those memories of all that work that Pauline did for the Toronto community. So the Aztec Dance Group, please.
Tlazokamati Ometeo Chimiwich. We are the community of Aztec dance. We want to thank you, all of you, to be here today. We want to honor all our ancestors, all this land, all this cold continent that was passed from our people before us. And now it's our responsibility to pass our traditions, to share our love, to share our brotherhood and sisterhood to all the community. So we want to dedicate also this dance to all the people that is suffering, the people that is sick in their mind, in their head. We want to put this kopal to all of them, all of us too, because all of us have some pain inside all the time. But we also want to thanks for the time that we are here. So we want to share this tradition, the Aztec dance that we call, as that was told to us, that is the pray in movement. So it's a circle that we dance around the drum, that the drum is our heartbeat in many cultures. And also in nature, because our heart has the beat that the drum has. So that's how we are sharing the first dance you saw. It was colibri, hummingbird, with tzitzili, which is the dance of the wheel. That little bird that is very strong. It's tiny, it's beautiful, but it's the only bird that can fly, can stand, can fly backwards, can flip over. And that means the will that we have, the will that we have in our life to change our life, to change our future, to change our relation with our community, with our governments, with our cities, with our Mother Earth. Chimiwich, Tlazokamati. So the next dance is Tlaloc. It's the dance of the water. We're offering this dance to the water, to all that, the element that is represented in us and the Mother Earth. And we're not calling the water today. We are thanking for the water in the world and to clean water. We are praying for clean water. It's the water that is gonna save us instead that we are putting poison on it and killing ourselves. So we are putting this dance into that water, into the water we have inside. Ometeo. ¿Es la misma? ¿Es la misma? Oh, Meteor. That dance name is Tonantzin. Tonantzin is our Mother Earth, so that was dedicated to our Mother Earth. So we're gonna end with the next dance is the fire, to balance the water and the fire. So we will have like a sunny afternoons for this event to honor our ancestors, our kids, the kids that had suffered, the people that are not with us, all that people that without injustice in their lives, they have been suffering and taken away from our communities. So, or our love to all that spirits that are nowadays somewhere else in the spirit world, and all the families and relatives, that are still suffering that consequences. O Meteo Tlazokamati. Los elementos. Antigua? No. No. Tlazocamati, thank you so much. The dance before was, this one was fire. We had another dance prior to that that was called Antigua. That is the ancestry dance. Antigua, the antique. So it's a dance offered to our relatives. Tlazocamati, Chimiwich, again to Council Fire. It's an honor for us and in representation of our community and our culture and our ancestry to be part of this event here with the brothers and sisters from this part of the continent. Thank you. Thank you for the bottom of our hearts. We have here our copal, our medicine, Chimiwich, Tlazocamati. Oh, Meteo.
And I appreciate the good message for Pauline Shirt.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's have a big round of applause for the Aztec dancers. Yes. Yes. Lots of good energy. I said in the beginning, I said they had a lot of good energy and they were contagious. I said, but I don't know when is the last time you danced for half an hour straight. And I don't know when the last time you danced with no shoes on cement either. It's all cement up here. And so that's the way that they dance. So it was good. And the smudge that they had is a really good smudge. Did you smell that? Could you smell that? There's eucalyptus as part of that. So good to breathe in. Good to be able to be good for you and for your health. So again, I acknowledged them because I talked to them as they left because of the reminder that one of the dances that they were doing was for Pauline Shirt and Pauline Shirt's son. So that's a good memory for us to be able to have in the work that she's done in the community. We're going to take a couple of minutes for the next setup for our next group to come up, but when we do that, we'll be ready ASAP.
Scream if you like. Yeah, break something. Whatever you do, I'll never judge you. I'll never judge you. Yeah, when the end comes.
Okay, there's a workshop going on right now with Solomon King. First tent on the left here. He's the sculptor of the turtle that's in the spirit garden, and he's got 3 spaces left if you want to go and make a ceramic turtle with him. And that's happening right now. First tent on the left. And what about Star Wars? Also, just as we're getting set up, the Star World teachings and the planetarium. Samantha Dockstader is giving sessions in the planetarium at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, right in the City Hall, if anybody's interested in that.
Touch my soul.
And 4 o'clock.
I'm forever.
There's also another TP making workshop going on in the second tent over here. The kids can go make teepees, and I think they were giving away free T-shirts a while ago. I don't know if they've run out already. And then right beside them is another workshop on language, on the different languages. They've got a lot of resources there. You ready? Okay. I too just want to acknowledge the Aztec dancers and their dedication to Pauline's shirt. I really miss her this year. I was thinking of her this morning when we were doing the ceremony, the sunrise ceremony, because she was always here, and we lost her last year. And we really miss her, and I appreciate the Aztec dancers also dedicating their dance to her. So let's all remember Pauline as we continue to celebrate over these next few days, because she was the main part of a lot of the work that we did here. Now it is my immense pleasure to introduce the Red Bear Singers. We're going to do some songs and hand drums. The Red Bear Singers, yeah, as they come out, they started singing together in a circle at Toronto Council Fire in 2018. And this was done as a way to continue the personal healing journeys of each individual member in a group setting. The group wrote their first song in 2018 titled A Way Back. And this song honors the children taken from their families and placed into foster care, orphanages, day schools, and residential schools. Since then, the group has worked on learning several community songs, including the 3 songs which can be heard on the Soundways app. The app is a part of the Toronto Transit Commission and the City of Toronto's Year of Public Art, a more beautiful journey landmark, extended reality audio installation. They've been singing here for a few years, and I think each year they look more beautiful and they sound better. So as they're getting situated, let's all give them a hand of applause for the Red Bear Singers.
We all moved over.
Oh no, we wanted that there. We wanted that there.
What? It's for Christine.
Oh, put her right in the. No, put her in the circle. No? She's part of the circle. Standing? Are you ready? Are yep. Standing or sitting? Do what you need to do. Okay, ready? Right. There we go.
Hey,
don't want you.
You're going to talk? Okay. Wache Misway, thank you for having us, the Red Bear Singers. I just wanted to take some time to introduce our group and give ourselves a break, a second. I just wanted to say how important it is that we really acknowledge these ladies in this circle here, because first of all, it takes a lot of courage for them to sing their leads. And I'm so proud of one in particular person today who sang her leads for the first time. Woohoo, Juanita! Juanita, woohoo! We're so happy and proud because it takes, you don't have any idea, I think, I don't know, how much it takes the courage to sing alone for that moment in front of people. And just keeping in mind that they're residential school survivors and day school survivors and 60 Scoop survivors, and having this time to really use their voice is really important to them, and I think for you all to hear. So here I have Pamela Carter. She's my teammate. She works at Toronto Council Fire. She's an intergenerational survivor. Both her parents went to Port Alberni residential school. And then we have Anna Croxon. She's a 60 Scoop survivor. And we have Veronica Rice. Her mother went to residential school. She's a 60 Scoop survivor. We have my beautiful auntie here. You can tell we're family. Yeah, can you? She's a residential school survivor, Mary Hukamawalini. And then we also have my wonderful teammate here, Erica Monaco, who's the most best ally to our community and to all our residential school survivors. She's worked closely with our survivors for how many years, Erica?
10 years.
10 years, over 10 years, and we always appreciate all the work that she's done with us. And then we have Claire Lutet, residential school survivor of Fort George, Quebec, and St. Anne's. And then we have Patricia Schuyler, who's a day school survivor. And then we have Rose Anderson, who's a residential school survivor of Spanish. And then we have my sister here, Susan Hunter, a residential school survivor also of Fort George, Quebec. Sorry, Fort Albany. And then we have our wonderful lead singer here. I love her. Juanita Scarlett? Scarlett, 60 Scoop survivor. And then we have our wonderful mentor, our youth mentor here, and we're so happy to have her. We've been trying to steal her back from rework again? Oh, okay. Anishinaabe Health. She'll be back eventually at Council Fire. But anyways, Danny Migawans. And what I want to say about Danny is she has a gift of gab. Yeah. She has a gift of gab, but she's a great singer. And she knows all the songs, and she's taught us so much, and we really appreciate her. And I just want to talk a little bit about this chair that's sitting here. This chair is one of our survivors who passed this year. We honored her in the circle today, Christine Shawana. Rose Anderson's sister, right, Rose? They both went to Spanish residential school together, and we're going to sing for her today. She might have told us that we weren't doing something right, but she's with us. We love her, and she'll always be with us. So I think we're ready to sing a few more songs. Thank you.
than the chaplain. I didn't hear anything you said, but I'll follow you.
Mother, I hear your heartbeat.
language. They wouldn't let them practice their culture, so now they're doing that. So let's give them another hand. Okay, I'm going to pass the mic on to my co-MC here, Gord, who's going to introduce our next performer. She's an Inuit throat singer. So he's busy doing, he's multitasking. Everybody having a good time? The rain's holding off, so we're good. Okay, Gord?
Did you get a big round applause for the Red Bear Singers?
Yeah.
Okay. Our stage is getting kind of messy up here. And it's getting cleaned up. So this afternoon, we're going to hear from this beautiful young lady. I've been talking to her over here, and she's been teaching me how to actually pronounce her name. So, which is a real bonus because I didn't know how to do that. So her name is Nauluk. She's a Inuit singer. She comes from Apex, Nunavut. She's a multidisciplinary artist. And so I was reading her bio, and I showed her bio. She said, "It's outdated." She's a change artist. She's got a lot of things happening in her life. And so a lot of really good stuff that she does. So she's also a throat singer. She's a singer. She's performed across Canada. She's performed in Europe. And she's done a lot of work out there. So Nauluk, why don't you come on up and do what you do best.
Udlakut. Good afternoon. Tell you the truth, I'm not young. Thank you for your wonderful compliment there. Wish I was young. I've been with ILG for a number of years now, and they asked me to come and do my cultural presentation about Inuit, and I am thrilled to be among you. I'm a Inuk, meaning I'm a person. You are Inuit, meaning you are people. So is there Inuit in the audience? All you have to do is raise your hand, all of you Inuit people. I am very happy to be here. I come from a long line of artists in my family, Michael clan, and I happen to be here in Toronto, which I've been here over 33 years now, and Toronto became my home. And this is where I'd love to share my culture with you. We Inuit have been on this earth for thousands of years. We took care of our land, our water, and our animals. We did not stay in one area. We followed our seasons. We followed our animals migrating. And there are also there's chores around the camp for each and every one of us. Even the little 2-year-old had a chore. So we were preparing for the next season. When we're preparing for the next season, like fishing season, we would fish until the fish ran up the stream. And that would, I mean, we would try and keep it for a whole winter. Also following the caribou herd to their calving grounds. And that calving grounds is very sacred to us. We did not hunt females, we hunted bulls. And that bull would feed Inuit for maybe a whole month. And everything in that caribou we use for our clothing, for our beddings, for our tools. And what we did not use went to our best friend, our husky dogs. Husky dogs had a very important role in our lives. They protected us. They alerted us when there was a polar bear or wolves coming into the camp. And, well, I wish I had husky right now, but guess what? I have little Yorkies. And I love dogs. I grew up with dogs. My father was a dog team leader. And I am going to tell you a little bit of throat singing, also drum dancing. Throat singing was celebration of the spring coming. We would gather in one place in a huge tent or a huge igloo to celebrate the rising of the sun, to tell our stories with one another. My drum is heavier than me. I was not taught how to do drumming. I taught myself by looking with my elders. Once there was
over 18. All out throughout my life, I worked with youth. I really feel good when I'm on the drum. After this, we're going to go sing at the Argos right on the field. And I was like, yeah, I never thought I'd be singing on the field at the Argos, wearing our orange shirts. The Sharing Our Stories program is through Aboriginal Legal Services. I just want to mention my wife's name, Chantel Barker. She's at the booth right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to be here. I'd have to be working my booth. I sell these shirts. Creator rules everything around me, cream. So I really think about that. When I represent this brand, Creator rules everything around me. Like everything in my life is brought with spirit. Everything that I do, I'm always smiling. I always hold my head up high. And for many years, I couldn't even love myself. It was, when when I say that, it makes me emotional when I say I don't care if I lived or died. And walking that gang life, I guess the reason I do the work that I do today is because I don't want youth to live the same life that I went through. A lot of my tattoos are still gang tattoos. I'm in the process of getting them covered up. A lot of my scars and my gunshots and stab wounds, they tell a story about the life that I lived. Even though I lived that violent life of drugs, addiction, and gangs, these days I use it as a teaching tool. You know, I actually have a bunch of notes in my pocket, but I don't even want to reach for them. I just want to just say every single word that comes from it's just from up here, you know. I'm really thankful to be here today. Looking at all these teepees, we are still here, right in front of the Toronto sign. And this event is a really beautiful event, seeing all your smiling faces, everybody visiting. That's my auntie, my auntie Suzanne Smoke. I love her so much. She helped me so much in my life. You know, she never turned her back on me, even through addiction. You know, she always told me, "I love you, my boy. We'll always have your back," she said to me. You know, okay, hold it together, Black Wolf. Just the love that I have for you, Auntie. I love you so much, you know. Yeah, just like I was saying, there's like so many crazy stories that I could tell about the life that I lived before, but I like to focus on the things that I'm doing now. You know, singing and going to ceremonies. I dance at the Anishinaabe Thunderbird Sundance of Ontario. I have a new Sundance family. You know, when I first went there, I went there not knowing anybody, and I just trusted. I just trusted in the Creator. Walking onto those ceremony grounds, I didn't know nobody. Usually in Manitoba, I can go to a gathering, a nation, a powwow, a ceremony, I know everybody. I moved from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada to Toronto about 19 to 20 months ago. So I don't know, I'm starting to know a lot of people here now. But when I first went to that Sundance, I was just looking around and I was like, wow, I don't know none of these natives. And I kind of had my guard up just from being in prison and rolling with gangs and being on drugs. You always have that like survival skill. Even wondering if it's like, what's going to happen, that nervousness. But walking onto that Sundance, onto those Sundance grounds, the very first person that came up to me, I didn't even know that time that it was the Sundance chief, Jordan White-Eye. The second person that came and shook my hand was Talon White-Eye. They were so warm and so loving. And they said, welcome here. And just them welcoming me and shaking my hand and smiling at me, just all that nervousness went away. That was, 2 years ago. And then when I found out, when I went onto that Sundance ground, I wasn't asking questions, I was just told, like where the teachings came from this Sundance. And they said, these teachings were from the late Herman Atkinson. And I was like, he named me when I was a baby, that old man. He gave me my pipe at 12 years old. And then I was like, I wonder who passed on these teachings to Jordan. And then they told me the name, and they said Paul Guimond, a Sundance chief from Saugeen, Fort Alexander, Manitoba. And I said, hey, I sang at that Sundance 2 years ago, I said. I camped out there for 5 days, and I woke up every morning to sing. And so I was like, wow. I was like, I'm meant to be here. Because the elders that I grew up with and people that I knew. And then I think it was on the second day, we started building a sweat lodge. And then all of a sudden I seen Paul Guimond. Then my eyes just lit up. Same with him. His eyes lit up, and we just walked walked to each other, kind of ran, and we just hugged each other. I remember you were there, eh, Auntie? And you were looking, and I was just like, man, I was just so happy to see a familiar face. So just right then and there, like I knew I was in the right place to be at the Anishinaabe Thunderbird Sundance of Ontario. So I woke up every day at 5 in the morning to sing. And I was like, I feel so good here. I feel so uplifted at this Sundance. Like I'm in the right place. And then my wife, Chantel, the next year we went there. She's like, I want to fast. Then I said, well, if you want to fast, you want to take the next step in Sundance? All of a sudden she's lining up to pledge to Sundance. Jordan wanted me to sing on the drum because I know lots of Sundance songs. But I was like, she's gonna pledge at the Sundance. So I said, I'm gonna pledge at the Sundance. There's my way in. So I pledged and I danced the next year. And I was like, man, the good feeling that I feel at that Sundance, you know, when I say that ceremony saves lives, Sundance saves lives, like I mean it, you know. Many people are still wondering, like, how am I still here? With all the things I've been through, being suicidal, all my gunshot wounds, all my stab wounds. You know, I was left for dead. It's kind of crazy that I could say that. Like, I can't even remember how much times I was almost beaten to death. You know, the violence that I inflicted on others. I get really emotional on my healing journey. But then I just think about the things I'm doing now. It just makes me smile. You know, it just makes me feel good. Makes me feel good to be here with all you good people. I always think about my mom and the movie that she told her truth in, the docudrama We Were Children. And I think about the violence that was inflicted on her in residential school. All the abuses that she faced when she was taken away from my late grandma Maggie Hart from the Nisik-Chawasik Cree Nation, Nelson House. I think about my mom. All that trauma that she felt and she endured in residential school at such a young age. She was there from 5 years old till she turned 18 in the Guy Hill Indian Residential School. Even my father, he was in residential school in the US. I have connections in both with family in the US and in Canada. And even my family in the US, they went through that whole residential school, you know. But I think about all the abuse that my mom endured in residential school and how she turned all those abuses into love through ceremony, through Sundance, through picking up her pipe, through praying. I remember being very, very young when we were living in the north end of Winnipeg. I don't know how my mom coped with everything, how she held it together. I remember at a young age we really struggled a lot. Our house was broken into about 6 times, where somebody stole everything we owned. I remember being a little kid, tiptoeing down the stairs, walking into the kitchen and the living room and looking, and everything was gone. Somebody snuck into our house, broke into our house. They took all our traditional items, all my outfits, my moccasins, my mucklucks, all our fans, our whistles, my mom's pipe, my auntie's pipe. And I remember being really scared and looking at that window, and it was smashed. Then my mom said, "Come here." She lit a smudge, and we all sat cross-legged on the floor. She said, "Come here, my boy. Come here, Raven." My sister, "Black Wolf, Raven, come here." We all kneeled down in a circle on the floor, and we smudged. And then we prayed in an empty house. I remember a lot of times seeing my mom at the kitchen table when we had one, when somebody didn't steal it. And she'd be crying. And such at a young age, I always wondered, why is my mom crying? Why is my mom crying? So you know what any other kid would do when his mother was crying? I just went up and hugged her and kissed her and told her I loved her. Sometimes I don't know how she held it together. She'd get all her traditional stuff back. We'd go to ceremony. All of a sudden, we'd have a coffee table. We'd have a little black and white TV. And then about a month later, somebody would break in again. I always remember that, like being at a really young age, having giveaways on our birthdays, going to Sundance. I remember, like, when I was learning to walk, I remember seeing I still can remember that even right now. Like, if I close my eyes, I could still see the nest. I could still see the Sundance Lodge. Just thinking about my mom and thinking about my dad makes me feel good still. A lot of people wonder, like, when they find out who my parents are, they're like, "So how did you live that lifestyle?" As I was growing up, a lot of my role models were drug dealers, gang members, drug addicts. But a lot of my role models were ceremonial people, sundancers. That's why I always say Sundance saves lives, ceremony saves lives, because it saved my life. I'm living proof standing here right now. If I could change, anyone can change. When I go to communities and schools, and I see the young men, the young people, they remind me of myself growing up. Sometimes I can almost like see myself like looking at them. And I don't want them to experience the things that I experienced, because I don't even know how I'm still alive from the things that I've witnessed, the things that I've did. The Building Our Bundles program, the Sharing Our Stories program, it keeps us pretty busy these days. It's through Aboriginal Legal Services. We first started with only one participant, 2 participants, 5, 7, 10, 12. Now we have about 20 people signed up, 20 men. I won't point you out, but I can see a couple men in the crowd. The Sharing Our Stories program makes me feel good to, see the brothers supporting me. Just how I support them. I'm like really, really happy to say that, 5 of our men just completed their first year in Sundance. And those 5 men never even stepped foot on Sundance before. And they completed their first year. You should have seen them just smiling when they came out of that Sundance after 4 days. No food, no water. They were just uplifted. Like when you're Sundancing and you look at all the Sundancers, the women on this side, the men on that side, the drum here. Like you just look around and you just feel like the unity, the love. And you're just like, these are my people. This is where I'm supposed to be. Makes you feel good. I've seen many times people walk into a Sundance for their very first time and they just break down into tears because they can't believe, like, you know, these ceremonies and all the happy faces. People are just like smiling, and that's your Sundance family. Wow. So I just want to, I guess that's all I'll share today. I just want to say, Miigwech, Bama P, and Ego Se. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Black Wolf. Thank you for telling your story. Keep telling it. Thank you. Very powerful story there from this young man, and we're so glad that he found his right way. So Gord is going to introduce Anthony, who is a good friend of Black Wolf's, actually. And after he tells us his exciting story, then we're going to take a little break. So, Gord?
You know, we were talking about recovery and reclaiming, and it takes all forms and all shapes, all situations that we find ourselves in life, and that we all have the ability to be able to come back with friends and family, and somebody who will support us no matter what happens. We can make that journey. And so I want to acknowledge, because there's a lot of people out there that have made that same journey, that have come back, that have taken on their responsibilities again to be able to help uphold our families and our communities and to make them a safe place. So I want to say Nishi for that. About 40 years ago, I met this gentleman, and he was the first time that I saw anybody come with a hand drum, told stories, made humorous stories, told all kinds of things that just completely blew my mind, because everything that I ever learned was, everything about our culture was serious. And then I seen this gentleman, his name was Winston Whitney. He came and he made us all laugh, you know, and he talked to us, but he brought a message, and he brought a really strong message too, but the way he did it. And so when I see Anthony Gladue, that's what I'm reminded of. I'm reminded of that time about 40 years ago that I met this gentleman, and he brought his hand drum, and he told us stories, but he's always had something good in his story. So Anthony, we heard him yesterday. He's a very, very talented individual. He's been a dancer before, a champion dancer. He does both. He's a singer. He also plays the flute. He has a lot of stories to tell, a lot of morals to his story that he tells, and he brings a great amount of humor with everything that he brings. And I think that's an incredible way to be able to teach. And so I'm going to ask Anthony to come out here today, and I'm going to ask him to do what he does best.
Dance. How's everyone doing today? Woo! Let's see if I can live up to the hype Gord just made me out to be. So I got to give a good performance to make Gord not a liar. So one thing I love to do is introduce myself. Tanse toya amu napisas nasiga sun kihiun Cree Nation Otsindia. Hello everybody, my name is Bumblebee Boy, but recently I've been promoted by my mother after completing my 4th year in Sundance. And I want to just give a shout out to Black Wolf for being my Sundance brother, always being there with me, you know, showing me, you know, his story, and him coming out and sharing that story is so important to a lot of the men that we both work with in this community. So I work at Council Fires, the Kijay Anishinaabe Nin. It's the Kind Man program, and we partner up with Telling Our Stories program, and I hope we can continue doing that great work together. So I am from Kihiwan Cree Nation, which is in northern Alberta. I've been performing since I was 5 years old as a dancer, and everything I know is telling my stories either through song, dance, or through spoken word. So they asked me to do a story, and I made a story to celebrate the unveiling of this beautiful turtle which is going to represent our survivors. So this story is the second time I've ever told this story. And like many people, I still get nervous even though, I've been performing for so long. And one thing I like to do is actually sing a song to relax my heartbeat. So I'll sing you guys a song, I'll play some flute, and then we'll get into the story. So, miigwech. This song was going to be an honor song for our survivors. So for our men sitting in the stands, I would ask you to take off your hats in respect for our survivors that couldn't be with us today. Hi.
Hey,
way, hey, way, la, way, oh, hey, way, la, way, I, oh, hey, oh, way, hey, oh. Way, oh, hey, way, la, way, oh, hey, way, la, way, oh, hey, way, la, way, I, oh, hey, oh, way, oh, hey, I, way, hey, way, la, way, oh, hey, way, la, way, I, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh. We sing that in honor of our residential school survivors, the ones that are here with us today and the ones that can't be with us today. And I sing that song, and every time I sing a push-up, I'm inviting them from each direction from Turtle Island, where they were taken from their homes. And as you realize in that song, you know, I really connect with that song because it's from my home territory in Alberta. It's from the Red Bull Singers. And that song means a lot to me. And it always, it seems like every time I call in a spirit from each direction, I sing a little bit more louder, a little bit more prouder, because this is something that we're unable to do. We had to hide our songs, and I sing it as loud and as proud as I can because I have that opportunity to do so. I'm going to share another talent with you, is my flute playing, and we'll get right into the story. This story is new to Turtle Island because I just made it. Typically, we actually share our stories in the winter time, so I made a story of my own to resemble what it takes to be a true leader. And it's a story that relates to my life in so many different ways, and I related it to how I got lost in the Western society way of thinking for a long time. And it wasn't until ceremony I was able to find my true leadership and become the uncle I am today. So I'm going to play this flute for you, and I'm going to get right into the story. So, miigwech, chai hai. So a long time ago, there was two brothers. These brothers, one was named Nepesis, the other was Amu. See, Nepesis, he was everything Amu wasn't. Nepesis was actually known throughout the land through being the master of many trades. Every time Nepesis sang, he would drive all the ladies crazy. Yah-hey, la-hey, yah-hey, la-hey, yah-hey, 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 la-hey, yah-hey, la, yah-hey, la, yah-hey, oh. Yah-hey, la-hey, yah-hey, la-hey, yah-hey, la-hey, la-hey, yah. He was real deadly, eh? Just like that, probably even better. Nepesis, he was a great dancer too. He was so good at dancing that the grass seemed to grow, eager to see his next movement. Every time Nepesis started to paint, it would mesmerize anyone that set their eyes upon that. He was so talented that he was even considered the best hunter. But I have a story to tell about that, because he was believed to be the best hunter, but some call it luck. See, one time, an elder told all the young warriors in the village, "Everybody, this is your rite of passage ceremony. Many of you might be gone for weeks or months, but you must go out to the forest and find meat for our community, and only then you will be considered a man." Nepesis got so lucky, though. The first hour, he was actually stumbled across an elk that was on the verge of death. Nepesis brought this elk back to the village within the first hour, and people were mesmerized of his great hunting skills. "Oh my God, Nepesis, how did you do it?" "Oh my God, bro, how did you do that? Your brothers are still out there." Amu, his brother, was actually out there for 3 months before he returned with a really small deer. See, Amu and Nepesis had a really strange relationship, because Nepesis, he was so talented, and Amu was actually shunned for a lot of things. He was very soft-spoken. He was very loving and very respectful. Nepesis, on the other hand, he was very rude. He thought he was better than everybody in that village. "Oh, I wish I really had some competition around here. When are you guys going to be as deadly as me?" He would scorn the men. He would treat the ladies and promise them eternal love. "Come on, babe. One day I will shout out to the heavens how much I love you. But first, can you clean my robe and do the dishes?" He burnt a lot of bridges. And Nepesis, he didn't realize what he was doing to these people. He broke a lot of hearts, both men and women. Nepesis would always find himself using people. As soon as he walked out of his teepee every morning, the ladies would come up to him. "Nepesis, I made breakfast for you. I made a gift for you too. Please accept it." The men were just as eager as the girls. "Bro, if I give you this rabbit, can you teach me how to sing, how to dance?" He would promise everything but never deliver. Amu would always comfort those that he's hurt. Every time he broke a lady's heart, it would be Amu to make sure that they were okay. Every time he scorned another man in the village, he would make sure that man would keep going and to keep being motivated. One day, the chief gets up in front of the village and tells a great story of a rock. "It is said that this rock brings whoever is in possession the greatest power in the land. That this rock is said to have been falling from the star world and nestled somewhere in our forest. That whoever finds this rock will lead our people to the next era in life." Nepesis knew that this was his chance to regain the power that he once had, because he broke so many hearts that people didn't want to do anything for him anymore. He let his ego get in the way. But if he got this rock, he knew that he could have eternal power for the rest of his life, that everyone would give everything that they can to him. He looked at his brother Amu and said, Amu, pack our things. We're going to go find this rock. Days turned into nights. Weeks turned into months. Months turned into years. But they still have not found this rock. He starts getting more and more frustrated with his brother, because his brother was holding all the supplies, but he was also providing all the food. Amu did this because he was loyal to his brother. His brother would always promise that he would teach Amu how to be great like him. The pieces would always pick on poor Amu over and over again, saying, I will teach you, my brother, but first go find us some food. One day, Amu could not find any food in the forest. He came back empty-handed. Amu, he was so scared to tell his brother that he could not find them food. Nepesis looks at Amu and says, Amu, why do I even bring you? You can't do anything right. If mom and dad were here, they would be so disappointed in you. Go out and don't come back until you find us some food. So Amu spent the whole night setting traps, going down as far as he could, hunting new places. And then he stumbled across a pond. This pond was just like any ordinary pond that you would see out in the forest. But nighttime was approaching. And Amu started to hear whistling. The whistling starts to bring Amu closer to the pond, because this is where that sound is coming from. He looks up to see the moon in full height, and he starts to look down. When he looks down in the middle of the pond, a light starts to glow. This light is a beautiful blue-white hue. As he approaches this light and he steps into the water, he starts to see a rock appear in the middle. It starts to float in front of Amu. He gets scared, and he knows that this is the rock that him and his brother have been looking for, that his search is finally over. He starts to run throughout the night back to his brother to tell him the great news that he has found the rock. He stumbled over rocks and trees, not knowing where he was. He goes and goes until he reaches his brother in the morning time. As soon as he sees his brother Nepesis, he knew that he didn't check his food traps, that he came back empty-handed. One thing that his brother told him not to do. Nepesis looks at Amu and sees that he has no food in his hands. He slowly raises his hand as if he was going to strike Amu. You are completely useless. I gave you one simple task, Amu. You were supposed to go find us food. You are completely useless. Don't ever come back here without any food. As he was about to strike Amu, I found it. I found it, brother. I found the rock. He slowly lowers his hand. Show me. They start walking through the morning time, checking Amu's traps as a guide to find this pond once again. They find a rabbit actually snared in one of the traps, and they stop to have some rabbit soup. After finishing the soup, it was approaching the evening where it was about dusk. The sun was about to go down, and they reached the pond. But it was just an ordinary pond again. Nepesis is so disgusted and frustrated with his brother. You lied to me. Why would you lie to me, Amu? You are not allowed. You are not my brother. You can stay here. Do not follow me back to the camp, and don't call me your brother anymore. And he pushes Amu into the water, and he starts to walk away without Amu. But as he was walking away, he didn't realize that Amu hit a rock in the pond, and he started to bleed throughout his head. Alone and afraid, Amu floats in that pond on the brink of death, his vision getting blurry, his eyes slowly closing. As the moon approaches that height again, he starts to hear the whistling sound once more. And he starts to hear a voice. Wake up, Amu. Wake up, young warrior. It is me, your grandfather. He starts to open his eyes to see this spirit was a bright white light in the shape of a man. This man caresses Amu's wound on his head and slowly brings Amu up to his feet. Amu looks down to see that he is floating with this spirit. And the spirit starts to talk with Amu. I'm your grandfather, Amu. I know we never got to meet when you were a child, but I was the one that taught your brother everything he knew. I taught him how to sing. I taught him how to dance. But I didn't expect him to turn out the way he did. I told him these were gifts that were meant to be shared. But the Spirit, the Creator, brought me here to tell you that this rock is meant for you. That Creator wanted to gift you this rock because you have so much love in your heart. So much kindness, Amu. You lead with love, not greed. You lead with respect and not ego. You are more powerful than you can imagine, Amu. I just need you to look at this rock and see how powerful you can be. The Spirit hands the rock over to Amu. As Amu holds it, he can see his future in this rock. The energy from this rock is so powerful, Amu's hair starts to blow with the power of this energy. At that same moment, his brother Nepesis is getting lost in the dark forest. He doesn't know where he is, and he doesn't know how to get back home. As much as he tries, he cannot find his way back home by himself without his brother Amu. As he was thinking of returning to his brother, he starts to see the flickering of light coming from the pond in the distance. He starts to think, was Amu right? He starts to run back towards the pond. As he reaches the pond, he sees Amu floating in the middle of this pond, holding this beautiful shining rock. He gets frustrated. He gets angry. That's my rock, you traitor! He grabs a rock from the shore and he throws it at Amu. But this rock protects Amu. And that rock flicks back and hits Nepesis, making Nepesis fall into the water. I don't get it. This rock was supposed to be mine, not my brother's. As he's complaining, trying to swim out of that pond, he sees his brother's hand trying to help him up. Out of frustration, he grabs his hand, and they both start to float. Amu brings Nepesis back to the shore and tells him, brother, I found the rock. It's yours if you want it. He hands it over to Nepesis. Nepesis grabs the rock, but it didn't shine anymore. It actually lost its light. It was if this rock has chosen Amu personally, and that no one could possess this power like Amu can. I don't get it. Why doesn't it work? I'm the most talented person out here. Why did it choose you? You're useless. As he was complaining, Amu grabs the rock back and the light starts to grow again. And he tells his brother, my brother, this rock has chosen me for a reason, because I'm loving and respectful. For many years, Nepesis, I have treated those that you have that you mistreated. That I seen the future in this rock, but I can't lead these people without you. You have took those talents and made it for yourself and not for anyone else. I see you as a great teacher within our village. I see you beside me, creating this beautiful village. But I cannot do this without you. The rock has chosen me. And I hope you can understand that one day, me and you can be brothers and equals. Take my hand, Nepesis. He reaches out his hand. Nepesis is hesitant at first, but as soon as they connect hands, that rock starts to grow even brighter. So bright that none of the brothers can even look at it anymore. On their walk back home, Nepesis starts to understand why his brother was chosen. That Amu explained to him that how many people he has hurt, and that he might have not known what he was doing, but he was hurting a lot of people around him. And that it would take some time to gain the trust of all the villagers once again. But when he looked at that rock, he seen how great he could be beside his brother Amu. As they approached the village, everyone started to cheer because they didn't know if they were lost, alone, or even dead. Amu gets up in front of everybody. The rock has chosen me. I'm not the most talented man here, but I know how to love. I don't know how to dance, but I know how to respect. I know what it takes to be a true leader now. That I will listen to everybody in this community. That I'm no better than anybody else here. That it will take all of us to lead us into the next era. Me and my brother are here and sent by the Creator himself to show you how beautiful life can be with love, respect, and humility and wisdom. Thank you so much for listening to my story. I hope you enjoyed it. So, yeah, it was a beautiful story about, if you didn't catch on, I gave my introduction. Amu is Bumblebee in Cree. Nepesis is boy. And it's literally my name, Amu Nepesis, Bumblebee boy. It talks about the balance between my internal battle throughout my life. I was trying my best to tell the story, but my mother is standing right over there, and she was making me a little nervous. She's always the hardest one to perform for. But she was the one to show me how to be humble again. I was a champion dancer for many years. I was like Nepesis, that I thought that I was better than everybody else. I was a champion traditional dancer, and I thought every time that I lost, that it was somebody else's fault and not my own. When I was a kid, I used to dance every single intertribal because I loved to dance. And then I got to a point where I started to dance for the money. I started to dance for my own ego and my greed. And it was my mother that took my eagle feathers from me. She taught me the hard way, a hard lesson. By taking a native man's feathers is the ultimate disrespect, because she didn't mean to be mean, but I never wanted to see that look of disappointment from my mother again. It was one of the hardest things I've ever had to go through when my cousin Zane Wade got first place. And instead of being happy for my cousin, I cried. And that's when she gave me that disappointing look and took my feathers for many years. And that's when I started to get lost in the Western society way of living. I started to smoke weed, start to drink, I started to womanize. I started to lose my spirit. That spirit of Amu, that loving, kind young man. It took me many years to finally understand what the lesson was supposed to be. That I had to dance because I wanted to dance. Remember the healing qualities of what my dance provided those who watched me. I'm a man of many talents, and because I love to learn, I love to share these gifts with everyone in attendance, and I'm really grateful. I share love with all the community members, and I'm sharing my love and my unconditional love to everyone that's stood here or sat down and listened to me today. You know, I love you for that, and I respect you for that. And, you know, it's not easy coming up here sharing my life story, But I share it because I want to show you how easy it is to get lost within your own self, to impress others instead of yourself. I knew I was an artist, and when I do these events, I don't ask for an amount, right? Unfortunately, in the Western world, money kind of rules everything, and you gotta make money to pay for food, pay for rent, and whatever else kind of stuff you want to do. Nothing's free anymore. But what I do tell them when they ask me to share my talents is just to honor my time. It could be a tobacco offering. It could be an honorarium. But when we ask people, we need to honor their time when they speak to us. Our elders, your mothers, your fathers, your grandfathers are only here for a little bit of time. And that's what my spirit name means. I'm supposed to learn. I'm supposed to grow with them. So I would like to thank everybody today for listening, and I hope you guys have a great rest of the event. Please come back on Monday. We're going to open up that beautiful turtle, and we're going to get to walk through it, and it's going to be an amazing day. So I want to say hi, miigwech, eksamaga, bamapi. Have a great day, everyone.
I just have a couple announcements before we take a stage break. And if you noticed, there was a group that was organizing over here, and they came across and they went up York Street. The name of the group that was the Black Action Defense Committee, and they are sponsored and have a working partnership with Council Fire, and so it's something that we support. Their message is really strong. And what they're doing is that they're having a community march against gun violence. And it's really important because really what they're talking about is saving our children, saving our young people, because an enormous amount of young people are dying now because of the violence that's being created in the city. And so taking action to be able to look at how to be able to do that. So I want to acknowledge them today and the work that they're doing and the march that they're undertaking. As well, today, I just want to acknowledge everybody again for being here. We had a little scare, a couple little drizzles that came down. That was beneficial. That was just to help you to wake up, okay? So it wasn't nothing scary. So we got it done. It's completed. We're good for the rest of the week, for the rest of the weekend, I should say. We're going to take a break now. It's almost 3:15. We'll be back in about half an hour or so. And we've got 4 more opportunities, 4 more people that are going to come and share their activities with us. And somebody talks louder to me. And the last opportunity that you have, if you want to be able to go to the planetarium to see the production that's there by Samantha. She'll also be back on here later on today, but you'll get to see the real visual part if you want to go there. The last showing is at 4 o'clock today. Okay, so get up, walk around, have a little stretch, grab something to drink, and come on back in about less than a half an hour, and we'll be ready to go.
Shuk ni gan te
Si kom yêu bình hoa lẻ lẻ mà te go li tini ilon tini ha hoi bo si kom yêu bình hoa lẻ lẻ mà te go si kom yêu ha hoi bo ha hoi bo
the quarter after. Hold on then.
Your eyes ready for the performance of the lifetime. Hello, fans.
We're back, and we're back a little early, but I see people are munching and having a good time out there, so that's a good thing. We're having a one-time only debut today. Singer and backup singer. This is spectacular entertainment that's coming your way. It's brand new, and I'll tell you who they are. First, we have Quentin Batiste. He started out as a volunteer at Council Fire, and he got hired at Council Fire. And he says working at Council Fire has changed his life, and so he's found his place, and this is where he's going to stay. And so his backup singer is Tasia Abatasaway, and her family's been intergenerational family that's been in the city for quite some time, and so she's been here. And she's been part of Council Fire ever since she was a little wee. Now she's big tall. So she's been around for a while. So this is new entertainment for us. This is the debut. So let's have Quentin and his backup singer Tasia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I honestly, I spent all night kind of thinking about how this may look, and I'm still surprised. I've been tossing and turning all night just for one of my first.
Can I do one thing for you?
Yep.
I'm sorry, there's two backup singers. This crowd is growing. This is Natalie, and so she's part of the group as well. So let me get this mic fixed so that they can be over here and Quentin can be over there.
We're gonna dance. We're gonna dance.
They're dancers too. So if you need the mic.
We don't need the mic. We're just
You don't need the mic? Sorry, Quentin, okay.
All good. But yeah, so as I was saying, I've just been tossing and turning all night how this may look and what I'm gonna say. As Gord was saying, I started here as a volunteer, and I came from up north, Timmins, Ontario. I grew up there till I was about 13 years old. Basically, I never knew how who I really was as an Indigenous person up north. I mean, I had the hunting and gathering kind of background, but I never heard a drum beat. I've never been to a powwow before Council Fire. So I think, just speaking to that, it's definitely life-changing. I've grown a lot here. I've been through a lot of past traumas growing up, especially in a small town like Timmins, just dealing with a lot of racism and just being Indigenous, and I guess a lot of it comes from the success of my father and grandfather as well, Barney Batiste and Sean Batiste. I think a lot of people kind of looked down on that and said that the only reason why they're successful is because the government pays us to be successful, or we got more help because we're Indigenous, right? And I think that's completely wrong. My grandfather and my father have worked very hard, and I hope I could be like them. My grandpa, he started tribal council up in Timmins, Waban Tribal Council, and that's where my dad grew and started as an executive director, and he moved to Ministry of Indigenous Affairs as a deputy minister. And I think that is what is starting the base of who I am. And I'm still unsure of what I want to do, but I know I want to be helpful in our community, and I want to do things that are changing, help change and help make change that just for myself and everyone else around. I think a lot these days, a lot of youth are going through a lot of mental health battles, and that's something that needs to be more taken care of. And you're not even just youth. I think it's just older people as well. Yeah, I think just taking care of that and just starting here at Councilfire, kind of learning more and more, and hopefully I can be my dad or be my grandpa one day. I think that's my big goal, and I feel like I need to live up to something that they've done. So that's a little bit of my life story. We're gonna be doing Sweet Caroline, so it's requested by Andrea. That's what I want to do as well, is thank Andrea for having me as a Councilfire staff. I think it really has changed my life, and I've really been growing here. So thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Councilfire, and all of the team members. You guys are awesome, and let's get to Sweet Caroline. Feel free to join in. I'm not an actual singer, okay? Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's growing strong. Was in the spring, then spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good, so good, so good, so good. I've been inclined to believe there never was, but now I look at the night, and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurting runs off my shoulders, how can I hurt when holding on? Come on, get into it. Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, ba, ba, ba. Good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe there never would. Oh, now Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. Sweet Caroline, good times believe they never could. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you guys. I again want to shout out to Councilfire. And if you guys have any youth that are looking to do boxing, I will be starting up a boxing program soon enough. I don't know when, I don't know a timeline, but if you get into contact with me and you have youth that want to join a boxing program, it'll be there. Thank you, miigwech.
Let's hear it again for Quentin. It took a lot of determination for him to be here. It's so good to see these young kids come up here and not be afraid to show their talents, isn't it? But now, sound guy says we got to do something. They got to come back next year. You want them to come back? Yeah. You guys got to get practiced. Okay, our next presenter is Suzanne Smoke. Suzanne does on-the-land programming and also Sundance. She's an Indigenous knowledge keeper, a pipe carrier, and a Sundancer. She is also an Indigenous outreach worker and wellness worker. She uses a holistic approach to guide clients through sexual assault and domestic violence trauma and Indigenous mental health, and assists in the navigation of a multifaceted healthcare system. So she's going to bring some very important message to us and tell us about the work that she's doing, which is, we all know, is so much needed within society, not only in Indigenous communities, but in every community. So Suzanne?
Chimigwech, amazing youth that we have in our community, so kudos to them. Bosho Nian Adeshnikosh Genukwe Makwadodem Alderville Donjaba. Speaking in the sovereign language of this traditional territory. My English name is Suzanne Smoke. My spirit name is Genukwe, Golden Eagle Woman. I sit with the Bear Clan, a Medicine Clan, a Protector Clan. I sit with the Pipestone Gathering of Sacred Pipe Sundance in Pipestone, Minnesota. And I also sit with the Anishinaabe Thunderbird Sundance here in Ontario. My role in community, I'm Ogichidakwe. I sit with the Dear Woman Society. And the work that I do is decolonizing trauma work. I work for Muskoka Perry Sound Sexual Assault Services and anti-human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault. It's a very heavy job. And I couldn't do that job if I didn't have ceremony and culture in my life. And I can tell you that as a survivor of all of those things, that it was ceremony and culture and Sundance and that shaking tree and those cedar baths and that cedar cleansing me, that puller medicine, that beautiful medicine that cleansed me, that healed me, that helped me. And that's why I'm alive here today, because of culture, because of ceremony, because our ancestors prayed a long time ago for all of us that are here today. When we pick up that sema, when we pick up that tobacco, our DNA is on that tobacco. So 7 generations, that tobacco is being laid for each and every one of you here. And so Creator has those conversations that we don't know about. And so for me as a survivor, my most important role and responsibility in my community is I'm a mother, I'm a life giver, I'm an auntie, I'm a kokum, and I love my community. And that's really what this is about. Is that we have to love our community, we have to love our relatives, our young people. We're born into a hurting, grieving nation. They're looking at their parents and their grandparents, and there's a disconnect and there's a brokenness because of this whole residential school trauma. And we're here with our beautiful survivors, our relatives, all those that suffer through that. And we're here in kindness and love and support, and we want to hold them and tell them that we see them and we hear them. And that we're here to heal our nations and our next 7 generations moving forward so that we never have to endure anything that they've had to endure in their lives. So the work that I do is we've taken it out of mainstream systems. I find that healthcare and the violence against women sector is very, very unsafe for BIPOC folks, for brown and black people, our trans, femme, all of those people that don't fit into those little checkmark boxes of Eurocentrism, of that whole Eurocentric system of healthcare. Our people don't fit into those boxes, and so we're denied services. There's a colonial lens on the services and the delivery. And one of those things around decolonizing that work is I tell the agencies, I've seen them turn away at shelters, I've seen them turn away Indigenous women, and they say, well, you're not from this territory, you're from somewhere else, and we can't take you, and we can't give you a bed. And I see them suffering, and they'll say, no, I'm sorry that you're out of our boundary line of what our funders have told us. We can't serve you, you're across that boundary line of Newmarket or Richmond Hill, and so there's a stopgap. And so what we've created over the last 6 years and what I've been trying to create in decolonizing this trauma work and working with many of our First Nations youth and communities and relatives and families, when they're looking for missing relatives, when somebody's embroiled in addiction and all of those things that are happening and all those intersectionalities, who is our emergency crisis response that's culturally appropriate, that's culturally safe, that is there in empowerment, and not tone policing brown bodies. And so really understanding that these systems of healthcare and violence against women sector is really unsafe for a lot of our people. And so my uncle told me, you know, when you're going out and reaching out to communities and these agencies who's mandated, who apply for funding, and their mandate is to work with Indigenous and BIPOC folks, but they're using a Western lens of Eurocentrism to heal us, it's not working for us. And so I speak in a kind way, in a gentle way, and I tell them this doesn't work for us. Maybe this policy is racist. Maybe this doesn't have an Indigenous lens or worldview. And there's a bit of pushback with agency because they say, this is how it's always been done. And I say, no, only since 1492. Because our people know how to heal. Our people know how to hold each other up. We know how to auntie and sister up. We hold our relatives in a safe way. We hold them in a kind way. And that's through ceremony and that's through culture. It's through our Sundance, it's through those lodges, it's through those medicine lodges, it's through our sweats, it's through our shaking tent. That's where we can hold our relatives up. That's where our Creator and the ancestors are all holding us up while we work through that trauma. Our ancestors and all that tobacco that's been laid is for us to do that healing work that we're doing today. I'm honored for the work that I do with the youth that I have around me. And currently right now I have 3 youth directly working with me today here. But all throughout the community, through Council Fire, through Inagbi, through Taboo, through all these different agencies, we have different youth, different family members, different communities that come to us and say, you know, we went to this agency, we went to this agency, we went to this agency, and we couldn't get help. Or they only get little snippets of help. But we have to have a streamlined safety network right from Toronto right through to Treaty 3 territory. We have to have a streamlined effort all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast that it's going to be safe for our Indigenous people to navigate in these healthcare systems. I'm tired of seeing the emergency departments and how unsafe they are. I'm tired of seeing racism embedded in these institutions. And so we decolonize that. We have to deconstruct that and we have to take it apart. You know, as people are talking about defunding the police, that's a really strong effort in our communities, but with that defunding of police, increase the efforts of houselessness, increase mental health crisis, increase support systems in a culturally safe and appropriate way. We have to do those things. It comes in balance because that's a colonial oppressive system. And what are we doing for our relatives if we can't provide all of those supports? And it's same in VAW sector. If there's a domestic violence situation, if there's a sexual assault, the whole system is very, very oppressive to the victim. In a court case that I recently went to, I had a young woman that had to get up in court and tell her story of sexual assault. It just so happens that in a courtroom, all of the public can come in and hear her story and hear her trauma and hear all of her tears. And then when the perpetrator gets up to speak, they clear the courtroom. And the perpetrator just speaks to the judge and the lawyers. That's an oppressive system of power and control and is not conducive to healing and helping the spirit of my sisters when they're up there speaking and looking for justice. And with this justice system, for every 1,000 sexual assaults in Ontario, only 3 ever lead to conviction. In our communities, Indigenous women make up 51% of all traffic survivors in this country, but we only make up 2% of the population, so that tells me there's glaring gaps. And so my role in community for a long, long time, I grew up here in Toronto. I'm from Alderville First Nation. I spent many, many years here, and it was agencies like Council Fire. It was agencies like Native Women's. It's where I found my path on this red road because I was struggling. I was falling through the cracks. Child sexual assault survivor, rape survivor, sexually assaulted so many times I can't even count as a youth and as a teenager growing up. And I found my strength in prayer. I found my strength in that cedar smoke. I found my strength in our eagle bundles. I found my strength at that Sundance tree. I found my strength from community. And it was the ones that were walking this red road that helped me on that path. And I'm forever grateful, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. And so now my role and responsibility as a kokum, as an auntie, is I look after all these young ones when they come. I have families that call me from Treaty 3 and say, my daughter's missing, we don't know where she is. What can we do? And so I rally, I call everyone. I have a 1-hour response, I have a 6-hour response, a 24-hour response, and that's what we have to create. Who are those safe people that I can reach out to? Sometimes I've actually reached out to the drummers from Council Fire. I have a young lady, I need to get her safe. I don't know if she's going to speak with you, but go up and tell her that I've sent you, and we need to move her immediately. It's the drummers that came. It wasn't 1-800 numbers. It wasn't counseling lines. It wasn't the 1-800 trafficking line. It was the Indigenous community stepping up for each other in a good way. And that's what we need. These colonial systems don't help. Too many of our people fall through the cracks. I had a young woman that was in a shelter in the north, and I had to go back and revisit her, and I had to take her out of the shelter and take her down to the sex assault unit. And in the meantime, the shelter called her and said, "You're out of our district. We're giving your bed away. You're no longer in this region." And I went back to them and I said, "Your agency sits within the traditional territory of our people. Your little box sits in our traditional territory. So how dare you deny services because we didn't cross that little box, that little pathway, because our people are here through displacement, that vulnerability of loss of land, loss of community, loss of our culture and our ceremonies. When we're taken away from that, there's a huge loss for our women and a vulnerability. And that, for me, really explains the high numbers of our MMIW. And I hear government and I hear people talk about our fallen sisters. And I'm telling you, they haven't fallen. They're being pushed, they're being murdered, they're being tortured, they're being raped, they're being sexually assaulted. They're not falling. We need our Ogichita to stand at our sides while we do this work. We need our communities to rally behind us as women, as Ogichita. We are your first environment as women. Every single person here, we as women are your first environment. We are the only doorway with which spirit can come to the earth, that human spirit. We're the only ones in that water. We carry that beautiful life in that water, that nibi. And before that new life comes, that water comes first. And what happens to the water happens to us. And so when we see what's happening around Mother Earth, when we see what's happening to the water, it's happening to the women. When we can rape and take all the resources from Mother Earth, when we can frack and when we can drill into Mother Earth, it's happening to the women. And why does it happen to Indigenous women and girls? Because we are the clan holders, we are the clan mothers. Our ties and our children are the land and title holders for the next 7 generations. Our role and responsibility is the survival of our people. So they went after our children, who are now our aunties and our kokums here in our audience. Now they've gone after our women. When our warriors leave from our communities, it'll suffer greatly. When they go after the women, it will cease to exist. And so understand, there's a very controlled effort to not protect Indigenous women in this country. I don't care what the headlines say and what the government's telling you. I can tell you, frontline worker, that there is no reconciliation when it comes to violence against Indigenous women. We need to speak truth, and we need to speak about accountability before we can talk about reconciliation, and we're not seeing that front line when it comes to violence against Indigenous women. So the program that I created and that I work with my agency, Anji Bamadzawin, A Changed Life, because our people have been trained and taught that we don't speak about these things. We don't talk, we don't tell those stories. We sit in our own shame in our communities, and we're not supposed to talk, and we're not supposed to tell what happened in those schools. That's what we've been told. We sit in our sharing and our talking circles, and we have outside agencies saying, "Shh, don't talk about that. Get over it." We can't get over it. It's embedded in our bloodline and our DNA and all of that trauma. But also with that is our resilience and the strength of our ancestors lifting us. And so Anji Bamadzawin, A Changed Life, I don't expect, and I know after 6 years front line, that our community members aren't going to walk into an office and say, "Hey, I've been sexually assaulted and I need help." What's going to happen is we're going to sit and we're going to bead together. We're going to do our quill work together. We're going to make our ribbon skirts together. We're going to sit in laughter. We're going to feast together. And then somebody might say, "Hey, Auntie, can I speak with you? Can I talk with you?" And we connect our spirits and our hearts because we're sitting together in a good way, in our old ways. We go sit on the land. I bring my buffalo robe. I wrap them in my robe. I bring my chanupa. We smoke pipe together. In the social work field, they say, don't hug your clients. Don't touch your clients. Don't hug them. I could never imagine not hugging in my youth. I could never imagine not hugging all of those relatives that come for help. How can we not love them? That's a colonial concept. Sir Duncan Campbell Scott. Don't hug an Indian child, they are not capable of love. That's Canada's mantra. It's not who we are as Indigenous people. I love my relatives, I love my youth. I will always wrap them with my kokum arms and protect them, just like those lodge poles. Those lodge poles, those two grandfather and grandmother lodge poles that wrap around and wrap their arms around, that's how I see myself in community, because our youth need help. Our youth need someone to advocate. They need someone to speak for them. They need someone to help them, and they need to have their own voice elevated in a safe way and be protected when they use that voice. And so that's my role in community. Anche B'Madzuin, a changed life, we take them on the land. We've partnered with different ceremony people throughout the region. We work with the Anishinaabe Thunderbird Sundance. We take people to Sundance. We remove those barriers. We give them access. We drive them if we have to. We give them their bundles. We make their ceremony dresses with them. We make their ribbon skirts with them. This ribbon skirt, for me, these are my boundaries. This is my safe space. This is my sacred space. No one can touch me in a bad way. Even the way I walk when I wear my ribbon skirt, I walk with my head held high. I am Ogichita. I am magnificent as an Indigenous woman in this country, and each and every one of you are too. And so these are, every thread, every stitch is a boundary, is a prayer that no one can touch me in a bad way. And so when I wear these skirts and when I empower our other young women, we all make our skirts together. And we talk about what that healthy relationship is. We talk about love. We talk about all of those beautiful things. Me no B'Madzuin, we are living our good life. And that's my role in community, because I love my community. I've spent so much time with the elders and the youth within our communities. We're partnering them together. We bring our elders, we bring all of our young ones, we bring our survivors, we bring all of our helpers, and we all sit together. We build a lodge, we build that sweat. Even the sweat lodge that we just built, we put stalls beside it like our Sundance stalls, because some people don't feel safe in a big open setting when they're going into that ceremony. Some of them for the very first time are going into that sweat lodge. It needs to be safe, they need to be comfortable, we need to be kind, we need to be gentle. Walking into sweat or ceremony for the first time as a survivor can be one of the most scariest things, and so people walk away. They start coming into that lodge and they get scared of someone or something, and then they walk away. So how do we create a safe space? So the Medicine Lodge, Nadowasan Memorial Medicine Lodge that we just built, we created stalls beside it so that women have a place that they can cover up and change. We put the men's sweat lodge on the other side of the lodge, and they also have a privacy fence there so that they can change, that they have that privacy when they come in and out. We provide safe spaces. We are inclusive of our beautiful Two-Spirit relatives. We've watched that colonial violence imparted on them for so long. And they're gifts for our community. They're such a gift for our community. They come with the gift of two perspectives. And the violence that I see imparted on our Two-Spirit relatives is just so horrific. And so we welcome our Two-Spirit relatives into these spaces. People say, I don't know whether to sit on the men's side or the women's side. I say, you sit wherever you feel safe. And if that means you sit in the middle, then we'll make space for you to sit in the middle. Whatever works, whatever we can do to fill in those gaps, whatever we can do to eliminate barriers, we have to create those safe spaces in our lodges. The other program that we run is our youth program, and it's run by Kara Wanath, a Haudenosaunee from Wadamohawk territory. And we work with a number of youth from here in the city. We're working with one of the language speakers. One of our youth is a fluent language speaker, and he's helping us decolonize even the language of our programs when we're on the land. We hear the voices, and we understand the strength and magnificence of our youth voices, of our Two-Spirit voices, of our women and our youth. We all have these gifts in our community, and they need to be nurtured. And I look at our young people, and they read headlines, and they read the comments, and we see this embedded racism. We see the hit and run comments. Even my nephew just going to the grocery store the other night, they put their hands on him, they searched his bags, and he said, I'm just coming in for a lemonade. And they said, you look suspicious. And he said, why? Because I'm brown? That's it, we're calling the police. 17-year-old youth who's a language carrier, pipe carrier, sun dancer, knowledge keeper, helper, and he was treated like he was a criminal. It's normalized violence, and we get it every single day, and our youth endure it every single day. And so someone had come up to the booth today and said, you know, how do we help you people? How do we help you poor people? And I said, help yourselves. Start learning and reevaluate what you've been taught about Indigenous people in this country. Hit reset on a broken relationship, because during Confederation, settlers dropped the ball. This foreign settling government that came in here and telling us that we need a pass system, that we need a card to identify our connection and our ties to the land that's embedded in our blood memory and our DNA. It's all systems of oppression meant to take us from the land, meant to assimilate. And that's what our youth are fighting against. That's what our youth, that reclamation, that eighth fire has been lit. And we can see that with our youth that are here at the All Nations Junior Strum, seeing our youth out there. They're out there representing, they're out there loud and proud. My beautiful daughter, Ogama Gishikokwe, head woman of the Sky World. She's out there as a language speaker. She's truth and reconciliation coordinator within her community. She's also a bundle carrier, pipe carrier, sun dancer. But she's also 12 times more likely to become a victim of violence and go missing and murdered within our own traditional territory than everyone here. And so as a mother, I'm fearful, but I also tell her, stand proud. Be proud of who you are. Raise your head up, because you're magnificent as a young Indigenous woman. Creator gave you the role of creation. All of our magnificent Indigenous women that are here need to be honored. All women need to be honored. And we're seeing that the human nation has got so far away from those teachings of creation that it's our women that have taken the brunt of violence. We're seeing it in every facet. And so the work that I do is about creating safety. It's about accessing culture and ceremony. It's about reviving those old ways. And somebody said, old ways or current ways? I said, old ways or current ways, always. It's going to be the teachings of our ancestors. It's going to be the Sundance ceremony. It's going to be those lodge songs. It's going to be that heartbeat of our drum that's healing our nations. We can't heal in Western society with a Western lens when we're healing from Western society. We can't heal from systemic oppression in these spaces unless Settler Nation is doing the work. Reconciliation is not my role as an Indigenous woman. I've done nothing wrong. That's the role of Canadian settlers. That's the role of our guests. Someone came to my table and asked me about immigration and then how they were offended by immigration. And it was coming from a white European settler. And I said, you know that you're an immigrant? He goes, I am not an immigrant. I am a Canadian. And I said, sir, you are a landed settler and immigrant. And it's like you're pulling the ladder up behind you when you talk about brown and BIPOC folks coming in on this land. You're all our relatives. You all come from the four directions. We're still welcoming you despite everything that happened to our people and why we're here today, because us as Indigenous people have love in our hearts for all of our relatives. We welcome people. We want you to learn about our ways. We want you to learn about our on the land. We want you to learn from us, because if we don't share our teachings and our culture and how magnificent it is, that connection to the earth, our connection to spirit, that everything in life has spirit. All of the beautiful green that we see around us, we can't see much in this downtown core, but understand that all the green, all the medicines, everything we need to survive, Mother Earth put for us here. That beautiful Nibi, that water that runs through our blood, that runs through our veins, the lifeblood of our mother. All of it is interconnected with healing. What happens to the water happens to us as Indigenous people. What happens to our women? What happens to the water? All the fracking when we dig into Mother Earth. And so my role and responsibility, again, is to protect those youth, to work with our women. I work with Muskoka Perry Sound Sexual Assault Services. My office is way, way up north, but my office is actually on the land. I don't think I've been into my office for a few years now, because I meet people where they're at. And that's going to be on the ground. It's boots on the ground, moccasins on the ground. We're going to be sitting at a sacred fire together. We're going to sit in lodge. We're going to sit at that powwow. That's where we'll be. That's the work that needs to be done. This is where our communities are at. We're not walking into mainstream institutions because those relationships are broken. That trust is broken. We've had over 150 years of colonial violence imparted on our bodies, so we've had to create new systems, somebody said, and I said, we're not creating new systems. We're going back to our old ways. And it's our old ways that are healing our people, and it's our old ways that are doing what we need to do in our communities. And so that's the work that I do. And again, I'm honored to work with Council Fire. I see Chimigwech, for all of the elders, the survivors, our community members, our therapists within our agency are working with some of our survivors. We're working with the children and grandchildren of, because we understand that intergenerational trauma is so deeply embedded in our communities. We know it's going to take 7 generations to heal. And so we do that in a good and kind way. We just created a toolkit that can be downloaded through the OCRCC, the Ontario Rape Crisis Coalition. A number of BIPOC and Indigenous social workers, frontline crisis workers. We created this toolbox. It's available online, and you can download it, and it's about all ways of decolonizing this trauma work. It's about how can we support our relatives in a good way. And it's for settler allies that are working with our people to understand that there's a before the before. That our Indigenous relatives in our communities, we are not victims of our own demise. We didn't get here on our own, the trauma that we suffered. It's through the residential school. If we're going to talk about the before, we're going to talk about truth and accountability, then let's talk about the priests and the nuns and the government and all those church officials before we talk about our communities and the healing that needs to happen. Because we skip truth and accountability to come to reconciliation. And so we need to be having those tough conversations. And I tell people in our communities and our allies and our friends say, how can we make change? What can we do? And I said, have difficult conversations around your own dinner table. Have that difficult conversation with grandma and grandpa about who they think we are as Indigenous people. We have to reevaluate that relationship. We have to look at that because it's broken. And I think the majority of Canadians were duped as well during the residential school era, and many didn't know. But now with events like this, each and every one of you have a duty and a responsibility to make change. You have a duty and responsibility because your spirits are here and they're touching our spirits. All of our community is here, our healers, our elders, our knowledge keepers, all of our youth are here, and people are sharing their stories. My beautiful nephew, Black Wolf. I'll get emotional if I talk about him. But struggled in addiction, struggled with gangs, struggled with that colonial violence. And for me, when I looked at him, it's that little boy who's grieving the loss of his mom. He's grieving the loss of his land. He's grieving the loss of his community. He lost both of his parents. And people told me, oh, don't go near him. He's a mean guy. He's rough, carries gun, he's in a gang. To me, I looked at that little boy that lost his community and lost his family. And I reached out to him and I told him, I love you. I will always be here for you. I will never turn my back. And even in the throes of addiction, he would call me and he'd be, I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm so sick. I don't know what to do. And I'd say, just keep praying. I'll come wherever you are. I will drive out to there and I will come and get you and I'll bring you into the lodge. I will do whatever I can. And that's my message to all of our youth. If you're struggling, reach out to somebody for help. We're here. We're here to hold you up. We're here to stand up. We're here to let you have your voice. That's what we do. We fill in those gaps. We create that safe space. If somebody's asking for help in our communities, it's very hard to ask for help. So when someone comes to you and they ask for help, then be there for them, whatever that looks like. And if you don't know what to do and you don't have the helpers, reach out because there's so many beautiful knowledge keepers in our community that can help. And that's what we need. We have our young people reaching out and they don't know what to do and they don't know how to navigate systems of oppression and healthcare and 1-800 numbers and all of these things when they're in crisis. And sadly, we should be able to call and do mental health crisis checks and have relatives coming and checking on our relatives, and that's not working out for us either. And so we have to make that change in our communities. We have to be those ones that are answering those calls. And so that's what I do. My phone is on 24/7. I work with our youth. I work with our women. Whoever calls that needs help, then we're there, and that's what we do. And that's my role in community as a helper because I love my community. And that's all I have to say. Miigwech.
Thanks, Suzanne. That's she brings a powerful message for everybody. I think that don't be afraid to get out there and seek help. And I think it's the responsibility of all of us to protect everyone, particularly our women and our young women. You know, we had a missing and murdered Indigenous women inquiry after I guess begging for it for many, many years. We've seen so many of our women either murdered or missing, and it's still continuing. There were over 200 recommendations in that inquiry for different actions to take place. And just like with the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, we're still waiting for those recommendations to be implemented and for those calls to action to be acted upon. You know, I'm a Haudenosaunee, and our society is a matriarchal society, and the women are the leaders. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to protect those women, especially our young girls. And over the last little while, we've seen a real increase, I guess. I don't know if it's always been there, but human trafficking. When I was young, I don't think we talked about human trafficking like they're talking about it today. So we have to teach our young people how to care for each other and how to protect each other and how to love each other. And I think that I want to thank Suzanne for the work that she's doing, because it's tough work. It's tough work dealing with that kind of stuff. But we all have to stand up and we have to talk about it. We can't hide it. And we have to, as I said, protect our young people. So I just want to thank her again for her message. She's going to be speaking again tomorrow. And just ask for all of you to, let's take a pledge that we're going to help each other and look after each other. So thank you again, Suzanne. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but our next group is the First Fire Dance Troupe from Cultural Center. And they're going to be making their way up here. But just as they're getting ready and coming up, I want to talk a bit about the football game. As I mentioned earlier, the Toronto Argonauts halftime show is going to be an Indigenous cultural night tonight, the BMO field. That's down in the exhibition grounds, I think. And it's going to feature the Red Bear Singers, who were here earlier. All Nations Drum, I see some of them there. Wave, you guys. Yeah, Kevin and his group. And yeah, we're going to all be watching you. And EJ Quandabens, who's going to come up after the dance troupe. As soon as he's done here, he's got to run over to BMO Field because they're going to be performing there in the halftime show as well. And there's going to be some other powwow dancers. And as I understand too as well, there's a similar celebration going on in Regina with the Saskatchewan Roughriders game. So we're really proud that, and happy that a professional football league like the Canadian Football League is acknowledging that. And I saw as well something on the Facebook of the Hamilton Tiger Cats all wearing orange jerseys. So it's really, as I mentioned this morning when I spoke, I raised my hands up to the residential school survivors who had the courage to tell their stories about what happened to them in those residential schools when those Truth and Reconciliation Commissioners traveled across the country and listened to their stories and listened to the stories of their children who are intergenerational survivors. And it's because of them, that we're having gatherings like this. We're teaching people what happened. We also want you to learn about our rich history, our rich culture, and the pride that we still carry as the first peoples of this land. Suzanne mentioned Duncan Campbell Scott. One other thing he said about the residential schools was that they were there to kill the Indian and the child. Well, that didn't happen. This is a good demonstration that did not happen. We are still here and we're stronger than ever. And I want to acknowledge the leaders before me and the leaders of today, because we're carving that path for those young people that are going to keep on fighting until we get justice for these first peoples in this land. And so it just makes my heart sore when we have these young people come up here. Because one of the things that happened in residential schools is I wasn't in residential school, but I was in a day school. And we were always made to feel that we were lesser than, that we had to keep our heads down, and we were afraid to speak up. But the younger people coming behind us are not like that. And we're teaching them not to be like that. We're teaching them to ask questions. We're teaching them to speak up. We're teaching them to practice our culture and our ceremonies and to learn our languages. And they are smarter, they are more aggressive, and they're more knowledgeable than when I was young. And so we're going to support them and promote them every chance we get. So kudos to all our young people. And some of them are going to be coming out and dancing shortly. So back to the football. I tend to get carried away once I get on a roll. But the Toronto Argonauts did want us to read a statement. So I'm going to read that now, and I'll read it again before we close for the end of the night. I'm just trying to wait until the dance troupe makes their way up here. So this is their statement from the Argonauts. On September 28th, the Toronto Argonauts take on the Montreal Alouettes for the annual Canadian Football League Orange Jersey game. The CFL Orange Jersey game is not just about football. It offers us an opportunity to reflect on the lasting impacts of the Canadian residential school system while honoring the resiliency and enduring spirits of the Indigenous peoples it impacted. This year, this is their statement, we have partnered with Toronto Council Fire Native Cultural Centre to donate funds raised from the game's Orange Jersey auction, the 50-50 draw, and Indigenous-inspired merch line to the Toronto Native Council Fire. Toronto Council Fire is an autonomous, vibrant cultural agency that involves and serves the Indigenous community with confidence and commitment to their well-being. Toronto Council Fire provides counseling material assistance and other direct services to First Nations people, as well as encouraging and enhancing spiritual and personal growth. During this memorable matchup, our players honor the rich heritage and enduring spirit of our Indigenous communities with a new logo on their helmets, collaboratively created by Emily Kiwashigig of Saugeen First Nation, number 29. We invite you all to join us as we spotlight the vibrant resurgence of Indigenous peoples, weaving their profound legacy into the heart of our game. That's from the Toronto Argonauts, so let's hear it for the Argos. So Gord's going to introduce the first fire dance troupe.
In doing that, I want to talk to you about success stories because what we've seen here today, when we talk about the youth, we've seen that. You've seen the drummers. A lot of the drummers start out as the little embers, and so they start out and they grow up and they take on these roles now, not only with the drum but also in the programs and services that are provided by Council Fire. So they're not trying to parachute people in, they're trying to be able to develop that talent internally and bring that up. And the same applies, we had Quentin up here a little while ago doing his song. I mean, that's another thing. That's another success story about people who are willing to be able to take those chances and to be able to show that they want to express themselves in a way that's really positive and to do those things. And so this dance, First Fire dance program is another one. And what this has allowed people to be able to do, it's both with the little embers and also with the First Fire, is that it's given people an opportunity to do something in a safe environment, a safe place. It's allowed them to express themselves in a way that they wanted to express themselves and do the things they wanted to do, and to know that they were safe, that they were going to have constructive processes around them, and that everything was going to happen was going to be good for them. And that's a really place where development to take place. So the First Fire has been going on for a number of years, and again, it's created that sense of belonging. They've had an opportunity to explore cultural identity in an urban setting. They've focused on not only just traditional dance, but they've looked at hoop dancing, hip hop, and many other styles of dance. They've been at it for well over 10 years, and so I think when you get to be able to see them, you'll know why they enjoy the time that they spend together, and they're going to come and showcase to you what they've been able to do. So, First Fire, it's your time to be able to show the talent that you bring.
Unfortunately, that's all they're going to do. Next year, we'll get 2 songs out of them. So we're going to get ready for E.J. Quandabens and his production of with his Jingle Dress Dancer. So we'll just take a little stage break until we get them up here, and then we're going to get set up. So you can wander around for a little while, but we'll shout out just before we're ready to start again once we get set up.
Laid across the screens, they say there's something coming. I say it's always been. I say it's always been. Bloodline and hatred, best of regret. You say there's something brewing. I say put your feet to it. I say put your feet to it. 'Cause it all comes back, all comes back to you. 'Cause it all comes back to you. Every tide is changing. Days have come and gone. Let's fill the space between us and sing a different song. Sing a different song. 'Cause it all comes back, all comes back to you. 'Cause it all comes back, all comes back to you. Spread across the papers, laid across the screens. Say there's something coming. I say it's always been. I say it's always been. 'Cause it all comes back, all comes back to you. 'Cause it all comes back, all comes back to you. 'Cause it all comes back, all comes back to you. 'Cause it all comes back, all comes back.
Hello.
Little feather in the corner.
Can I get
Give
this
your
mic
papa
on?
a little smile.
Can I get this mic on?
Don't call for Lena, 'cause she's gone for a little while. She's bent to pieces, impaled with a cry. Now the way of living, we are children, we die.
Who is that crazy Cree? Just while we're waiting to get ready for EJ and his jingle dress dancers, we're going to show you a video. The other night we had a celebration at City Hall with between the city and Council Fire, who've been working on this legacy in the spirit garden for so many years. And they showed the video there, and it highlights the spirit garden, and it highlights a lot of the work that the Toronto Native Cultural Council Fire has been doing. So they're just keying it up. And so while we're waiting for the next performance, you can watch this video.
To our elders who teach us of our creation and our past, so we may preserve Mother Earth for ancestors yet to come. We are the land.
This is dedicated to our relatives before us, thousands of years ago, and to the 150 million who were exterminated across the Western Hemisphere in the first 400 years' time, starting in 1492.
To those who have kept their homelands, and to the nations extinct due to mass slaughter, slavery, deportation, and disease unknown to them, and to the ones who are subjected to the same treatment today. To the ones who survived the relocations, and the ones who died along the way. To those who carried on traditions and lived strong among their people. To those who left their communities by force or by choice, and through generations no longer know who they are.
To those who search and never find, to those that turn away the so-called non-accepted, to those that bring us together, and to those living outside keeping touch, the voice for many.
To those that make it back to live and fight the struggles of their people, to those that give up and those who do not care, to those who abuse themselves and others, and those who revive again, to those who are physically, mentally, or spiritually incapable by accident or by birth. To those who seek strength in our spirituality and ways of life, and those who exploit it, even our own. To those who fall for the lies and join the dividing lines that keep us fighting amongst each other.
To the outsiders who step in, good or bad, and those of us who don't know better. To the leaders and prisoners of war, politics, crime, race, and religion, innocent or guilty.
To the young, the old, the living, and the dead. To our brothers and sisters and all living things across Mother Earth, and her beauty we've destroyed, and denied the honor that the Creator has given each individual.
The truth that lies in our hearts, all my relations.
The year 2016 marked 140 years since the first Indian residential schools were implemented, 1876 to 1996, under the Indian Act, allowing the federal government to establish residential schools, incorporating religious-based industrial schools for the purpose of assimilation of Indigenous youth through education and religious institutions under official policy. Children as young as 3 years old were removed from their home community, isolated far from parental influence, separated from their siblings. Schools were segregated according to gender, forbidden to speak their first language, and their culture prohibited. Our children were institutionalized in order to integrate them into Canadian society, disrupting their growth, lives, and communities and causing long-term impacts. Many children experienced excessive punishment, physical, mental, emotional, and sexual abuse through this process of cultural genocide. The project recognizes the commitment to work towards truth and reconciliation through the creation of an IRSS legacy structure entitled The Restoration of Identity. The structure recreates the turtle, universally recognized and symbolic of Mother Earth, acknowledges former IRS students, their nations and clans, and roots them back to their rightful place with creation. The turtle, climbing over a boulder structure listing residential schools in Ontario, is intended to remind all of the struggles experienced by residential school survivors and to demonstrate their continued recovery. Council Fire has engaged the services of 2 experienced project leads who will work collaboratively to plan, design, develop, engage, and roll out the Restoration of Identity project to ensure it is fully realized. The first lead will focus on the design elements, including project construction, concept presentations, communications, promotions, and marketing. Assisted by a strategy planner, he will focus on building stakeholder relations, project planning and strategizing, providing support in building partnerships with public and private groups, as well as academic, social justice, and non-governmental organizations. Finally, the second lead, assisted by IRSS outreach workers, will focus on engagements throughout the project, involving residential school survivors provincially, including established IRSS groups. Additionally, she will negotiate with federal departments to build on financial supports for gatherings through planned and established events, to work with church and support groups, educational institutes, and municipalities to promote this project. A scale model of the turtle has been prepared in clay and plaster by the project artist Solomon King. The 13 tiles on the back of the turtle shell represent the 13 moons in the Indigenous lunar calendar. They also correspond to the 11 nations specific to Ontario, which represent 133 First Nations in the province, along with the Inuit and the Métis. The 28 tiles surrounding the shell represent the days of the lunar month. Lost identities were a consequence of the residential school system and the Gradual Civilization Act 1857. The process of colonization continued with the 60s scoop and persists today with the adoption of Crown wards. The Gradual Civilization Act 1857. The act required male Indians and Métis over the age of 21 to read, write, and speak either English or French, and to choose an approved surname by which they would be legally recognized. By the application of the act, Indians and Métis males would lose all their legal rights, as well as any land claims, and would become British subjects, though with far fewer rights. It was called enfranchisement and was one of the many policies that would be used to aggressively assimilate Aboriginal populations. Restoration of identity. It is our vision to repair what was damaged, reclaim what has been displaced, and to work towards restitution for future generations. This work has already begun at Toronto Council Fire as demonstrated by the following two intergenerational speakers. Firstly, there is Tashunka Pajuta Sugar, Lakota Cree from Pine Ridge, then Carolina Johnson, Oneida Lenape, both single parents who will speak to the legacy left for their generation and their children.
I want us to be a part of everyday society because I feel like we aren't. I feel like we were cut out from society and pushed away. You know, you can be really angry and you can let it make you really angry, and you can sit there and you could think every single day, why did they do this to us? Why did they put us through that? How come my grandparents had to go through that, to make my mom go through that, to make me go through this? Once I realized that there's so much more, there's so much happiness out there, there's so much love, I really embraced it, and now I'm ready to live happy and to live my life full of love, and I do that every day by waking up beside my son and hearing him say good morning to me. That's changing it right there. I feel like that's stopping this cycle right there every single morning.
We are Indigenous. Tashunka Pajuta Sugar and his son Ohidika. Tashunka lives in Toronto and works as a youth wellness navigator.
When you grow up in a society where people have been told, when our parents, my dad went for a brief period to the Mush Hole, which is the Mohawk Institute. It was not very long, but from what I understand, I wouldn't want to leave my child there for 30 seconds, you know? And what was broken there was spirit. You know, they're trying to break people's spirit and to really hate everything about themselves and where they come from. And how are you going to function in society when you can't look at yourself and love yourself? So what we see at Council Fire are people that are coming in that are finding that pride again, who want to know who they are and where they come from. So for us, that's a big challenge, is trying to help these people, trying to help everyone, trying to help ourselves to understand it and to believe in ourselves that we can do it. You know, that's what it is. But we've been internalizing this. We've been told the only time you ever hear Native people mentioned in media is usually when it's something negative. You know, we have a lot of success stories in our communities, a lot of success stories. We don't hear those. You know, and I feel that one of my biggest responsibilities as a parent of a little 6-year-old is to try and infuse that passion and that pride in him, right? To try and get him engaged, right? But it requires a little something from all of us, and I think someone else mentioned that here today, that it's all about accountability, that we're all accountable for that.
We are Indigenous. Carolina Johnson and her son Kiowa. Carolina worked with the Education Youth Wellness Navigation Program at Council Fire. She is currently on work leave. Introducing the legacy artist Solomon King.
As an artist, I take the traditions, the teachings, and the ideas of all these stories that have been handed down generation to generation from our grandparents, our great-grandparents. And what I do as an artist and an individual, I bring them into myself and I take them apart and I create my own style from that, whether it's, you know, in sculpture, I'll break it down into planes, or as a drawing or painting, I'll break it down into colors. But what I'm doing is I'm reinterpreting it for my generation. And as a visual language, it becomes new again. It becomes new for the generation that I'm in and possibly for the next generation. But as artists, we are constantly reinterpreting what we see and how we actually share it with the world. For me, as an Ojibwe artist, that is what it's all about for me. It's about sharing and reinterpreting our stories so that the next generation or the generation that's with me can see it from a different point and maybe take that in and then be interested in it and say, hey, oh, I get what they're saying here. And we can see it as something we can learn from or that it can teach us.
Our First Mother, Understanding Turtle Island.
Roger, update. We're coming up on staging.
Where we are, get me that dominates me much away, no. Yeah, down there at all gate, I'm opening.
One of the most widely held spiritual beliefs found throughout the world is the concept of the world traveling through the cosmos on the back of a turtle. Billions of people from diverse civilizations and cultures have long held this belief. For the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere, the concept is embedded in their creation stories. Throughout Northeast North America, there is a shared belief of a woman, some call her Sky Woman or First Woman, descending from the sky world to begin life on this blue orb. As she approaches her new home, a snapping turtle surfaces from the endless waters and gives her permission to land on its back. Thus begins the great transformation culminating in the creation of North America, Turtle Island. When she arrives here, she is pregnant and soon gives birth to her daughter. When her water breaks, the new earth is infused with fresh water that sets into motion and the second transformation, the growth of the green life.
Where we are, get me that dominates me much away, no. Yeah, down there at all gate, I'm opening. Donna Jagan, I'm hard to check. Way,
Nathan Phillips Square, southwest corner, south of the Japanese Peace Garden, between the walkway and the Upper Canada Law Society. Imagine revitalizing a grey institutional space transformed to reflect the Indigenous community through colorful design. In closing, we will hear from Andrew Wesley, Mishkegawa Cree from James Bay, community elder and survivor.
Hi, Jim. Good afternoon. As you know, many of the survivors that went to residential school were affected in a number of ways. Many of them lost their language. Many of them lost their culture. Many of them lost their community relationship. And also, the important thing is that most of them lost their contact with their grandparents. And once you lost your language, it's something as part of you that's missing when you lose your language. And when you lose your culture, then again, it doubles the what you lost in order to gain back. So with this project, it brings you back to start the search to find out who you are as an Aboriginal person. For me, one of the things that I lost when I went to residential school is the storytelling, the legends. I really miss those because we didn't have anything like that in residential school. And that's one of the things that I miss, because the stories comes with language, and the stories tells you history, the area you come from. The other thing I want to mention is about the project itself, the representation of the turtle, because a turtle carries stories, it carries history. And I think that's a great about this project, that it symbolizes our strength. I also believe this project is going to help the non-Aboriginal people to in a way, educate the educated people in order to really understand what happened in residential school. This project will bring that issue to them. They'll be able to understand and to be able to maybe help them call into action, to come up with something, how they can do their own way of helping out and bringing healing to our nation. And also the relationship that we need to create in order to work together and become partners. My own feelings about this issue is I'm very happy to be part of it. I'm happy to be asked to be part of this project, and also to encourage all of you to be a good person in your own way, to help the healing that we need. And ask them, miigwech.
Seasons in one day, lying in the depths of your imagination, worlds above and worlds below. The sun shines on the black clouds hanging over the domain. Even when you're feeling warm, the temperature could drop away. Like 4 seasons in one day, smiling as the shit comes down. You can tell a man from what he has to say. Everything gets turned around, and I will risk my neck again. You can take me where you will, up the creek and through the mill, like all the things you can't explain. 4 seasons in one day, blood dries up like rain, fills my cup. Like 4 seasons in one day.
Is this one working? So that's the video, and imagine that we've been imagining what the Spirit Garden would look like for the last 7 years. You'll know one of the slides said that we wanted it completed in 2018. Well, we're a little bit behind schedule, But if you know Indigenous people, we're pretty persistent, and we don't give up until we get what we want. All right, thanks, Stan. It's going to be beautiful. You know, the last part of the slides that you saw just showed the time lapse as to when they were constructing it, and it's going to be it's actually done. It's right back here, in between here and Osgood Hall, and it's absolutely amazing. It's got in the ground. You've got the Gaswanta, the 2-row wampum that is laid. There's the turtle sculpture that Solomon King did. There's a spirit canoe, which is beautiful, and a teaching lodge. So it's going to be spectacular. We're going to have the grand opening on Monday morning. We're going to do a commemorative walk, Monday also being Orange Shirt Day. We're going to do a commemorative walk around here and walk the survivors in. We have about 60 survivors that are going to be taken in, along with some visiting guests. And it's a confined space, so not everyone's going to be able to get into there for the ceremony and the presentations in the morning, but you can sit here and watch it on the big screen. And then at 1 o'clock, we're going to come back here and have some entertainment for the rest of the afternoon on Monday, and then it'll be open to the public, so you can go view it then on if you don't get in on the thing. But it's absolutely amazing. It's going to be a very emotional day, I think, for many of us who have just been watching the videos for years and say, oh my God, look at how beautiful it's going to be when it's done. Well, I tell you, it is as beautiful as it looks in some of the videos that we've seen. So come back on Monday, wear your orange shirt day, and let's celebrate the Spirit Garden. Okay, we're ready. The man of the hour, E.J. Quandibens, is going to be taking us through some jingle dress dancing. He's no stranger to this stage and the legacy gatherings. I think you've been at every one, haven't you, E.J.? He's also going to be traveling right from here right down to BMO Field, and him and his jingle dress dancers will be dancing for the Argonauts game at halftime. EJ is an Anishinaabe artist and cultural educator from White Sand First Nation, and he weaves his personal and family's history through traditional teachings on the jingle dress. And you're really in for a good show, and I'm going to he can tell you all about his work, where he's from, all the accolades he has, all the awards he has, and all the fine work that he's been doing with the jingle dress dancers. So, EJ, over to you.
Good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing tonight? No. Louder than that, please. You think that Daddy came here with these shiny shoes for nothing? No. I want to hear one more time. There you go. So tonight, I want to be able to welcome each and every one of you to the event that we are hosting here, sponsored by the Council Fire and all the wonderful sponsors that follow. So I want to say thank you to all of you. And I want to acknowledge all of the people behind the scenes who are doing all this hard work to make this event successful. So let's give a round of applause for all of those folks too. Now, all of you who are in the corners lurking behind the teepees, it's not teepee crawling time season, so I want you to be able to walk closer to the audience, grab a seat. There's plenty of us. We don't bite. Well, maybe only after midnight, but come a little closer. Tonight I've been asked to do the jingle dress story, the teaching of the jingle dress, and there's going to be many different layers to this story we're going to be sharing with you tonight. And I want to be able to not dismiss and not acknowledge all the different experiences and the traumas and the hurts and the pains that many of our residential school survivors, those who are still here today and those who have passed, it's not about dismissing those experiences. It's important that we understand and we speak that truth. But tonight I wanted to be able to switch the conversation a little bit to showcase the beauty, the positivity, that if there was any kind of positivity that came from residential school, which was really 0.9%, just saying, that there is some beauty that's still unfolded. And that beauty is what you see in this market, the creation of all the wonderful, beautiful artifacts, the beadwork, the artistry, everything that is created here came from somewhere and was inspired by someone. And most of the folks from my generation were inspired by our residential school survivors, my mother specifically, who was a master beader. And so tonight is about showcasing that. It's always that bell that gets me. Always that bell that always reminds us to go to church. As I'm just vibrating with anger inside me. I'm kidding. Not really. Yes, but no. So I want to be able to cue the first iMovie. Now, this is a movie that iMovie clip that I've created in the years past. It's the same, but I want to be able to showcase it, and it's going to tell the story of what we're going to be doing in the next hour. So if we can cue the iMovie, please. For all those who are able to rise, to please rise, remove your headgear. If you're unable to rise, this is okay. But this is the reason why we do this, is to give acknowledgement and honor to all of our residential school survivors who are here today, but although the ones who may not have been and who have passed, we are celebrating. I don't even like the word celebration. It's the commemoration of Every Child Matters on September 30th. That came as a result of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's details. And this is just not a special day just to wear an orange shirt. These are lives of children who have not come home, and all those who have experienced what they've experienced. And so, as I always do, I always call upon our ancestors when we do our opening song, and ironically, I call upon my mother, who's also now our ancestor, who has now passed. And it is those ancestors that do the work for us. Igabe de game we ge wabe nanik ego waba mego nanik ego waba mego nanik venese wage we ayu 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 we yo Gega bede game wege wabe nanik Ego waba mego nanik Ego waba mego nanik Venese wage we ayo 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 we yo Way ya yo yo hey. Way ya yo hey. Way ya yo hey. Way ya yo hey. Way ya yo hey. Way yo hey. Gega be de game ge we ge wa be nanig go wa ba me go nanig go wa ba me go nanig menese wa ge we ayo 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 we yo may be seated. At this time, I want to be able to welcome our Jingle Just dancers. We are going to play the first song, but before we do that, we have something a little different this year. We always talk about the Jingle Dress dance and it being the healing dance, and it really much is the healing dress. And amongst Powell country, we make reference to the grandmother of the Jingle Dress, the late Maggie White from Whitefish Bay, Ontario, Canada. And I will speak about the story following our first song. But tonight we have the granddaughter, my dear friend Rhonda White, the granddaughter of the late Maggie White. Rhonda, if you could place your arm up, thank you. It's important that we acknowledge our people. She dances with the spirit of her grandmother with each of her steps. And so I want to be able to acknowledge Rhonda and the late Maggie White as we honor her and we honor all of you who are here this evening. So can we please cue the first song? Aha, nanagamog. First song. hands together. Round of applause for the Jingle Dress dancers. Rhonda on my left, you can walk up the stairs. Rhonda White, followed by my little granddaughter, Layla. My daughter, Sagate. My dear friend, Shiana. And my dear friend, Bonnie Johnson. Another round of applause, everybody. It's so funny because I'm looking at my granddaughter, and that is the same dress that I made my daughter when she was that age. So now she's wearing her mom's jingle dress. So at this time, I want to be able to share a little bit about this story of the jingle dress and why it is what it is today. These outfits that we use in ceremonies, in the context of powwow, because powwow is ceremony, the little cones that you see on the dresses, they're shaped like a small little, like almost like a little teepee, almost, if you will. But in our language, we refer to that as the chiskan, the shaking tent. That is one of our ceremonies that we have. Some say that the dress should have 365 cones, one for each day. Some say not. There's various different stories. But the story that I've been gifted with from the White family, and I'm so honored to have Rhonda present here, is the story of her grandmother, the late Maggie White, who was very ill in the early, mid-1920s. And she became very ill at that time. And you have to keep in mind, during that time, a lot of our indigenous folks were stricken by rubella and scarlet fever and chicken pox and measles, and many of our indigenous community folks suffered and died as a result, not having access to medication and that sort of stuff. And although Maggie White was extremely ill, it's uncertain as to what she had in terms of her illness. But nonetheless, she was extremely ill and she was bedridden. She was not able to walk. But the story goes to Rhonda's great-grandfather. His name was Binesi. Correct? I got to make sure I got my story straight because I've got the family right here. And so Binesi, as a young man around his early teens, I guess, had a dream at one point of a dress and had connection to a child who was not well. And at that time, he had no idea what that particular meaning of that dress was. Until years thereafter, and he became a person who we refer to as a medicine man. He used to have his own lodge, his own ceremonial lodge, where he would do his ceremonies. If I understand correctly, it was a roundhouse of a sort. And there was a drum. And that drum and that song came to him. And it was a healing song. Now we have to understand at that time when Maggie White was a little girl, some stories are spoken where she just put on the dress and was at a powwow and started to dance. That would be an incorrect story. She had poor mobility where she was unable to walk. But Maggie's grandmother, with the help of her grandfather, constructed this dress. And there were instructions as to how this dress would need to be made. And at that time, we didn't use the cones that we use today. I believe in and around that time, there was NAFTA cans, carnation cans. And these were rolled individually. And so Maggie was brought into this lodge, and Binesi had a number of ladies that were present, 4 ladies specifically, and they sung this song for Maggie. Again, she was not able to walk or dance, but she was able to at least maneuver in such a way where she was present. While the song was being sung, she still didn't dance, but she was able to walk unaided in her outfit in that lodge to that song that was gifted to her grandfather. And so we believe that that dress holds a lot of ceremonial healing powers. Yes, nowadays we see dresses that are made where they're really fancy and it's almost like the fancier the better. No, it's not about that. It's about the integrity and the storytelling and the healing that goes into these types of dresses. And, looking at Rhonda when she was dancing in, and I grew up at a time where I remember her grandmother. Her grandmother and my mother, and they would talk and they would befriend each other at powwows. In fact, our first powwow was at Whitefish Bay in 1980. And to see the style of dance that is being performed today brings me back to a time of the original jingle dress dancers and the original designers and sewers of that dress. The late Victoria Jack from Whitefish Bay. Some of you may know Thunder Jack. Thunder Jack's grandmother was the woman who I'm referring to. The Snowballs from Northwest Bay. Many of the jingle dress dancers from Northwest Bay were phenomenal sewing designers for jingle dress dance. In fact, my designings in the early years were inspired by those master sewers that told the story. And so when I look at our dancers coming in, it gives me a little emotion because my mother also was a jingle dress dancer. And the style that my mother was dancing is very much the style that I see in Rhonda and in my daughter, and also my friends Bonnie and the young lady Shiana. We mustn't go too far away from our teachings. We must be able to speak the truth and speak and tell the stories in its authentic ways as they were created in order to keep those teachings in place. I see in the audience, for example, residential school survivors, 60 scoop survivors. I'm going to change the word survivors to warriors. You are warriors of a system that was intended to kill us, and you survived. It's a play on words, but let's be very clear, everybody. Residential school was not a pleasant place. And you could try to convince me that it was, and I will tell you straight out to sit down and it's time for story time. Because it was not a positive place. Many of our folks died in residential school. Many of our folks tried to escape for residential school and were brought back to the schools, and then they were disciplined even worse. There's stories and stories of how our children were treated and how they were disciplined. Some people tell me I shouldn't speak about this because there's young folks in the audience. Well, it is the parents' responsibility to tell those stories, to educate, to make sure they know our history. To not talk about the stories is the complete erasure of our history of who we are and where we were and where we are today. We have to tell the stories. And I've said this before. People say that we just need to get over it. Now, we will tell you when we will get over it, when we are done telling our stories on our terms, right? And so tonight, I wanted to be able to showcase something. My mother was one of the residential school survivors, and she was one of 16 children, 14 of which went to residential school, the youngest being 4 years old, and the youngest one being 4 years old that was murdered in residential school. I said I would always tell about this story so that the story will never be forgotten, so that my daughter and my granddaughter will be able to continue telling that story. And that story goes where parents were not allowed to see children in residential school. Depending on which location you went to, majority of the schools forbid parents from seeing their children. My mother and my aunties and uncles went to Fort Albany, St. Anne's, the infamous St. Anne's residential school. Not a pleasant place. But the territory of where St. Anne's is and the Mushkego people, it's a beautiful territory. But the school itself was not so great. My aunties and uncles went to McIntosh, which is up Lake Vermilion Bay Road in the Kenora area. Some went to Shingwook. Some went over to Blue Quill, Saskatchewan. Some went over to Southern Ontario, the Mohawk Institute over in, I think, Brantford, I think it was. There's so many of these residential schools that our people, our families have gone to, and they have their stories. I can't speak about their stories because that is not my truth, but my truth is speaking from our family. And so when my mother's parents or my grandparents traveled at a time when there was not very much funds, they managed to get enough money to get onto the train to take the train ride westbound to Red Lake on the train, which is 8 hours, to go see their children. Could hear my mother tell me, just breathe. This is truth. And if it makes us feel uncomfortable, that is okay. My grandmother and grandfather walked up to the steps of the residential school of McIntosh, and I'm not going to say they were greeted, because greeting gives the sense that it was a pleasant interaction. It was exactly the opposite. The priest and the nuns came down the stairs and told my grandparents to leave. I can't imagine what my grandmother and my grandfather must have went through wanting to see their babies, wanting to hold their babies. We have that ability to do that today. Many of our warriors did not. And I remember my mother was telling me the story of how my grandmother, Aggie Mimo, insisted, if I can't see my other children, can I at least see my baby boy? And keeping in mind that my grandparents spoke very little English. And they were told that he was already dead and buried. Not knowing where he was buried, but he was just dead and buried. And the pain that my grandmother and grandfather must have felt, I can't imagine that. I cannot imagine that. And then walking away, knowing that their children are in that building behind them. Some were looking out the windows and some were not. But to walk away, to not embrace your own children. And that, my friends, was the horrific start of my grandparents becoming alcoholics. Drinking to hide and stuff those emotions of hurt and pain, thinking that drinking would fix the problem. And in fact, my grandparents ended up separating, and both went to their grave with the bottle in their hand. I share that because these are one of many stories that we have. And this is the story of my family. And before my mother passed away last year, she told me, she asked me to promise her to always tell the stories. I may not be here, but I'm listening to tell the stories and to speak truth. And so at this time, I want to be able to ask if there's any residential school survivors. I'm looking for 4. I don't like to put people on the spot. I've asked a few people in the audience. I see my cousin is in the audience. So if I can ask you to make your way up the stairs here. And I believe Christine was able to call upon either residential school survivors or I want to be able to do something a little different here. Because I'm up here telling the story, but these individuals lived that story. And so I want to be able to offer them tobacco. And this tobacco will be given to these dancers. And they will be dancing to the second song, that healing song that we call upon. These are the stories and these are the actions that we talk about. We don't just talk. We put it into action. And so with the support of my friends to help accompany our friends up the stairs carefully, each of these residential school warriors have offered their tobacco, traditional tobacco, not commercial tobacco. And they've offered it to all of the 4 dancers. And these dancers are going to dance to honor them, to honor all those who are not here today. And I will ask you once again to please rise. Gibojo gedeni magaradok apachegeni nanige gijishnikaz mang dodam wabidanga no poming no juba jomanaje jegenin apachek chimi goch kidigo wa benong sha nong nagabi nong kiwed nong no komisananek go komisananek apachek chimi goch ni jansiok dodeminan go komisanan Shumsanan. Gijem Nado. How? Cue the second song, please. may be seated. Thank you so much. If we can make sure that our elders are aided carefully down the stairs. People are saying, oh my goodness, it's starting to rain. We're all going to turn into brown sugar. We use humor. Sometimes it sounds better in my own mind than it actually does come out of my mouth. At this time, I want us to cue the documentary. And this is the piece that I was talking about, the beauty, the silver linings that come from an experience that my mother had in residential school. If it rains, there's a little tent there. Just grab a space to get dry. But if we can cue the first, the final video, that'd be lovely. And this is a story called Minubmadzuin, the Legacy of the Storyteller.
When we talk about our family inspirations, and more specifically my inspirations in my sewing come from my mother's designs. And my mother's floral designs come from her mother's designs. Much like my daughter's sewing comes from my designs. And even her tattooing, those designs come from the family, floral designs that speak to our family. Try to live my life according to the teaching, Minubmadzuin, in the best way that I can. And to reflect on those teachings that I learned from all of you. I honestly believe if it wasn't for the culture, it wasn't for the ceremonies, if it wasn't for my sewing that I've learned from my mom, I probably would be an alcoholic or a drug addict, or probably would be dead. We are storytellers. And the power of our sewings, whether it's beading or fabrics or tattooing or whatever, the stories come out in those creations. You see, my mom, your beadwork, when you look at your beadwork, you could tell the love that comes from your work, where that love comes from. You feel it. And so that is my responsibility as a parent, it is my responsibility as a son, and my responsibility as a grandparent to make sure that those teachings that come from our family continue. Because if we don't talk about them, we don't teach them, we lose them. And then when we lose them, that's the sad day. So when we talk about this story of our family and why we're doing this, it is to capture the memory of the storytellers. It is to capture the memory of the teachings that interwoven from history, from generation to generation, so that when my granddaughter looks at something, or looks at a video, looks at this documentary, she can say, that is my great Gukum. She was a fantastic master beater. That was my great Chumish, who was a man of immense knowledge of spirituality who knew the land. That's why we do this. So our young ones can learn and have a reference to continue learning. And so I wanted to share that because we don't have much of these types of stories being spoken. This is not something that we're scripting. This is something that comes from here, and it comes from that fire, and it comes from that land. And that's who we are, as Anishinaabe people from the Northern Woodland Territory. Miigwech, genina negegi jidishnikas, mank dotem, genina jomanajejik, apachik miigwech, gijemne don mishum sananik, ukumsananik. Miigwech ne mama, miigwech.
Well, it's not a gizgok de gok. Mag, do down. I introduce myself as my name, which is Mazanate Gizgok. That's my real name. And I also mention my clan, the Loon, because it was my Baba's clan, my Baba's clan. That's where I belong. Mama, my mom, she'd always have her little sewing kit, her beads. That's where I learned how to do my beadwork. She let me have needle, thread. Told me, you do something. You know how to bead, and you will always have bread on your table. Whatever knowledge we have left, you know, I will speak and let the young ones know.
Really like this one.
I dream that color, you know.
Really?
Gold. This.
And this fabric?
And this. My granddaughter is learning to make her own moccasins. She will someday take my place when come and get me. Easiest way. Sagate is my granddaughter, and she's very artistic in what she does.
All around, yeah?
Yeah, up to
Oh.
My chum was dying of cancer, and moccasins I had to do, and she had 13. I'll use a pattern X.
I'm doing something wrong. It's not too small. Used to put this onto here, onto your skin.
Okay. Just maybe gone with that.
Show you another.
I like working with you.
The little trick I like to do with this.
I'm 74 years old. It's the first.
You okay? You sensitive?
Yeah.
Can you hold this part?
No, this was what? This.
The shark
The shark did help me. How?
I feel that being in the lodge kept my mind in a good way, my body, my heart, everything in a good way. This is Miigwech Creator, for showing me the way. Miigwech. It's good to see the circle in here, to be in the circle.
hayo, we yo hayo,
I began sitting in the lodge. And that's where I got my start. Sitting in the sweat lodge.
Good. The reason why I want to show this is residential school does not define us. The land is what defines us. It is in our language that teaches us how we're to conduct ourselves, interact with one another, to give thanks and acknowledge and be kind to one another. Residential school just merely interrupted. It created fragments, but our ceremonies, much like the jingle dress, has helped us connect those dots to make us even stronger than we were ever before. And so showcasing this story was to show and to prove that residential school did not break us. Did not break us. We dance, we speak our language, we create. We are here. We are not going anywhere. And in fact, I will say this. It is because of our lived experiences of residential school that society has a statutory holiday on Monday. Think about that for a moment. Our experiences have created the day for all of us to reflect, to acknowledge, to be educated on truth. So at this time, I want to ask our jingle dress dancers to rise. We will conclude with our final song. This is known as the jingle dress sidestep song. I think we've given our dancers ample time to rest. And so this time I want to conclude by saying thank you to each of you for listening and being a part of this segment. This is sometimes a hard conversation to have, but nonetheless needs to be had. And to know that we are not going anywhere, that we are not defined by our experiences. We get to determine the journey and the path that we choose to go on moving forward. And for most of us, without speaking on behalf of my Indigenous community, we get to choose the beauty of that journey on our terms and be unapologetic. So thank you for listening, and I want to give acknowledgments to the dancers here tonight. Cue the final song. Miigwech, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Miigwech.
Let's have another hand for EJ and the jingle dress dancers. He's with us. He's going to be here again tomorrow. He's been here with us every year, I think, at the Legacy Gatherings, and always puts on a good teaching about the jingle dresses and a good show. And now they're off to BMO Field to play at the halftime show at the Argonauts game. So if you're going to, we've got one more performance, so don't leave. But when you do leave, go tune into the football game so you can see these guys on the halftime show, along with the All Nations Drum and the Red Bear Singers. It's going to be exciting. Thank you again, EJ and girls. Beautiful dancing.
We're getting down to the wire tonight, folks. So we've got our last remaining presentation for you this evening. We've had a little bit of a drizzle again, but that's okay. There's nothing that's been damaged. So our last speaker in the last presentation this afternoon is Samantha Dockstader, and she's from she's a Wolf Clan from Oneida Nation of the Thames, Onondaga, and she's been working for some time now, the past decade or so, on putting together everything from all the teachings of the Star World and the creation story that emanates from the Star World. And so she's been around. She's done a lot of places. She's done the American Museum of Natural History. She's done in New York City. She's done a number of planetariums. She had her show in the planetarium today, every hour on the hour, for anybody that wanted to be able to go and see it. She's here today letting us know that she has recovered that knowledge of that we possessed as astronomers before, and she's going to demonstrate that knowledge that she's acquired over that period of time. So Samantha, welcome.
Mic check. Sagoli Swagweg. Hello, everyone. Yejistok Wanun. Neon gets. Otahuni, Niwa get the load. Onyata Aga, Niwa go hajod. My English name is Samantha Dockstader. I'm from Oneida, and my clan is Wolf. I'm really thankful to share this presentation with you all. Whenever we gather and we share important information, we always give thanks to creation. And we can give thanks many times throughout the day. So I'm just going to do a short version of this because it's real scientific. When we say, Agwego Huskaji and Dwahwainuni, Ongwahnigola, when we bring our minds together as one, when we do the Thanksgiving address, that's actually neuroscience. And we're not only connecting our minds together as one as people, but with creation. So I'm just going to start, and we start at the people, and we go around. I'm going to do a short version of this. Agwego Huskaji and Dwahwainuni, Ongwahnigola, Dungatinu Heladu Ningunjukwa, Jit Segugadoga, Niodini Galoda, Dane Tonyo Duhagine Ngwahnigola. And what that means is we're giving thanks to the people first, and that we can still be in a good way. And then we move on to Yonki Noha, the earth, Onega Nasogu, the waters, Gahnio Handes, the small plants, Onunkwadogu, the medicine plants, Oyonkwaunwe, tobacco, Junhekwa, our sustenance, Galunde Su, the trees, Gondilio Su, the animals, Ojit Dahasu, the birds, Owela Su, the winds, Ladisagayandes, the thunders, Etwatji, the sun, Yonki Sut, the moon, Yojistokwalu, the stars, Gayeni Ongwedeget, our helpers, and Songwayant Dizzle. Dane tohniole ne galiwa gweni, jinate galiwa yandekwa. Ne andwehage skana on duat dunyuhage. Dane to nigawanak. What that means is that that's as far as they've come with giving thanks to everything in creation, and that we will all think peace in our minds as we come together. Next slide. So this presentation, it's 40 years of research. But 6 years ago, my sister, she really started to put it into context in a new way. So Sasha, she was a student at Western University in London, Ontario, and she was in an astronomy course. And she knew that it was Eurocentric astronomy, but she knew that our stories had so much more depth. So one of the professors proposed that she do Indigenous astronomy research. And so she traveled across Haudenosaunee country and gathered stories for 3 years. Sash, she passed away 3 years ago. In July of 2021, she had cancer. It took her really quickly. And when Sash was alive, she always wanted us to do this presentation together. We didn't get a chance to do that, but because of recordings and logistics and technology, you will hear her voice at the end, and you will see a video of her. So I'm really thankful that I can still do this presentation with her. Next slide. So Sash, she took her research to our leadership, to the clan mothers. She took it to them before she took it back to the university. And they were real thankful for that. They're real supportive on her journey. And they're real supportive on my journey of continuing this work and this research. Next slide. This is Sasha's favorite quote. We have calcium in our bones, iron in our veins, carbon in our souls, and nitrogen in our brains. 93% stardust, with souls made of flames. We are all just stars that have people names. Next slide. So even scientifically, when a star dies and it turns into dust, the iron that's in that dust is the actual iron that makes our blood red. So even scientifically, next slide, we are stars and stars are us. Next slide. This is a condition my sister and I had our whole entire lives, and I never knew there was a name for it. It's called nova luminosis, the state of relaxation and wonderment experienced while gazing upon the stars. And I think a lot of us have this feeling, because when we're looking at the stars, we're looking at our star family. They say that every soul of our loved ones is departed. When they depart this earth world, they become a star. So that's a reciprocal wonderment. Because we are stars and stars are us, when we're looking at the stars, they're also looking back at us. They're like, oh, my little earth beings, I'm so proud of you and all the work that you're doing. And so the stars are actually out 24 hours a day. We just can't see them during the day because the sun is so bright. Next slide. This is the first photo ever taken of a dying star. This is the photo that pushed me to continue this work and research. This is the photo that showed me how beautiful death is. So 6 weeks after my sister passed away, it was during COVID, and I got really sick. I got COVID, and my COVID turned into double pneumonia COVID. I was put into a medically induced coma, and the doctors, they told my family I was gonna die, but they didn't know who they were messing with. And when I say that, I don't mean myself. I mean my little sister. Sash was, is, and will always be my biggest protector. So when I was in a coma, Sash came and got me. And she took me to this middle plane. And this middle plane, it's connected to Sky World. It's connected to Star World. It's connected to Earth World, to Dream World. And while I was there, I thought that my gift was that I brought my sister back to life, because she was there with me the whole entire time. And I kept thinking, like, how am I going to explain this to people? What are people going to think? So fast forward, I don't have the gift to bring my sister back to life, but I have accepted the gift to continue her work. And once I accepted that gift, it was like I just got downloaded with all this information, and all of a sudden I could make all these connections, and I had all these theories. So this presentation, it's real precious to me, and I'm real thankful to share it with you all. Next slide. So this journey, it really starts in our creation story. And even though this is a Haudenosaunee perspective, a lot of our nations have similarities, so it's really universal. And we have many versions of our creation stories, and they're all important, and they're all valid, and I feel like we share the one that we feel most connected to. So in Sky World, when Sky Woman was young, everyone in Sky World knew she had a gift, and that one day she was gonna go on to do big things. But she had to be at a certain age because she had to be carrying life within her. So as Sky Woman got old enough, she found a partner, she became married, and she became pregnant. When she was pregnant, there was this great celestial tree, and when she was pregnant, she craved the roots of that tree. A lot of times our medicine plants, the medicine is in the root. So she craved the roots of that tree so much that the tree it became weak. And when that tree fell over, it exposed this dark hole. Every single version of our creation stories have this dark hole. Next slide. This is a picture of what a black hole is scientifically. So scientifically, a black hole is how you cross from one universe to the next. When you go through that threshold, it's a one-way journey. Black holes are also the heart and the lungs of the galaxy. So when I see in this picture, this black hole, it's only the second photo of a black hole that's ever been captured. And this one, they named it Sagittarius A star. It's located along the Milky Way. The Milky Way is our pathway from Sky World to Earth World. And so when I seen this photo, I was like, what if that's an actual photo of the black hole that's been mentioned in all of our creation stories? Because you see those three lighter areas, the number 3, it's real important in a lot of our understandings. Because when Songgoyan Dizo, the creator, when he first made people, he blew 3 breaths of life into us. So you'll see that number 3, it'll pop up a lot. But what a black hole also looks like, next slide, is an umbilical cord. And this umbilical cord, it has 3 sections because one provides oxygen, one provides nutrients, and one gets rid of waste. And that umbilical cord is our lifeline. So it's almost already laid out for us. We just have to understand those connections. Next slide. So when Sky Woman comes through that black hole or that threshold and she begins to fall, that's actually an event horizon. And when we make those journeys, we go from physical to spiritual to physical. So anything is possible on that journey. So as Sky Woman begins to fall to what we now call Earth, but was then Water World, the water birds, they seen her falling, and they said, what is that? I don't think she has wings. I don't think she can fly. We better catch her. So they formed a bed, and they caught Sky Woman, and the turtle, she told them that they could lower her down to her back. Next slide. And so as the water birds lowered Sky Woman down to the back of the turtle, she brought things with her from Sky World. She brought the corn, the beans, and the squash. She also brought wild strawberries, tobacco, and wild potatoes. So those are all celestial beings also. And so the water animals, they asked Sky Woman if they could do anything to help her. And she told them that she needed some dirt to plant her seeds. So all the water animals, there was a otter, a muskrat, and a beaver, and they all dove down trying to get dirt for her. And so the only one that was successful was little Anogi, the muskrat. And he didn't survive, but he floated to the top with a handful of dirt. Next slide. And so she planted those seeds on the back of the turtle and started to grow earth. And that's why what we still call our homelands of North America, That's why we refer to it as Turtle Island. So she danced in a counterclockwise motion, and she sang seed songs to those seeds to help them grow that we still sing today. So eventually the land broke up into different continents, but where we stayed in our homelands, our original homelands of North America, it's still in the shape of a turtle. Next slide. And to this day, turtles can still sustain that life on their back. Next slide. So then Sky Woman gives birth to a daughter. Her daughter grows very rapidly. Next slide. When her daughter becomes old enough, she gets courted by the west wind. Some also say turtle man. Some say thunder man. And he asks Sky Woman if he can marry her daughter, and she agrees. So they become married, and he lays 2 arrows beside her. One had a flint tip, and one didn't. And she becomes pregnant with twin boys. Next slide. When the twins are born, the right-handed twin, who we now call Songwaya Dizo, he was born the natural way. His brother, the left-handed twin, or the mischievous one, he was born out of her side. And they say that his one hand had a flint. So when he was born out of her side, it cut her. And that's the way that he was born. And their mother didn't survive childbirth. So she was buried into the earth that was first created by her mother, Sky Woman. But that's why we still call the earth our mother, because she gave birth to the twins who go on to create everything. And these twin boys, Songwaya Dizo, the creator, he had such a good mind that he created everything with goodness. His brother, the mischievous one, he would come along and try to mess those things up. But really, they created a lot of balance. And because their mother passed away at childbirth, they were raised by their grandma, Sky Woman. And when she passed away, they were kind of fighting over where to bury her. And because they were fighting over her body was flung into the sky, and she becomes the moon. So Sky Woman goes on to become the moon. Next slide. And the moon, just like how Sky Woman danced in that counterclockwise motion on the back of the turtle, the moon also phases in that same way. And the new moon actually is the start of the month. That's also why we dance in that motion at our ceremonies. Next slide. So when Sky Woman was marking on the back of the turtle, when she was first planting seeds, she was making markings to keep track of time. She made 13 larger sections with 28 smaller sections around the outside. So our original lunar calendar, has 13 months, and each month has 28 days. So if we were to go back to that original calendar, if we were to break up with the Gregorian calendar that we use today, our first day of the month would start on the new moon, and it would phase around. The full moon is actually the middle of the month, and then it would phase back around. And every quarter of the moon has its own purpose to help us. You set your intentions in the first section, and then you put your plans into place, you make adjustments, and that last phase is when you would rest and recharge and reset. That's the phase that we're in right now. And so that's how we stayed so healthy. We weren't so hustle and bustle 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Next slide. So then we have the sun. And how we say the sun in my language is Etwatji. That means he's our older brother. So some say that the sun was Sky Woman's older brother in Sky World, and some say that he was her partner. The common denominator is that he represents that positive male energy. So the moon represents that feminine energy, the sun represents that male energy. So they both visit us throughout the day to help bring us balance. And the sun is actually a star. It's the star that's closest to Earth. And because the sun is actually a star, sunlight is actually starlight. And we're all nurtured by that star that's closest to us. Next slide. And then we have the planets. And I believe that when Songoyat Dizo was making the planets, he made this big planetary family. He made it big because he knew big families were important. It's also inclusive, this family. And he made Venus feminine, even scientifically. They call Venus and Earth sister planets. And even in Oneida language, how we say mother is Ognoha, and how we say auntie is Yognoha, and all that means is another mother. So this original sisterhood comes from those planets. And I believe that the Creator made Venus feminine because he missed his mom. So even in our culture, our aunties, they're real important, and they'll step into those roles of motherhood when we need them. Next slide. So this is like one of the most magical times of day for our people, when the sun is just starting to rise, when the moon is still out, and when Venus is visible. Because you have that trifecta of support, you can make big changes in your life. They can help guide you on to your path. Next slide. So this is a picture. If you go outside, it's usually in the winter, because sometimes throughout the year, Venus becomes an evening star. And so in the winter, when she's a morning star, if you go outside, like right as the sun is starting to rise, but the moon is still bright and Venus is out, and you give thanks, those three elements, they'll help you on your path for whatever help you need. Next slide. And when the Creator, when he was making all the planets, he made them like a big celestial family. And so Venus is a feminine planet, Mars is masculine, Jupiter and Saturn are masculine, Neptune and Pluto are feminine, Uranus and Mercury, those are neutral planets. So I call those our two spirit planets. So when Creator made this big universal family, he made it inclusive. In 20 years ago, Pluto got kicked out of the solar system. She's now a microplanet. I was like, that's mean. You should leave her in. So when I talk about my big solar system family, I include Pluto because I grew up with Pluto. And so we have 9 planets originally. Next slide. And for Haudenosaunee people, we have 9 clan families. We're a matrilineal society. We get our clans from our mother. And even that's scientific. Because of mitochondrial DNA, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. And every single person has the exact same mitochondria as their mother and all of their mother's children, as her mother and her children. And that's the same way our clan system works. And just like the planets, all of our clan families also have their own unique roles and responsibilities. So we have 3 water clans, 3 earth clans, and 3 air clans. And they all connect in different ways. Next slide. This is a picture of my mitochondrial DNA. This is my mother and my grandmother on the left. On the right, that's my grandmother. The one that's the oldest in the picture on the left. On the right, that's her as a little girl with her mother and her grandmother. This is as far as I can go back with photos of my great-great-grandmas. So my great-great-grandma, she was a boss. When the Indian agents came around taking kids to residential schools, my great-great-grandma, she hid my grandma. So they didn't take her. And my grandma's still alive today, but she did go to residential day school. And so she did still suffer many, many things that she doesn't still talk about barely. And so I still have a direct connection to my great-great-grandmother because my grandma, Aksot B, she's still alive. So she still tells me stories of what her great-great-grandma taught her. So I'm thankful for my mitochondrial DNA and all of my great-great-grandmas. Next slide. So we have the total solar eclipse this year. In Oneida language, what we say for that is Wadwadahni Dasley. The etymology of that word is that when their paths cross, they back each other up. So because we know that the sun is a masculine, and the moon is feminine, when their paths cross on that total solar eclipse, they help to restore balance in that path of totality. And so total solar eclipses happen every 18 months somewhere in the world. But for us, that path of totality this time, it went through many Haudenosaunee communities, from Ontario to Quebec and New York. And so we even have understandings that a total solar eclipse may have helped form our great law of peace, when we all agreed to bury our weapons. And you know, the great law of peace, it really armored us up. It armored us up for the genocidal apocalypse that we are going to face, because there's not a lot of people that can come through what Ongwehome people have come through and still teach forgiveness and still teach that good mind. So it's helpful. It's because of the great law of peace helped us have those understandings of to live with a good mind and to live with peace. Next slide. And so the last time a total solar eclipse was in our area was 99 years ago. The next time it'll be in our area is 120 years. So this is the only time that we're going to experience this path of totality in this location. And so the sun is actually 400 times the size of the moon, but it's also 400 times further away. So when they eclipse each other, that's why they look like they're the same size. Scientifically, they say that's a wonderful coincidence. For Ongwehome people, for Indigenous people, that's not a coincidence, and it's strategic planning. The sun and the moon, they knew they would have to eclipse each other every so often to help restore balance in that path of totality. Next slide. This is the path that this eclipse came through. It came right through the west side of Turtle Island, of what we refer to as Mexico, and went out right through the east side of Turtle Island, of what we call Eastern Canada. And so out of this path of 7,700 kilometer path, NASA said the best place to view this total solar eclipse is Niagara Falls, New York. Niagara Falls, New York is Haudenosaunee homelands. That's Seneca territory. So NASA said, we're going to host an event, an eclipse event in Niagara Falls, New York. So I was like, NASA better call me, because we need to be part of this conversation. So I even put it in my calendar in January when I seen that. And a couple weeks later, a lady reached out to me. She said, we're partnering with NASA for Eclipse Weekend, and we would like to invite you to be part of our weekend. So I went and I opened up NASA's Eclipse Weekend in Niagara Falls, New York. And when I was finished, I told everybody, I said, I'll let NASA take over for the rest of the weekend, because you have the real science now. Next slide. And so NASA, they give us their eclipse glasses. It says the eclipse through the eyes of NASA. Can you hit the button again one more time? And I was like, what if I don't want to see the eclipse through the eyes of NASA? What if I want to see the eclipse through the eyes of the Haudenosaunee? Next slide. And so my friend, she made these. These are the Haudenosaunee version. Next slide again. These are the Haudenosaunee version of the eclipse glasses. Next slide. And so this is a simulation photo of the total solar eclipse. So our elders even tell us we're not supposed to look at an eclipse. And there's lots of reasons for that. it's because it's harmful to our eyes, but there's also an emotional factor to that. You know when you haven't seen your family in a long time and you see them and you get really emotional, and other people, they might say, I'll let you guys have a moment. It's the same thing when an eclipse happens. They're like so excited, then their paths cross, they only get to visit for a short time, then they have to say, see you later, all within minutes. So it's that special that you don't even have to look at it. You just have to embrace the energy in that path of totality. Next slide. So where I was this time for the total solar eclipse, I was in Seneca territory, in the same area where Jagunsa and the Peacemaker got everybody to agree to the Great Law of Peace. And where we were, it was real cloudy. So we couldn't see anything anyways. But I took this picture because I have an app that shows us like what's going on beyond the clouds. And so when the total solar eclipse was happening, there was also a big celestial family reunion because all of these planets were also in a line at the same time. And so it's not always about what you can see, but it's about what you can also feel. Next slide. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my entire life. When the sun reemerged, there was a 360-degree sunrise. Because it was so dark where we were, because it was so cloudy, it was like midnight dark. And then when the sun came back out, there was this whole ring. I was like, I know now why people chase eclipses, because I want to experience this again. There are people, they travel the world, and they just chase eclipses. The next one is going to go through Greenland and Iceland. And so it was like, it was so special. So where I was, we gathered for 3 days and 3 nights. And then we had ceremony for the eclipse. And everyone went to their own space during that time. And all we had to do was embrace the energy of it. Next slide. So this is a helix nebula. So when a starlight dies, it stages its own wake, a colorful display that can last for tens of thousands of years. Next slide. What it also looks like is an eye in the sky. But what it also looks like, next slide, is our circle wampum. So this circle wampum represents all of our nations when we agreed to the Great Law of Peace. So when we agreed to the Great Law of Peace, we agreed to bury our weapons and live with that gahnigo leo, that good mind, and that skana. So now I tell people, like, now it's time for us to bury our oppression because it's so weaponizing. But we have so much brilliance within us that it's time for us to live in that brilliant stage. Next slide. So we have stars in our creation stories, and they say that the stars are said to be the soul of every departed loved one. And the Creator made stars so that the night wouldn't be so dark. And the stars are a reminder of how to keep a good mind. And that's why we have such a good feeling when we look at them. Next slide. When the Creator first made colors, the first 3 things he made was the bluebird, the sunflower, and the red osier dogwood. Those are still the primary colors of the world, but they're also the same color as stars. But how we think of hot as being red and cold as being blue, stars are the opposite, and the hottest star is blue, and the coldest star is red. Next slide. This is a picture of a star pointer, and I call it our first telescope. Because we are stars and stars are us, they tell us that it's not polite to point at stars, just like it's not polite to point at people. So we would have used this stick, and even though it doesn't exactly magnify anything, when you can direct your vision to one certain area, it'll actually kind of blur everything else around it. So this would have been our first telescope. Next slide. So everything is in the stars. Our creation story is in the stars. Our clan system is in the stars. It's our biggest celestial navigation system. Before we had Google Maps, before we had paper maps, we looked at the stars and they told us what direction everything is. The stars are the greatest atlas of all time. But the next slide. But the ones that we use most often now are the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper, and the Pleiades. Next slide. So the story that goes along with the Big Dipper and the celestial bear is they say that a long time ago there was this great celestial bear, and he was eating everything in the woods, so that when the hunter went out, they weren't successful. And so everyone in their community started to get really hungry, and then they started to get really sick. So on 3 nights, 3 hunters, they all had the same dream, that they hunted this great celestial bear. Next slide. And so that's what they did. They set out to hunt this bear, and they hunted him for a long time. They get close enough to him, but he would never die. And so this bear, he just got tired of being hunted. And one day he just ran as hard as he could, and he jumped into the stars. And those hunters, because they said, we're not going to give up, we're not letting this bear go, they also ran as hard as they could, and they jumped into the stars. Next slide. So the scoop of the Big Dipper represents that bear, and the handle represents that 3 hunters. And so every year they just continue to chase him around, and in the fall, when the Big Dipper is in that fall position, when it's closest to Earth, the hunters, they'll get close enough to him again, and the blood from that bear, because they shot it with their bow and arrows, the blood from that bear, next slide, is what turns our fall leaves red and yellow and orange. And then, next slide. Then we have our 7 dancers, or our Pleiades. So our Pleiades are also one of our big celestial navigation system, and they tell us that's where we come from. We come from the Pleiades, and the Pleiades are part of the Milky Way. So a long time ago, they said there was 8 young boys, and they wanted to have a ceremony in the woods. So they asked their mothers for food, and their mothers told them, I'm not going to give you food to take to the woods. And so they said, don't worry, we'll still have our ceremony without our feast. Next slide. And so they just danced, and they sang in their dance, and their intentions were so strong that they began to lift off the ground. And they just started getting higher and higher, and their parents came and they tried to call them back, and they didn't listen. They just kept getting higher and higher. And the one dancer, he said, whatever you do, don't look back. And there was one boy who looked back because he missed his mom. And when he fell, he became a comet. And the rest of them, they danced all the way into the sky. Next slide. So what the Pleiades have done is they've become that celestial marker for us. When we're born, we travel across the Milky Way. When we pass away, we travel back across the Milky Way. And the Pleiades are that marker for us on when to turn. So they're part of our navigation system. Next slide. This is where everything is in relation to each other. So the Pleiades are located near Taurus. So you would come from the Pleiades, travel across the Milky Way, go through Sagittarius A star, and then end up down here on the bottom coming to Earth. Next slide. This is an Eagle Nebula. So some nebulas, they're kind of like daycare centers or community centers, and all these stars, they cluster together. But so this Eagle Nebula, it's located right near the Pleiades. And even in our teachings, we're told that the eagle is the bird that can fly the highest, and he's the messenger for the Creator. So when you make that path, that journey across the Milky Way, you're going to pass by this Eagle Nebula. That's going to let you know you're on the right path, and then you're going to go back to the Pleiades. Next slide. This is how you find the North Star. If you line the edge of the Big Dipper up to the handle of the Little Dipper, that's Polaris, the North Star. The North Star and the 2 stars on the edge of the Little Dipper, they have the same brightness. Those other stars in the center, they're not as bright. That's why the Little Dipper is always harder to find than the Big Dipper. Next slide. And so the Big Dipper also lets us know what time it is during the night. And it'll tell us from midnight until the sun comes up. You're able to tell what time it is. Next slide. You can also measure daylight using your fingers. So however many fingers you can fit in between the bottom of the sun and the horizon, every finger is 15 minutes. So if you can fit one hand in between the bottom of the sun and the horizon, you have 1 hour of daylight left. When I took this photo, I could fit one finger. So I started my timer, and it was like 14 and a half minutes. So it's pretty accurate. And so in Oneida, our word for time is Donyo Wistai. Our word for money is Owista. They have the same root word, which is whist. And that refers to the gold pendulum on the grandfather clock. But what that means is those are newer terms, because we wouldn't have always had grandfather clocks. So indigenous wealth, it doesn't have anything to do with money. Money is just a tool. Our wealth is in our time, and also our wealth is in our way of life. Next slide. The Big Dipper lets us know what season it is. So right now, the Big Dipper is in that fall season, and it's going to start changing the leaves. Next slide. So also the solstices and the equinoxes, we really celebrated those days. Those are big celebration days, because the time we're spending with the sun and the moon, it's changing. But also the time that we spend with certain stars is also going to change. Next slide. So we have astronomical placement of many things. So our communities, so everybody is born with a gift. And our communities were built so strategically because everyone was born with a gift. And that gift was nurtured by our communities. And then when our gift became mature enough, it then nurtured our communities. So even modern day architects and engineers, they're still trying to figure out how strategic indigenous communities were planned. And it's because everyone had a gift. And next slide. A lot of our men and women, they become iron workers, and we refer to them as skywalkers. So every big city has skywalkers, and there were a lot of our skyscrapers were built by many indigenous people because that was their gift. They didn't have a fear of heights because we have those connections to Sky World. Next slide. And our longhouses were also had astronomical placement. That's actually called archaeoastronomy. Depending on what nation, which nation belonged to which place. So the Mohawks are the keepers of the West. The keepers of the East. And the Senecas were the keepers of the West. On the wampum belt, the Hiawatha wampum belt, the Senecas are on the west, on the left. And then the Cayugas, the Onondagas are in the center, then the Oneidas, and then the Mohawks. And so our doorways of our longhouses, because you only entered the Confederacy through the east and the west, and the Senecas and the Mohawks, their doorways go east and west. The Cayugas and Oneidas, our doorways are north and south. The Onondagas, they have one doorway in the middle of the longhouse. The wampum belt on the bottom is the Oneida wampum belt and represents all of the 6 nations. Tuscarora is included in it. And so when archaeologists will do a dig, they knew which nation the longhouse belonged to because of how the doors were placed. Next slide. We also have placement of our gardens. And so just like the sun told Sky Woman, don't worry, I'll always watch out for you, the sunflower is actually like the big brother of the garden. And the sunflower can absorb energy from the sun and then give it to the plants that need it. So our gardens they say they were the size of towns. And currently we have approximately 75 Haudenosaunee seed keepers who continue to take care of those seeds. That's their gift, is to continue to grow those heirloom seeds. and share them. And I was like, that's a pretty good number. We got 75 seed keepers. But if there's 100,000 of us and only 75 seed keepers, that's not a very good number because it's 0.01%. So we all got to do our best. The Farmer's Almanac, that's all indigenous knowledge. They took all that knowledge from our people and then put it into these books. Next slide. And the garden is actually our original education system. Every single topic we learn at school, we learn it in the garden. And so our education system was once very nurturing. And then we went through a couple hundred years of traumatic education. So now we're trying to bring back that balance. And so when we change the way we teach, we change the way we learn. When we change the way we learn, we change the way we understand. When we change the way we understand is when we change the world. Next slide. So we also have lightning bugs. They're like little stars on Earth. But what lightning bugs are is an ecological marker when not to pick medicines. And so because that's time, the bugs are doing what they need to take care of too. So we let them have that time. Next slide. The dandelion is also a celestial medicine plant. The yellow part represents the sun, the puffball represents the moon, and then all the seeds represent the stars. And so it's kind of cool because the iron that's in the dust from a star that has passed away is what makes our blood red. And then the plant that represents the sun and the moon and the stars is our best blood cleaner. So the dandelion root is an important medicine. And they say if you need a medicine, it'll grow on your front yard. And this grows on your front yard no matter where you live. Next slide. So in the Creator, when He first made us, He took all of those same elements of the universe. So not only are we stars, but we are also universe. Next slide. These are our Oneida words. Ojist, Ojisto Kwa, Yojisto Kwalu, Aquadulate, and Yungwajistaya. So when we say Aquadulate, my star family, I mean we're also saying my star family because we're one and the same. Next slide. And then we have that Yungwajistaya, that fire, and within us, that spirit, that vibration. And it's up to us to keep that in a good place. Because when we vibrate high, we attract high vibrational things. Next slide. And so everything we give thanks to in the beginning in the Ganahela Dunksla, all those elements will help us raise our vibration. All we got to do is go to them. We just got to go to the trees, go to the birds, go to the animals, ask the thunders, the sun and the moon and the stars, and they'll all help us to raise our vibration. We're always told to have a good mind, but nobody tells us how to do it. And so having a good mind doesn't mean that we're happy 24 hours a day. We're going to feel lots of different things. Having a good mind is that we're able to bring ourselves back to that good place. Next slide. We have our circle of life and death, which is really stardust to stardust, because we travel across that Milky Way. When we're born, we travel across it when we pass away. So when we're born, we're covered in stardust. And the midwives or the nurses, they clean us off. And we say those speeches to our babies. When we pass away, we also make that journey back. And we say those speeches that release us from our responsibilities here. So that whole life and death and birth, it's all just as beautiful. Next slide. This is a picture of human ashes under a high-powered microscope. It also looks like the universe. Next slide. And those star people, our helpers, Gayeni and Guedagate, they help us on that path. The path when we're being born and the path when we're passing away. Next slide. When a star is born, this happens when light elements are squeezed under enough pressure for their nuclei to undergo fusion. Next slide. When we're born as humans, it looks like it comes through that birth canal just like a star does, because we are the same. Next slide. So when women are pregnant, so are men. And the baby feels everything the mom feels and sees everything the dad sees. So that's why men aren't supposed to hunt or see death when their partner is pregnant. And that spirit of the baby comes in 4 to 10 days before it's born. Next slide. So when we journey across the Milky Way, it's like the most beautiful journey. I've been doing planetarium presentations all day. So we've just been like traveling through the stars in the Milky Way. And so they say that the Milky Way is lined with berries. This is a picture of an artist. Her name is Candace Snook. She painted the Milky Way and then she beaded berries along it. When I first seen this picture in an art show, I was like, oh, I wish I could have that painting hanging on my wall one day. And so I did this presentation in her community, and she gifted me a print of it. So now I have this painting hanging on my wall. But because the Milky Way is lined with berries, so I was telling my aksa about this painting. And my aksa be my grandma. And she told me, she was like, yeah, a long time ago, the people, they would say, Jilekwa algoyaku guasunt. What that means is that I almost went and picked berries last night. But what they were referring to is when they were telling a story, instead of saying, I almost died last night, they would say, I almost went and picked berries, because they knew the Milky Way was lined with berries. So even scientifically, the dust from a star that's in the Milky Way, it contains ethyl formate. Ethyl formate gives raspberries its distinct flavor. So I've even heard people say when they're giving birth that they could smell strawberries. And also, sometimes strawberries and raspberries will just start growing in the graveyard. And sometimes our babies are born with those strawberry birthmarks. It's because they stayed in the berry patch a little too long when they made that journey across the Milky Way. Next slide. This is the Milky Way from Chittenango Falls this year in Haudenosaunee homelands. Next slide. Next slide. So this is a picture of a death of a star. So when a star runs out of fuel, the star collapses and the outer layers explode as a supernova. We have to think of it just as special that when our loved ones pass away, they've also just become a supernova. Next slide. So just like when the spirit comes in 4 to 10 days before the baby's born, it'll stay here for 9 days and then make its journey back across the Milky Way on that 10th day. So it's just as special, like as soon as the sun lights the sky on the 10th day, they say that Venus, anti-Venus, will come and get your spirit, guide it, hand you off to the 4 beings, and then they'll travel you up that path of berries on the Milky Way. Next slide. So 80% of stars are binary, which means they have a partner. It's like a soulmate. So for many of us, we'll have soulmates. And then your soulmate's not even always your husband or wife. Your soulmate can be your friend, one of your siblings, your cousin. Your soulmate is anybody who helps you believe that anything is possible. So stars, the binary stars, they just spin each other around. They spin around so fast. And if one of those stars dies first, a cosmic disk is formed, and they continue to spin just in a new way. So when we lose our loved ones, we also continue to spin just in a new way with that cosmic disk that's formed around us. Next slide. And so this picture kind of sums it all up, because a star that's gone supernova also looks like a placenta, and a placenta looks like a tree. So it takes us all the way back to the beginning in Sky World, when Sky Woman, who was pregnant, she craved the roots of that celestial tree. She was going to end her time there to create a new journey. So the whole circle of life and death and birth, it's all just as beautiful. Next slide. This is a video it's going to play. Just a short video of what it's like to fly through the stars. I put this in there because it's like, I want everyone to have this perspective of once just to know what it's like to journey through the stars, because it's the most beautiful thing. So I've really been doing a lot of work with planetariums and bringing this perspective, like sharing this information from the perspective of being in the stars. Next slide. So this is the Hayden Planetarium in New York City. This was my first planetarium show that I did. So I was doing planetarium shows all day today in the City Hall in the portable planetarium. But next slide. So I have some pictures of what it's similar to. That's not the next slide. I think that went back to the beginning. Oh no, that is right. Okay, next slide again. And so whenever I share these elements, they're able to like put it on the screen. The next slide. And so I'm real thankful that like this is my new journey of planetarium, because I really want everyone to have this perspective. Next slide. So when the moon comes in, next slide. Then the sun comes in, next slide. This is all my family and friends that came with me to New York City. The museum was like, I can't believe you brought that many people with you. I was like, I would have brought more, but all the tickets sold out. Next slide. So they tell us that when our loved ones pass away, there comes a time when they send their gifts back. They send their knowledge back. They send their teachings back. So a couple years ago, I was laying there in the middle of the night. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, when does this happen? When do they start to send their gifts back? Next slide. And I just heard this voice in my head, and it said, in a shooting star. Next slide. So I was like, what is a shooting star anyways? So a shooting star isn't exactly a shooting star. It's a meteor, and a meteor is a rock. And when that meteor comes across the sky and comes into Earth's atmosphere, it starts to burn up. And that's what we see and what we believe to be a shooting star. And a lot of times these meteors will turn into dust. If it crosses through the atmosphere, it becomes a meteoroid. If it makes it to Earth, it becomes a meteorite. So a few years ago, scientists found DNA in meteorites that made it to Earth. And so this is my theory, but I share it because it makes my heart happy. This is how I think our loved ones start to send their gifts back. Because how come we feel so lucky when we see a shooting star? How come sometimes we just know how to do things that nobody ever taught us? And how come sometimes, we could be stargazing with 10 people and we'll be the only one that'll see that shooting star. And it's because it was meant for you. Next slide. And so when there's a meteor shower, I imagine that to be like big day in Sky World, and all of our loved ones are up there, and they're like, what are you sending back? What are you sending back? So the next time we see a shooting star, which is actually a meteor, give thanks to it, because somebody just got their family's gifts back, and it could be you. This is a picture of one. This is my little brother. He's really into astrophotography. Next slide. On the last meteor shower, we were outside, and the northern lights also came out at about 2 a.m. So northern lights are a solar flare. They come from solar flares. The solar flares come from the sun. Our older brother is the sun. So he's just kind of like shaking it up every once in a while to let us know he's still there looking out for us. Next slide. So when you really see like the definition of a scientist, it's a person who is studying or has expert knowledge of one or more of the natural or physical sciences. That's an indigenous way of life. Every single indigenous person is a scientist. And when you see the definition of an astronomy, it's the branch of science that deals with celestial objects, space, and the physical universe as a whole. That's our creation story. Every single nation has their own creation story, and that's the definition of astronomy. So Ongwahome people, indigenous people, we've always been scientists, astronomers, astrophysicists, mathematicians, engineers, architects, doctors, lawyers, and so much more. When I share my theories with my people, they're always like, we believe you, Sam, because this happened to me and this happened to me. When I share my theories with Eurocentric scientists and astronomers and astrophysicists, they all tell me the same thing too. They're like, Sam, we'll never have that kind of knowledge or technology to tell you what you're saying isn't true. So my intention with this work is really to nurture that Ongwehoe brilliance that's within all of us. Next slide. This is a short video of my sister.
And I just want to say thank you.
I think they just have to play. Or did it work? Oh, it doesn't have sound? I don't think the sound is working. But this is my sister. She's
And
this
how you
thanking
feel about,
Oh.
And I just want to say thanks for allowing me to share with you all of my research and my blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah, so if you guys have any questions, we can talk about things now. Maybe do even a summary of what you've learned. And how you feel about, Haudenosaunee astronomy now.
Yawa, sister. Next slide. So this is all the people that helped us on this journey, helped my sister and myself. When Sash created this list, she put my name on it. And now I put her name on the top because now my research partner is in Skyworld sending me all the research that I never knew I needed. Next slide. So if you remember anything from this presentation, this is what I want you to remember, is that you're always capable of doing amazing things in astronomical proportions because you have the stardust of many generations flowing in your veins. Next slide. So just like I brought our minds together as one, I'm going to separate them. I'm thanking the Creator. Jiska waskwaya dinyut that He brought us together. Asqua nigu lalari jit day and guah yohadi, and now He'll watch over us. Dana uwa what yungwali kashu. Now we're going to separate our minds. Jit ni ole oya dat jit dwadla until we meet again. Dane to no du hagi ni guah nigu. So that's how it will be in our minds. So Yawa for spending your time with me this evening and allowing me to share with you all.
Well, thank you very much. It's a journey. It's a fabulous journey. And I know that if you've ever heard some of our older people tell this creation story, you will know that along with all of this work that's done, there are all kinds of little stories attached to these that make it as interesting as this process that she has, and it brings to life. The visual part is what makes this spectacular, because you hear the spoken word and you can imagine the spoken word, but when you actually see it, it makes a fundamental difference in the way that you perceive things. So thank you very much, and I'm glad that we've had the opportunity to be able to do that.
Well, that's the end of our day today up on the stage. As I said, we encourage you all to go and watch the football game and see the halftime show. And you'll see some of the entertainers you saw here down there. So we got one more day here, and then on Monday we're gonna have the opening of the Spirit Garden. So we're gonna start again tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock for those that want to come to the sunrise ceremony. And then we'll start with programming again up on this stage at 9 tomorrow morning for our last day of the Legacy Gathering. And then on Monday, we'll talk about Monday tomorrow. We'll tell you what's going on Monday. So thank you all for staying. We hope you enjoyed all of the presentations today. I thought they were all wonderful. I find this one particularly interesting about the Star World. So nyawa to all of you, and hopefully we see some of you tomorrow.
We said when we started this morning, when we took a break this morning, we said, don't worry about the weather. The wind's going to blow it over, and we're going to have sunshine this afternoon. Well, we were partly right. We did get a little sunshine this afternoon, but we managed to hold off, and just a little sprinkle late in the day. So tomorrow will be a great day again tomorrow. We'll have lots of opportunity for discussion again. We'll be on the floor tomorrow again talking to people. And if you have an opinion you want to express, let us know, and so that we can interview you. And so that will be recorded as part of the Legacy Gathering. So enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Nishik.
And the rainbow is an island for us. We both know the come down is so hard. So we just won't let this ever end. The sun treats the sun where has the time went. Stayed up till the crack of dawn. I wore your shirt to bed. Wouldn't it be nice if we could get away?
Sing me a song, babe.
What kind of song, babe?
The one you hear when you look into my soul. Sing me a song, babe.
What kind of song, babe?
It ain't gotta be good, it ain't gotta be long. Just sing me a song. It ain't gotta be good, it ain't gotta be long. Just sing me a song.
Play me a song, babe.
What kind of song, babe?
The one that feels the closest to my touch. Play me a song, babe.
What if I get it wrong, babe?
It ain't gotta be good, it ain't gotta be long. Just play me a song.
It ain't gotta be good, it ain't gotta be long. Just play me a song. And I could play this guitar without any strings.
I could sing for hours about everything.
And that'd be alright by me. I could play this guitar without any strings.
I could sing for hours about everything.
And that'd be alright by me. So sing me a song, babe.
What kind of song, babe?
The one you hear when you look into my soul. Sing me a song, babe.
What kind of song, babe?
It ain't gotta be good, it ain't gotta be long. Just sing me a song. It ain't gotta be good, it ain't gotta be long. Just sing me a song. It ain't gotta be good, it ain't gotta be long. Just sing me a song.
Tell me again how you remember that moment we had. Back in November, you pulled me in close. There in the subway, I cried like a baby, drunk off a bubbly. You said you wouldn't forget. I keep wondering what that meant. If